Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. As expected of the Ancient One, he didn't use any great divine abilities, just simple techniques and physical strength, yet he forced me to retreat. In front of him, I could only hold out for a few breaths. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with thought. But my greatest reliance isn't my current late-stage heavenly venerate level, but the regenerative ability of my immortal longevity technique. Bai Xiaochun took another deep breath. In an instant, his injuries healed. At this moment, he suddenly rushed out, checking the entire position of his body and divine abilities, assessing the extent of his damage against the Ancient One. Human Mountain Technique, Cloud Thunder Ancestor Transformation, Mountain Shattering Charge, Immortal Forbiddance Technique, Throat Shattering Lock, Longevity Lamp. There's also the past scripture and the present scripture. All the divine abilities, except for the Immortal Lord's Fist, which Bai Xiaochun fused with the Lord's Arm and the Watermarsh Kingdom, were almost all the techniques he had learned in his life, repeatedly displayed before the ancient servant. Under these constant discussions, although Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was still at the late heavenly venerate stage, his combat power suddenly increased dramatically, constantly changing his divine abilities and continuously refining his techniques. Even his body's recovery was stimulated, causing him to repeatedly find his limits. Life went on like this every day. Bai Xiaochun simultaneously lost sleep and appetite, constantly immersed in these discussions with the ancient servant. On another front, he also asked the little spirit about the trajectory of the fan. The little spirit was also somewhat unclear about this. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun also took some time to comprehend the third level of the Zhuan Ancient Scroll. This was only the third time comprehending the Zhuan Ancient Scroll, and he needed to calm his mind and take time. Bai Xiaochun missed Song Zhengwan, Zhou Zimai, and Tai Den Songqiu, and worried about everyone in the Tongshan world. Therefore, after the trial, he still devoted much of his energy to discussing with Tai Gu, increasing his combat power. As his combat power increased, the ancient servant's attacks gradually transformed from simple divine abilities to relatively powerful techniques. Both his physical strength and speed were far greater than before. Although Bai Xiaochun was always defeated in every battle, his growth here was incredibly rapid, his progress unimaginable. Initially, under the simple techniques of this ancient servant, he could only last 7 or 8 breaths. But now, even when the ancient servant unleashed relatively powerful divine abilities, Bai Xiaochun's endurance not only didn't decrease, but more than doubled. All these scenes were witnessed by the little spirit. Although he understood Bai Xiaochun very well, the little spirit was still shocked by Bai Xiaochun's progress. This guy is really powerful. He little spirit kept gasping. Several months passed. Bai Xiaochun had already been able to hold his own against this ancient servant for half an incense stick's time. By this time, Bai Xiaochun had become extremely proficient in controlling late-stage heavenly venerates. His own techniques had also broken through many times. His demands on ancient servantess had also increased. Bring out your strongest combat power. Amidst the rumbling shock, Bai Xiaochun retreated 100 steps. When he looked up, he was breathing heavily. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce fighting spirit shone in his eyes. He let out a low growl. As Bai Xiaochun's words echoed, a glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. In that instant, his aura surged, forming a whirlwind that affected the surrounding void, causing a sudden and violent tremor. Even this dilapidated world trembled. The little spirit, terrified, hastily reinforced its seal. Bai Xiaochun, sensing the storm emanating from Taigu, had a hint of madness in his eyes. It's time. Let's see if my immortal Lord's Fist can become A direct, devastating blow that shakes Taegu. With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun's right hand suddenly rose and clenched fiercely. Cracking sounds echoed in the void. A storm arose all around him. Within his heavenly venerate aura, a trace of Lord's aura suddenly appeared. As soon as this Lord's aura emerged, it caused Tagu's servant's body to tremble, as if his bones and muscles were being tightly bound. Bai Xiaochun was there, and as he clenched his fist, a colossal figure instantly descended from the void behind him. Dressed in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown, it was Bai Xiaochun's imperial image. However, one arm was clearly different from the rest of his body. It was the arm of a lord. Immortal Lord's fist, Bai Xiaochun roared, his body suddenly lunging forward. His right hand, as if burning, directly punched towards the ancient servant. As his fist struck, the imperial image behind him did the same, directly unleashing the Lord's hand, merging with Bai Xiaochun's figure. From a distance, it looked as if a lord himself was delivering this punch. For the first time, a roar erupted from the mouth of the ancient servant. He dared not hold back any longer, his aura erupting once again. He raised both hands to his chest, and instantly, countless golden lights emanated from his entire body. These golden lights transformed into a gigantic golden face in midair. With a roar, it directly devoured Bai Xiaochun's punch. All of this seemed slow to describe, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun's immortal lord's fist collided with the ancient servant's most powerful attack. In that instant, the entire fan-shaped world was directly shaken by ripples and earth-shattering explosions. Even the fan itself trembled. The little spirit within it let out a pained cry, desperately trying to reinforce it. But the sealing force, in its shattering state, directly exploded. Bai Xiaochun also retreated, spitting out blood. He only managed to stand firm after retreating over 100 meters. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with ecstatic excitement and joy. "I can shake the ancient era," Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. He was thrilled that his punch could truly shake the ancient era. Even though he was injured, his immortal longevity technique's regenerative power meant he didn't need to worry too much about his injuries. From now on, combined with the ancient era's light, what can the evil emperor do? Bai Xiaochun's confidence was higher than ever. In the following months, he fought against the ancient servant many times. His mastery of the immortal sovereign fist had also increased, and its power had risen slightly. Of all the divine abilities he possessed, except for the Water Marsh Kingdom, this was the most powerful technique capable of shaking the primordial era. It seemed that all the bad luck unleashed by the immortal sovereign's fist had vanished. In his later life, good fortune descended upon Bai Xiaochun. Finally, Iron Egg awakened. The moment Iron Egg awakened, Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed a tremor within the Tower of Life and Death. He was instantly agitated and rushed outside the tower. After scanning with his divine consciousness, he made a hand gesture. Immediately, a black light shot out from within the Tower of Life and Death. After circling in midair, as if sensing Bai Xiaochun's aura, the black light accelerated, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't dodge at all, a smile appearing on his face. He even took a few steps forward, spreading his arms wide. Excitement flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the black light approached, directly transforming into the form of Tai Dan. Its eyes also held excitement and joy. It directly pounced on Bai Xiaochun, making whimpering sounds. It even licked Bai Xiaochun's face with its tongue. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, embracing Tai Dan. Tai Dan's body was now quite large. Even without the transformation, it was already about the height of a person. Its appearance was very imposing. Especially its cultivation, it had silently and effortlessly broken through to the heavenly human realm, becoming a demigod. Its demigod aura, combined with its imposing physique, was enough to shock anyone who saw it, especially the black flames beneath its forelegs. Its teeth were incredibly sharp, giving it a fierce and menacing appearance at first glance. But in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, Iron Egg remained as adorable as it was when it was a child. "Iron Egg!" Bai Xiaochun called out with satisfaction. Iron Egg immediately roared in response. It excitedly rolled around, constantly getting up to look at Bai Xiaochun, then rolling again. Occasionally, it would fly into the air, spinning around. If anyone from the Lingxi sect were here and saw Iron Egg react like this, they would surely be wide-eyed and speechless. In truth, ever since Bai Xiaochun left, Iron Egg had always given off a feeling of domineering yet vicious ferocity. Although loyal to the Lingxi sect, it was usually extremely composed. Even some new disciples would tremble with fear at the sight of it. But now, it seemed to have reverted to its childlike form. After circling around Bai Xiaochun and roaring a few times, its body trembled uncontrollably, eventually shrinking smaller and smaller. Finally, it transformed into a size about the size of a hand, clinging to Bai Xiaochun's leg and biting at his trousers. Bai Xiaochun was pulled along by it, showing a look of enjoyment. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun was even more pleased. "All right, Tai Dan, father will take you for a walk around here. From now on, this will be our home." Bai Xiaochun enthusiastically led Tai Dan on a long tour of the fan-shaped world and the entire fan-shaped treasure. Tai Dan was very curious about everything here. It walked straight ahead, constantly observing. As it returned to this place, Tai Dan suddenly spun around, finally rushing straight to an empty space behind it. Almost instantly, as it lunged forward, a piercing scream erupted from the empty space. The figure of the little spirit appeared, quickly dodging. With an expression of disbelief in his eyes, he pointed at Tai Dan, then looked at Bai Xiaochun and exclaimed in shock, "It can see me? Tai Dan, this is Bai Xiaoxi. Keep a close eye on him. This guy isn't honest." Bai Xiaochun was also genuinely surprised. He thought Tai Dan was always so amazing, so he felt even more smug. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the little spirit's tone immediately became shrill. "Bai Xiaochun, you said I could change my name myself." Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily upon hearing this. In a cheerful mood, he casually teased them a few more times. Just as he was about to continue walking with Tai Dan, suddenly the Tower of Life and Death emitted a wave of energy. Not just one wave, but four. Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized two of them. They belonged to Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai. As for the other two, he was no stranger to them. Over the years, he had frequently used his divine consciousness to scan Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai. He was very familiar with the aura of the fetuses in their wombs. "Are they about to give birth?" Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. His divine consciousness quickly swept across, and his body instantly darted down the Tower of Life and Death. As he approached, the tower's doors opened. Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai, still somewhat dazed, cautiously walked out, their bellies protruding. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, both were stunned. "Xiaochun! Bai Xiaochun!" Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai exclaimed in surprise. Bai Xiaochun also realized that they weren't about to give birth. Rather, as they awoke, the flesh and blood within their wombs seemed to become more vibrant than usual. Just as he let out a sigh, Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of guilt. He felt as if he were suddenly facing two women, both carrying his child. He truly didn't know what to say. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun blinked, coughed a few times, and tentatively asked, "So, how are they?" "Well, my foot." Song Zhengwan, who wasn't usually good-natured, saw Bai Xiaochun, and although her eyes were teary, the pain and memories of the past few years welled up in her heart. Ignoring her clutching her stomach, she directly stepped forward and kicked him again. Zhou Zimai, standing beside her, was also quite feisty, especially considering her ambiguous relationship with Bai Xiaochun back then and the life-threatening dangers she faced alone during her pregnancy. Her eyes flashed with a sharp glint. She also stepped forward, ready to fight. Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of sorrow. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He didn't know how to handle the situation. If it were before, he might have dared to control them. But now, both of them were pregnant. How could he possibly lay a hand on them? Even if he dodged, their anger wouldn't easily dissipate. Well, let's fight. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. No one will know. Bai Xiaochun's expression was like a funeral procession. He raised both hands, immediately surrendering without hesitation. Even so, under their punches and kicks, Bai Xiaochun occasionally cried out in pain, his consciousness spreading out, constantly monitoring the mental fluctuations of the two women. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his heavenly venerate cultivation was truly impressive, allowing him to accurately grasp the thoughts of Zhou Zimai and Song Zhengwan. Waiting until he sensed that the two girls' anger had subsided somewhat, Bai Xiaochun immediately raised both hands and embraced them. In an instant, he rushed straight into the fan-shaped area on the mountainside. That was where the cave Bai Xiaochun had dug up several years ago was located. let me go, Song Jungwon glared. Bai Xiaochun, you shouldn't be so reckless. Jizumai also frowned, speaking coldly. Everyone shut up. Bai Xiaochun turned and glared at both sides. Without waiting for their reply, he directly led them back into the cave. In the distance, Tai Dan cautiously watched the scene. Beside him, the little spirit also materialized, its eyes filled with curiosity, turning to ask Tai Dan, "Brother, what do you think they're doing? Why are they fighting?" Especially the master, who has late-stage heavenly venerate cultivation. How can he possibly defeat him? Tai Dan glanced at the little spirit, snorting through his nose. His eyes held contempt and disdain. It seemed he felt this little spirit didn't even understand this, and he was ashamed to be friends with him. If you can't win, then so be it. Why would you lead people into the cave? Are they supposed to be cultivating? The little spirit became even more curious, scratching its head. No, I have to hurry and see. It was truly too curious. Especially after hearing some strange sounds coming from the cave, it couldn't resist. Just as it was about to go take a look, it was instantly stopped by Tai Dan. However, once the little spirit's curiosity was aroused, Tai Dan couldn't stop it. In an instant, the little spirit dodged. In a flash, it directly slipped into the cave. Tai Dan watched from afar, shaking his head, a look of sympathy in his eyes. Sure enough, very soon, Bai Xiaochun's angry roar came out. The little spirit let out a miserable cry, flying out of the cave with a wronged expression, still shouting, "Master, I was helping you. You guys are actually fighting." Silence. Inside the cave, Bai Xiaochun angrily panted. Just now, the little spirit suddenly appeared, and he was truly terrified. As time passed, the resentment of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai towards Bai Xiaochun, along with Bai Xiaochun's explanation of everything that happened after descending to the eternal immortal realm, slowly dissipated. Especially Song Junwan, when she heard about how Tai Dan and Song Qiu had protected them, she cried. With Bai Xiaochun's help, she glanced at Song Qiu on the 9th floor of the pagoda from afar. Song Junwan took Bai Xiaochun's hand, wiped away her tears, and softly asked Queer, "Can he wake up?" "Yes." Bai Xiaochun nodded without the slightest hesitation. Inside the 9th floor of the Life and Death Dao pagoda, Song Hue's body remained motionless. Having merged into this Life and Death Dao origin, nothing seemed to change, except that his body showed no signs of decay whatsoever, as if he were asleep. Chuzumai also approached, bowing respectfully from a distance, sighing softly in his heart. At the same time, Chuzumai was particularly friendly towards Tai Dan. After Tai Dan sensed the aura within Chuzumai's belly, she immediately became close to him. Although the two women usually paid little attention to Bai Xiaochun, they got along extremely well with Tai Dan. However, although they still harbored resentment, recalling the past and hearing Bai Xiaochun's brief account of rescuing them naturally stirred up a great wave of emotion in their hearts. The women understood Bai Xiaochun, but the more they understood, the more they felt that his always exaggerated way of speaking and the sudden casualness meant something that pained them. Outwardly, however, there was still a hint of displeasure between them. This was difficult to resolve immediately. Bai Xiaochun knew they had suffered greatly, and he understood that if he didn't behave well with two women together, he feared a repeat of the terrible disaster that Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei brought upon him during the battle between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, while Bai Xiaochun behaved very well in front of them, he was secretly preparing to leave the treasure fan. He had been away from the eternal immortal realm for too long. Bai Xiaochun appeared cheerful, but in reality, he was secretly worried. Whether it was Li Qingou and the others, the Great Ghost King, the Grand Heavenly Master, Zhang Dapin, or Gongsun Wanner, Bai Xiaochun was very anxious about their safety. Previously, his combat power was insufficient, making it difficult to return. But today, everything was complete, and returning had become Bai Xiaochun's top priority. First, after the complete fan is restored, I can sense that returning to the eternal immortal realm no longer requires appearing at the fixed location where I left. While I can teleport at will, I can roughly determine a direction Bai Xiaochun pondered, also thinking about what he would do after returning. He pondered for a long time, but still found no clue. Finally, he gritted his teeth fiercely. If I can fight against the primordial, then, based on what? In the eternal immortal realm from now on, a tripartite power struggle cannot be formed. I must conquer an entire immortal realm and rename it the Tongshan continent. Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head, a glint of light in his eyes. After this thought appeared in his mind, it became clearer and clearer, gradually replacing all the scattered plans that had surfaced before, finally becoming everything. This continent, choosing the Holy Emperor dynasty, is somewhat unsuitable. If the evil emperor is eyeing me like a hungry tiger, then I want to tear off a large piece of flesh from him. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, his thoughts becoming even clearer. The key to success or failure is that after returning, a battle with the evil emperor will inevitably occur. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, without the slightest hesitation. He directly approached Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai, and then expressed his thoughts. The two women remained silent for a long time, exchanging glances. They didn't stop him, because they knew this was something Bai Xiaochun absolutely had to do. At this moment, all they could do was offer their blessings and avoid adding to Bai Xiaochun's troubles. Therefore, regarding Bai Xiaochun's suggestion that they stay here, even though they were worried, they still chose to comply. Tai Din wanted to go along, but it had suffered too much, and Bai Xiaochun felt reluctant to let it go. After comforting it, he left it on the treasure fan. With no more worries behind him, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, no longer waiting. He couldn't possibly wait any longer. His consciousness immediately spread out, and under the anxious gazes of Song Junwan, Zhou Zimai, and Tai Dan, his body slowly blurred, gradually disappearing from the treasure fan. The immortal realm of eternity, the evil emperor dynasty, occupies 3 of the 5 petals. Of these, only 2 are complete continents. The others are shared and occupied by the Holy Emperor dynasty. Of these 2 complete immortal realms of eternity, the evil emperor city is the first. As for the other immortal realm, it is guarded by a heavenly venerate. Currently guarding this second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty is the spirit-devouring supreme being. At this moment, in a relatively desolate plain within the second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty, 2 groups of cultivators are fighting each other. One side wears Taoist robes, the other wears black robes. They are 2 nearby sects. Although both belong to the evil emperor dynasty, a long-standing feud exists between them. Now, due to the competition over a spirit stone vault they discovered, the conflict between the 2 sects has escalated, and they have begun fighting. Among them, the highest cultivation level is the nascent soul stage. The 2 sides fought each other, a chaotic battle, but in midair, there were 2 powerful celestial beings. One was an old man, the other a middle-aged man. Both stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, occasionally glancing at the battlefield below. These 2 celestial beings were the masters behind these 2 great sects. This battle was less about their sectarian war and more about their rivalry. However, as celestial beings, it would be too unsightly for them to personally intervene in everything. Therefore, within the evil emperor dynasty, like these 2, controlling their sectarian subordinates to fight and simultaneously train them was their way of solving problems. Brother Chen, this purple jade war, I'm afraid it won't belong to you, the old man said with a smile. It's a bit too early to say that, the middle-aged celestial being beside him said, his expression somewhat grim. He also realized his sect was on the verge of defeat. In fact, the nascent soul cultivator on the opposing side, at the very last moment before the battle began today, had a breakthrough. At this moment, a loud explosion resounded in the battlefield below. The nascent soul cultivator of the middle-aged man's sect spat out fresh blood, seemingly on the verge of defeat. The middle-aged man waved his sleeve, coldly snorted, and turned to leave. The old man beside him, a heavenly human, had a smile on his face. But at this moment, suddenly on the ground, in the center of the hundreds of cultivators fighting on both sides, in an instant, many purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared. The lightning bolts suddenly appeared, exploding with a thunderous roar, creating a shockwave that instantly terrified the surrounding cultivators. They all retreated, but many were still directly shaken and spat out fresh blood. What is this? What happened? Because of the sudden appearance of this purple lightning, the entire battlefield erupted in commotion. They all dispersed, ceasing their fighting. Even the 2 celestial beings in the sky were momentarily stunned, their divine senses spreading out to immediately focus their attention. Just as everyone's gaze was drawn to the source of the purple lightning, they saw that the purple lightning bolts, forming streaks of lightning, finally converged, creating an enormous lightning gate. Inside this lightning gate, the outline of a figure suddenly became vaguely visible. Rapidly becoming clearer, this scene caused everyone around to gasp in astonishment. The two celestial beings in the sky felt their scalps tingle. Truly, everything was incredibly shocking. Before they could react, the figure inside the lightning door stepped out. After he emerged, a loud explosion erupted from the lightning door behind him. His figure gradually became clearer, finally revealing his form. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his figure was tall and slender, his skin fair. At first glance, he looked like a young man, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and the aura emanating from him was enough to cause the heavens and earth to change color. Upon seeing him, everyone around felt a shock in their minds, their cultivation instantly suppressed. Even these two heavenly beings trembled, immediately descending to the ground. They clearly felt the oppressive power emanating from the person who had appeared before them, a power countless times stronger than that of their own great venerables. Even a heavenly venerate they had once seen from afar didn't seem to exert as much pressure on them as the person before them. It must be a heavenly venerate, but which one? The two heavenly beings held their breath, not daring to speak further, and hastily bowed. "Greetings, sir." Bai Xiaochun stood there, his eyes closed, taking a deep breath. The long-absent aura brought back memories of decades ago, to the time he had just left. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over everyone around him, his voice low and deep as he slowly spoke. "Tell me, is this the second evil emperor dynasty of the immortal realm?" Bai Xiaochun's voice was calm, yet it caused the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble. When the voice reached everyone's ears, it caused a shock to everyone present, regardless of their cultivation level. It was as if their minds were also reeling, the sound of Bai Xiaochun's voice echoing incessantly. It seemed as if this voice wanted to penetrate deep into their souls, becoming a mark of eternity. Many people were trembling uncontrollably, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Even these two heavenly human cultivators had pale faces and swayed as if about to fall. This wasn't something Bai Xiaochun was deliberately doing. In fact, his cultivation level was very high now. His late-stage heavenly venerate mental power had caused the Tao seed within his body to almost blossom. To these immortal realm cultivators of the eternal realm, his words were like a command to do as he pleased, shocking them to the core. After noticing everyone's unusual behavior, Bai Xiaochun realized this. He took a deep breath, gradually suppressing his own fluctuations to the lowest level. But even so, it still made everyone around him feel as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their chests. Reporting to the Lord, this is indeed the second immortal realm, near the second immortal realm of the Holy Emperor dynasty. At this moment, the two heavenly beings, having heard some clues from Bai Xiaochun's previous words, dared not say much. They could only tremble and hastily reply. Hearing the heavenly beings reply, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and looked south. That direction was the second immortal realm of the Holy Emperor dynasty, which was also the northern base previously occupied by the great Grand Master of the Giant Ghost King. Bai Xiaochun seemed to be thinking of something. After the broken fan and its other half merged into a complete entity, the teleportation method was indeed different from before. There was no need for fixed teleportation, which was very restrictive and easily targeted by the evil emperor. Now it could teleport to a random fixed point in the world. Although there's still no way to precisely control the direction and location, with minimal adjustments, teleporting to one of the 5 immortal realms is still possible. It's just a pity, if there weren't any restrictions, this ability could become a frequently used method of protecting my life. Bai Xiaochun shook his head slightly. After the fan was completed, the restrictions on entry and exit weren't much different from before. There wasn't a significant change. Now, returning means there are many things to accomplish. Whether it's Uncle Li and the others, or the great-grandmother of the Giant Ghost King, etc., I don't know how they are doing. I can only find out about all of this by finding Gongsun Waner. But no matter what, to stand firm, to find them, I need a battle that will astound everyone. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He carefully considered his plan, a look of determination in his eyes. He truly needed to shake the eternal immortal realm like a cataclysmic event. He needed to use a war to announce his return to the entire eternal immortal realm. He also needed to use this battle to let everyone in the eternal immortal realm know that he had the qualifications to divide the world into three. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness surged out. After spreading out, his consciousness swept across the heavens and earth, covering an endless area. After asking the two heavenly beings where the second immortal realm's capital was located, he didn't hesitate for a moment. His body flashed, directly transforming into an almost invisible bolt of lightning, emitting a deafening sound as he suddenly sped away. Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast. As soon as he flew out, a storm of wind arose on the spot, causing everyone around him to retreat continuously. The hearts of these two heavenly human cultivators pounded, their minds reeling. Only after he had gone far away did they regain their breath. They exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. He looks somewhat familiar. I think I've seen a portrait of him somewhere before. He's a heavenly venerate. He's the one. Decades ago, he killed the absolute heavenly venerate, captured the primordial demon heavenly venerate, tortured the great prince to death, and bravely withstood a blow from the evil emperor, the heavenly king, Bai Xiaochun. After a moment of thought, a thunderous roar echoed in the minds of these two heavenly humans. They remembered Bai Xiaochun's identity. Regardless of what they were doing, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun, at his extreme speed, was constantly moving, appearing and disappearing in the sky. His speed was incredibly fast, beyond description. Although he was still some distance from the capital of the second immortal realm, at this speed, all distances seemed to Bai Xiaochun's eyes to be merely the difference between one step and several steps. Before long, the capital of the second immortal realm, which would normally take an ordinary heavenly venerate several days to reach, appeared before Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The capital of the second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty was suddenly a gigantic stone city floating in the sky. Countless colossal boulders surrounded it, and within each boulder were numerous structures. Within this fortress, a large number of cultivators from the evil emperor dynasty were coming and going, making the place bustling even at noon. No one noticed Bai Xiaochun's arrival. Even though Bai Xiaochun was now standing in the sky above this colossal stone city, he seemed to be invisible to everyone. No one could sense his approach. Even sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the massive stone city was the spirit-devouring supreme being. Ranked third in the evil emperor dynasty, in terms of combat power, he was close to Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the old woman killed by the sovereign's clone. The spirit-devouring supreme being was very cautious. Even though the old woman's combat power was not as strong as before, and he had now become the second strongest heavenly venerate in the evil emperor dynasty, his personality remained unchanged. Whether it was feigning injury in a battle with the Lord's clone, or retreating in a previous battle with Bai Xiaochun, it was all his principle of conduct. Therefore, after the incident in the evil emperor's city decades ago, he was subtly punished by the evil emperor and assigned to guard this place. He willingly accepted this so-called punishment. He didn't even feel it was a punishment. He had lived comfortably in this second immortal realm for decades. Furthermore, he sighed, it's thanks to Bai Xiaochun. Otherwise, the one guarding this place would always be Yuan Yaozi, and I wouldn't have been assigned here. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and sighed. Most others might have forgotten Bai Xiaochun, but he hadn't. The multicolored fire that erupted all those years was still deeply etched in his memory. At this moment, he himself didn't know why, but a sudden surge of emotion welled up within him. He always felt a sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. He even spread out his divine consciousness, but detected nothing unusual. So he stood up, intending to go outside to investigate. But at this moment, suddenly, a force of divine consciousness that he had previously been unable to sense erupted from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire stone city, causing all the cultivators within the city to tremble. Their breaths held. At the same time, a voice echoed in their ears, a calm voice filled with majesty. Spirit Devourer, long time no see. This voice, in the ears of everyone in the stone city, sounded like a thunderous roar. But in the mind of the Spirit Devourer, it was like a thunderclap. This consciousness, this aura, this voice. The spirit-devouring supreme being suddenly widened his eyes. His mind was shaken. At this moment, his consciousness finally saw the figure clad in a white robe standing in the sky above the large stone city, his black hair flowing in the wind. Bai Xiaochun. The spirit-devouring supreme being exclaimed in astonishment. Almost instantly after his voice rang out, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, his expression changed, and directly pressed down from a distance towards the spirit-devouring supreme being's main hall. The heavens and earth exploded, the world trembled. The spirit-devouring supreme being let out a roar, his body suddenly lunging forward. Almost instantly after he lunged out, his main hall seemed to be erased, directly exploding into pieces in the deafening explosion. Although the spirit-devouring supreme being escaped, he only briefly passed through, his whole body trembling violently, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes held fear, disbelief, and utter astonishment. This level of power, in his perception, surpassed Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, seemingly too close to the evil emperor. Breakthrough, you've broken through. The spirit-devouring supreme being's scalp tingled. At this moment, he had absolutely no intention of fighting. His body instinctively wanted to flee. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. Back then, he had to be cautious when dealing with this spirit-devouring supreme being. Now, in Bai Xiaochun's perception, he wasn't incredibly weak, but he wasn't particularly strong either. He raised his right hand and casually pressed down. He acted immediately, uttering two words, suppress. As Bai Xiaochun's words spread, the entire world seemed to dim slightly in an instant. The heavens finally conjured a hand, like the sky collapsing, hurtling straight towards the spirit-devouring supreme being. As the hand descended, the surrounding ground churned. Even the void within the heavens and earth silently condensed, drastically slowing the spirit-devouring supreme being's speed and sealing him from all sides. After witnessing such a scene and sensing the changes in the surrounding world, the spirit-devouring supreme being's eyes nearly popped out. His eyes revealed intense terror, and he cried out in disbelief, You've broken through to the primordial realm? He couldn't help but be shocked. In his view, this was no longer the method of a heavenly venerate. This required shaking the entire world, activating the world's fundamental power to achieve such a feat. Even Guangmu Heavenly Venerate couldn't achieve this. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged as he raised his right hand and suddenly released it. With a deafening explosion, the sky collapsed. The spirit-devouring supreme being let out a desperate scream. He clasped his hands together, resisting with all his might. Regardless of whether it was a killer move or a divine technique, at this moment, everything erupted completely, filling the surroundings with black mist and forming countless killing shadows. But in front of the giant hand that had materialized in the sky, it was like a drop in the ocean. With a loud bang, this hand snapped shut, as if the heavens themselves had enveloped the spirit-devouring venerable. All the killing souls shattered. Even the spirit-devouring venerable himself was violently shaken, blood gushing out continuously. He was directly caught by that giant hand. He was fiercely gripped, as if being suppressed. At this moment, the thunder was still echoing, its aftershocks spreading. But the spirit-devouring venerable had already been directly captured by Bai Xiaochun. After Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, the spirit-devouring venerable, in despair, was absorbed into his storage bag. From the moment Bai Xiaochun made his move until he suppressed the spirit-devouring supreme, everything happened incredibly quickly. While it wasn't an instant, it didn't even take 10 breaths. Yet, in this brief period, the sky darkened, the wind ceased, and the clouds stopped. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, creating ripples that spread in all directions, causing everyone inside the massive stone city to gasp in fear and stare in stunned silence. Very quickly, a commotion erupted from within the city. It seemed that only now did they realize what had happened. My God, it's Bai Xiaochun. The heavenly king Bai Xiaochun, he's back. Suppressing the spirit-devouring heavenly venerate with one blow. How is this possible? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun stood in the sky, raising his right hand and making a gesture pointing at the ruins of the great stone palace. Instantly, the palace shattered, then turned into dust, which suddenly rose up, finally coalescing to form a massive stone tower, its layers rising steadily, seemingly without end. Finally, it stopped at the feet of a person, just like Bai Xiaochun standing majestically within the great stone palace, on the ground of his own unique domain. Bai Xiaochun's body swayed slightly as he sat down cross-legged on the tower, his gaze sweeping across the ground as he slowly spoke. Whether you want to run or stay, you can do whatever you want. This immortal realm, I, Bai Xiaochun, want it. With his final words, Bai Xiaochun used his cultivation to activate his Dao seed, forming a ripple of mental power that continuously spread in all directions, like a thunderclap striking the hearts of everyone present. Under this diffusion, not only the large stone city, but also other cities in the surrounding area, and even all the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty within the second half of the immortal realm, all heard it and were filled with fear and terror. A myriad of indescribable emotions surged within them. Evil Emperor, if you are not convinced, you can come and fight. This was Bai Xiaochun's final statement. These words, combined with his Dao Seed's mental power, were even more astonishing than before, spreading in all directions. Bai Xiaochun believed that within this second immortal realm, someone would surely relay his words to the evil emperor. His plan was to wait for the evil emperor to arrive right here. As for Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring supreme being, it was merely an advantage for him. At this moment, a large part of the second immortal realm was shaken. As time passed and the news spread, gradually the entire second immortal realm was affected. Something big has happened. Oh my god, this is an invasion! This is an invasion! Damn it, this Tongshan king is too arrogant. He won't be afraid of the evil emperor descending and directly suppressing and killing him. It must be a plan from the Holy Emperor dynasty. Could it be that the two great imperial dynasties really want to go to war? Amidst the chaotic discussions and shock, not many people left the second immortal realm. For the cultivators of the second immortal realm, they didn't believe Bai Xiaochun had the qualifications to take over this second immortal realm. They had strong faith in the evil emperor. At this moment, the news of Bai Xiaochun's return had spread throughout the second immortal realm, reaching the evil emperor city and the Holy Emperor dynasty. Everyone who heard about it was shaken. Even the evil emperor frowned slightly. His judgment differed from others. He knew that Bai Xiaochun was the owner of the inherited lord's fan and had accumulated over 10 years of experience. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't easily take such a risk. Thinking about it, he probably has some trump cards. I must wear him down first. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and directly released his divine consciousness to contact Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the old woman he had resurrected. Guangmu, Renling, you to go and capture Bai Xiaochun for me. Although Guangmu and the old woman Renling didn't understand Bai Xiaochun as well as the evil emperor, they understood his usual personality. If he were to escape, or if he wasn't absolutely certain of his fate, he wouldn't be so arrogant and boastful upon his return. They were also aware that Bai Xiaochun definitely had some killer moves, and they understood the evil emperor's intentions even more clearly. However, they had no way to refuse. As heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty, in a major event like this invasion, they had a responsibility to act on behalf of the evil emperor to resolve the issue and test their trump cards early. Therefore, after a moment of silence, both Guangmu Heavenly Venerable and the old woman Renling instantly flew out, teleporting directly to the second immortal realm through the evil emperor city's formation, heading straight towards the large stone city. Behind them, the evil emperor had already stepped out of the imperial palace and disappeared without a trace. He secretly followed them, arriving at the second immortal realm at the same time. Throughout the entire evil emperor dynasty's second immortal realm, although the capital had been occupied by Bai Xiaochun, the spirit-devouring supreme being had been captured, and his voice had spread far and wide. The panic wasn't too great. In fact, the people of the evil emperor dynasty had complete confidence and certainty in the evil emperor. At this moment, there were even quite a few cultivators using various methods to travel from other areas towards the large stone city, wanting to see firsthand how the evil emperor would suppress the heavenly king Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, many cultivators from the Tongshan world, hidden within the second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty, were anxious upon hearing this news. Many gritted their teeth and emerged from their hiding places, rushing towards the large stone city. Similarly, when Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and Renling Heavenly Venerate descended upon the large stone city, outside it, more than 100,000 cultivators had already gathered, surrounding it in a dense crowd. They all wanted to witness the upcoming suppression battle firsthand. These were merely those outside the city. Needless to say, inside the large stone city, many cultivators watched with eager eyes. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the high tower. He paid no attention to these people. He had already said that if they didn't believe him and didn't want to leave, then it was fine for them to stay and witness it. The more people there are, the more this battle of mine will shake the entire immortal realm of eternal life. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a strong and intense fighting spirit. He had been patiently enduring for many years on the treasure fan. Previously, he had held back his anger, but it hadn't dissipated even after the death of the Grand Prince. Now was the time to unleash that anger. People from the Tongshan world had already begun to rush towards the immortal realm of eternal life. Almost instantly upon Guanmu Heavenly Venerate and Renling Heavenly Venerate's arrival, Bai Xiaochun immediately noticed them. He slowly raised his head, calmly looking at the two figures rapidly approaching from afar, a cold smile slowly appearing on his lips. This evil emperor is indeed cautious. Despite his primordial cultivation, he still sent a Heavenly Venerate to test my trump card. What a pity, currently, no Heavenly Venerate is qualified to test my trump card. A cold smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's lips. At the same time, Guanmu Heavenly Venerate's breathing became rapid. He vaguely felt that Bai Xiaochun sitting on the high tower at this moment was very inappropriate. But the evil emperor's decree was difficult to disobey. He could also imagine that the evil emperor was certainly interested in this place at this time. So he adjusted his breathing. Even though he felt danger, he still persevered, directly letting out a low roar. His entire cultivation erupted, directly giving rise to a raging storm, transforming into a hand that grabbed towards Bai Xiaochun. Beside him, the old woman Renling was not as worried. Among the Heavenly Venerates of the evil Emperor dynasty, this old woman was the only one who had not had any contact with Bai Xiaochun. From the moment Bai Xiaochun arrived at the evil Emperor city until she exploded in rage, she had been in the process of reviving and recovering. Although her combat power was slightly weakened at this moment, she remained resolute, striking swiftly and fiercely. It was as if her entire body transformed into a ferocious black eagle. With a roar, like a flash of lightning, she directly lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. Two great heavenly venerables charged forward, their aura shaking the 8 directions, causing the wind and clouds to change color, and the sky to be shrouded in swirling mist. A storm raged on the ground. This kind of aura directly stirred the thoughts of millions of people below, forming an astonishing wave of energy. From afar, it seemed as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The speed of Guanmu Heavenly Venerable and the aura he generated seemed capable of replacing the sky itself, suppressing everything. Although Renling Heavenly Venerable was slightly weaker, the killing intent she exuded far surpassed Guangmu's. Clearly, when it came to slaughter and ferocity, Renling Heavenly Venerable was #1 within the evil Emperor dynasty. Now, with their combined strength, their aura became even more ferocious. It seemed that everything in their path would be shattered and crushed. Inside the massive stone city, cheers erupted. The cultivators of the evil Emperor dynasty were all incredibly excited. Their voices spread in all directions. 2 great heavenly venerables are taking action. This Tongshan king is definitely dead. Haha, he's just a heavenly venerable from a Tongshan world. He's not even worthy of the evil emperor's attention. 2 heavenly venerables are already giving him too much credit. Just Guanmu Heavenly Venerable alone is enough to make Bai Xiaochun flee for his life. It wasn't just those inside the city who thought this. Even the cultivators of the evil Emperor dynasty who had rushed from outside the city were almost all excited at this moment. For them, no matter how strong Bai Xiaochun was, he was still an outsider. Unless he reached the primordial realm and relied on overwhelming combat power to make everyone obey him, there was simply no way to shake the arrogance of the evil Emperor dynasty cultivators. Bai Xiaochun, you're so arrogant. This time you're definitely going to die. Such sounds, accompanied by laughter, spread across the ground, reaching forward. Only the cultivators of the Tongshan world, hidden within the chaotic crowd, felt an overwhelming anxiety, yet were powerless to do anything. They could only watch helplessly as Guangmu and Renling slowly approached Bai Xiaochun, filled with fear, worrying, and even sorrow. Bai Xiaochun naturally heard the sounds coming from the ground, but he paid no attention whatsoever. His smile grew even colder. Just as they considered Bai Xiaochun an outsider, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, they were also outsiders. Since that's the case, I will once again bring about the very thing you are most proud of, and make you despair. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Facing the 2 great heavenly venerables charging towards him, he didn't even stand up. He simply raised his right hand, emitting a faint trace of lordly aura, then condensed it within his right hand and directly punched down. This punch wasn't the complete immortal Lord's Fist, but it still contained several tenths of the Lord's Fist intent and domineering power. As soon as the punch was thrown, the heavens and earth exploded. The void in front of Bai Xiaochun couldn't withstand it and directly collapsed. As the void collapsed, the explosion surpassed even the thunder, abruptly cutting short the cheers of the millions of people on the ground. In the blink of an eye, as the void was cut short, the space in front of Bai Xiaochun collapsed, spreading widely at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it enveloped Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and Ren Ling. Within this collapsing void was Bai Xiaochun's cultivation and physical strength forming a fist, and also contained a faint trace of Lord's aura. But these combined might be nothing to the ancient ones, but for a Heavenly Venerate, this was an unstoppable catastrophe. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's eyes wide and in shock. With his cultivation and composure, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, and he cried out in astonishment. This is impossible. Guangmu's mind was violently shaken. The most terrifying feeling he had ever experienced surged within him, causing his body to tremble. At this moment, he simply didn't have time to think too much. From head to toe, his entire being exuded an intense, life-or-death threat, causing him to let out a furious roar. Veins bulged on his face. He showed absolutely no hesitation or retreat, because he knew that retreating at this moment would undoubtedly lead to death. The power contained within Bai Xiaochun's punch was secondary. Most importantly, it was the aura emanating from it that filled him with fear. This aura was like a sharp, pointed sword, its power overwhelming. If this sword were made of wood or paper, it would be one thing. But time and again, this sword was like the sharpest, most invincible force in the world. Its speed was too fast. It was already close. Amidst the roaring sound, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had no intention of capturing Bai Xiaochun. All his cultivation and divine abilities erupted. He even brought out at least 10 supreme treasures. For him, although none of them were world treasures, they were all killer moves he rarely used. At this moment, he completely disregarded the pain, unleashing everything solely for defense. Ren Ling Tianzun, standing beside him, reacted a little slower than him and was also terrified. However, she was slightly less prepared. She had many other options and suddenly retreated. But different choices led to completely different outcomes. In an instant, as the void collapsed, rumbling sounds spread out. From afar, it looked like a black mouth directly devouring Guangmu Tianzun and Ren Ling Tianzun. A mournful and desperate scream erupted. At the same time, more than 10 supreme treasures surrounding Guangmu Tianzun's body couldn't hold out much longer. Amidst the rumbling, they were shattered and crushed. Everything was destroyed. His divine abilities, techniques, and all his defenses were now violently torn apart, allowing the killing intent to penetrate directly. However, his preparations weren't entirely useless, because Bai Xiaochun hadn't unleashed too much of his lord-level aura. For him, this was almost a fatal blow. But at this moment, thanks to his preparations, although Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's chest caved in, blood gushed out, and he suffered severe injuries. His body being swept away like a kite with a broken string, his life was still spared. But the old woman Ren Ling, because she chose to retreat first, was unprepared. This misjudgment directly led to all her defenses being torn apart. Even her body, in an instant, was shattered into pieces, utterly destroyed. Even her Tao seed, now being swept back inward, was also being swept away by the collapsing void, spreading outwards. Although not erased, the cracking sounds were clearly audible. From within this Tao seed, a mournful and heart-wrenching cry directly emanated. The old woman's Tao seed. In the eyes of the Heavenly Venerate, unless it was the primordial era, it was impossible to destroy it. But in this instant, 7 or 8 enormous cracks appeared, a shocking sight. Each crack that appeared was like a weakening after resurrection. At this moment, the Tao seed. Even if this old woman were to be resurrected, her entire Heavenly Venerate cultivation would likely be weakened to the extreme. Whether she could barely maintain her Heavenly Venerate cultivation depended on her fate. All of this sounds lengthy in description, but in reality, it all happened in an instant, unimaginably fast. Before even a fundamental thought could be processed, it was like a slap, a fierce blow to the faces of all the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty, utterly vicious. In everyone's eyes, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and Renling Heavenly Venerate, their imposing auras seemingly carrying boundless killing intent, were being overwhelmed. But Bai Xiaochun was there. His body hadn't even risen, he had simply thrown a punch from a distance. This punch shattered the void, severely injuring Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Even more terrifying, it almost completely killed a Heavenly Venerate. It's worth noting that in the past, this was almost impossible. Only the Ancient Ones could destroy a Dao seed. Therefore, during Heavenly Venerate battles, death wasn't usually a particular fear. But in this instant, everything changed. In the eternal immortal realm, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, from this moment on, a third person has appeared who can completely slay a Heavenly Venerate. This event was significant, and Bai Xiaochun's display of terrifying combat power caused everyone to swallow hard. After a brief moment of stunned silence, cries of astonishment and fear erupted. My God, this can't be. How could this happen? What is his cultivation level? He can kill a Heavenly Venerate. He really killed one. It's like erasing them. The murmurs and discussions spread incessantly. Amidst the shock and fear of everyone present, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, who was protecting his life, also trembled. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes revealed intense fear and disbelief. But Bai Xiaochun's gaze never met Guangmu's. He slowly rose from the high tower, and as he looked up, he gazed towards the distant sky. Evil Emperor, since you've arrived, why be so secretive? I want to challenge you. Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty surrounding him were still reeling from the shock. The cultivators of the Tongchen world hidden within were overjoyed and shocked by Xiaochun's words, like thunder, directly exploded in everyone's hearts. Evil Emperor. My God, could it be that the evil emperor himself has arrived? Ha ha, Bai Xiaochun is doomed. Once His Majesty the evil emperor takes action, in the entire eternal immortal realm, except for the holy emperor, no one else will be able to withstand his wrath. All the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty surrounding him seemed to regain their confidence. At this moment, sounds of excitement continuously emanated. In the sky, wherever Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell, that place instantly twisted. Gradually, a figure slowly emerged from within. After appearing, it gradually became clearer. This person was clad in a golden imperial robe and an imperial crown, making him appear tall and imposing, while also possessing an air of wicked charm and domineering power. Without exerting himself, his aura was enough to shake the 8 directions. There was also a wave of ancient energy, seemingly that of a supreme ruler. At this moment, his appearance was like walking in his own garden. This kind of aura caused even Bai Xiaochun's pupils to slightly contract. It's the evil emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Highness. At this moment, various forms of address echoed from inside and outside the massive stone city. In an instant, almost everyone knelt down before the evil emperor in the sky. The evil emperor's expression was calm, his eyes filled with coldness. His entire being exuded an aura of authority without anger. First, he glanced at the people on the ground and nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, do you know your crime? The evil emperor spoke indifferently. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. In this instant, his fighting spirit surged. He had been waiting for this moment. He didn't even open his mouth, but suddenly took a step forward, directly heading towards the sky. The evil emperor snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and swung it. This swing, seemingly ordinary, unleashed a raging storm, directly erupting and spreading outwards in all directions. Within this ferocious storm, a wave of energy and ancient divine consciousness descended, invisibly suppressing Bai Xiaochun. The sounds were earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun had only taken a few steps when he was immediately crushed by the surrounding storm and the divine consciousness descending from the heavens. This divine consciousness contained the essence of the ancient era and countless other thoughts. For the ancient era, controlling mental power was a matter of effortless ease. It was precisely because of this absolute dominance of mental power that, under normal circumstances, heavenly venerables were completely unable to attack the ancient era. As long as the wave of the ancient era's mental power fluctuated, it could directly suppress a heavenly venerable. Previously, the evil emperor didn't use his mental power because he wanted to lure Bai Xiaoqun into using teleportation, thus secretly observing the tattered fan. Now, he knew he was hopeless against the tattered fan. Bai Xiaoqun's previous attack contained a trace of Lord-level aura, which startled the evil emperor. Therefore, this time, his attack was a mental power suppression. Bai Xiaoqun felt the surrounding world freeze. A powerful repulsive force seemed to emanate from the sky, from the ground, and from the surrounding void. Whether it was the world or the people of this world, it seemed that in this instant, they were all intensely repelled. This repulsive force formed an oppressive power, instantly transforming into an incredibly strong force that slammed down on Bai Xiaoqun, causing his body to suddenly sink. With a gasp for breath, his body finally plummeted straight to the ground. This was the Ancient One's control over mental power, and the result was that even a heavenly venerate facing the Ancient One was utterly powerless to retaliate. This was something Bai Xiaoqun hadn't experienced before, when he fought the Ancient One's servant on the treasure fan. After all, although the Ancient One's servant was from the Ancient One, he didn't possess the same domain and subjects as the evil emperor here, thus preventing him from manipulating mental power in such a way. Seeing the evil emperor merely wave his sleeve and suppress Bai Xiaoqun, cheers erupted from all sides. But just as the cheers faded, a low roar suddenly erupted from Bai Xiaoqun's mouth. Bai Xiaoqun let out a roar, his eyes bloodshot. As he suddenly raised his head in that instant, a lord's aura directly burst forth from his body. This aura, all of it, erupted from his right hand. Outsiders couldn't perceive it very clearly, but the evil emperor, present, felt his pupils suddenly contract, his expression becoming extremely serious. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his right hand formed a hand seal. In the sky, a palm strike descended directly towards Bai Xiaoqun. As this strike landed, in an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, forming the outline of a hand beneath it. At the same time, a portion of the ground also seemed to disappear, appearing in the sky, completing the outline of this colossal body. Immediately afterward, the wind, rain, thunder, lightning, even the seawater within the eternal sea, in short, all things at this moment, before the evil emperor materialized, merging into that single palm strike. Finally, what suddenly appeared before him was a gigantic hand. This wasn't an illusion, but a hand belonging to the eternal world, formed from the evil emperor's mental power. This hand was enormous, measuring approximately 1,000 feet. At this moment, amidst a resounding explosion, a palm strike hurtled down towards Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun's aura condensed. As the Lord's aura diffused, the oppressive mental force on him was instantly shattered, as if swept away by a gust of wind. With the pressure on him lessening slightly, Bai Xiaoqun raised his head. The fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. "Come on, fight!" Bai Xiaoqun roared, his body suddenly lunging forward, charging straight towards the evil emperor. During this charge, his right hand clenched, a thunderous roar echoing. Behind him, an imperial figure appeared. Imperial robes, imperial crown, and appearance similar to Bai Xiaoqun's. The only difference was his right hand. It was the arm of the Lord. Immortal Lord Fist. The Immortal Lord's Fist. This was Bai Xiaoqun's most powerful divine technique to date, and also his ultimate weapon to shake the ancient era. Whether it was testing his skills in the starry sky or battling the ancient servants, Bai Xiaoqun's mastery of the Immortal Sovereign Fist had reached a level of effortless mastery. At the same time, only when the Lord's aura was unleashed in this punch could it truly explode to its fullest extent. At this moment, as Bai Xiaoqun unleashed the Immortal Lord's Fist, his right hand seemed to condense the power of 10,000 armies, suddenly surging forward, directly striking towards the ancient palm that had arrived in the sky. The Emperor's shadow behind him also raised the Lord's arm, merging with Bai Xiaoqun, simultaneously transforming into this punch, surging forth with overwhelming force. The heavens and earth trembled, and explosions erupted in all directions. Whether it was the sky or the ground, everything shook violently. An aura far surpassing that of a heavenly venerate, in this instant, became earth-shattering. The entire second immortal realm was shaking, even causing drastic changes in the heavens, causing ripples in the world, and causing the other heavenly venerates within the evil emperor city to all sunset, their minds surging with immense power. At the same time, high above this massive stone city, viewed from afar, Bai Xiaochun's immortal sovereign fist, merging with the emperor's image behind him, seemed to transform into a giant, equivalent to an ancient colossal hand, like the collision of the sun and moon directly crashing into each other. Boom! The entire second immortal realm trembled. Even the massive stone city shook. Many buildings shattered. The ground vibrated and spread. Numerous mountains in the second immortal realm exploded. Cracks appeared in many areas of the ground. Even the eternal sea surged with towering waves at this moment. The immortal realm of the evil emperor city was also affected, the slight tremor causing countless terrified and astonished cries. And in the sky above the massive stone city, following an unimaginably violent explosion, in this instant, it spread throughout half of the eternal immortal realm. In this instant, Bai Xiaochun's immortal sovereign fist, along with the emperor's image behind him, was completely shattered. Bai Xiaochun himself frantically spat out fresh blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. But his immortal sovereign fist had already erupted wildly in this instant. Although his injuries were severe, he still managed to stand while retreating. After regaining his footing, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Ancient evil emperor, what can you do? Because this ancient hand, which seemed impossible to shatter and destroy, had at this moment directly exploded into pieces. Under this backlash, even the powerful evil emperor's body trembled slightly, his face turned pale, and a stream of fresh blood finally gushed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's voice, filled with fervor, echoed throughout the collapsing stone city. Everyone who witnessed this scene was terrified, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A colossal wave of shock surged through them. They had seen with their own eyes that the supreme evil emperor, after making his move, not only couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaochun, but even blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. This blood caused everyone's hearts to be instantly turned upside down, as if the gods in their hearts had, at this moment, become mere mortals? Impossible. It can't be like this. Your Majesty is an ancient being. Could Bai Xiaochun also be an ancient being? My God! Your Majesty, he's injured. Countless cries of astonishment rang out. Compared to before, their emotions were even more complex and intense, erupting and spreading in all directions. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's laughter at this moment echoed even more intensely. He couldn't help but be excited. He couldn't help but be exhilarated. In fact, Bai Xiaochun had dreamed of this day for many years. Since he descended to the eternal immortal realm, he had always longed for the day when he could fight against the ancient emperor. He knew his own cultivation was insufficient. He knew his loved ones and friends were suffering. He had even witnessed some of it firsthand. Especially everything that happened inside the evil emperor city in the past half-cycle had deeply affected Bai Xiaochun. His wife and child were unsafe, Sangyu had died, and he felt powerless and helpless against the evil emperor, who was below the ancient emperor level. All of this had long driven Bai Xiaochun mad. Therefore, during these 5 or 6 months, he had risked everything to cultivate. Now, under this battle, all of Bai Xiaochun's efforts and struggles were exchanged for hope. This wasn't just a simple fight. This was a frontal battle that would shake the ancient era. As soon as he could strike, Bai Xiaochun held nothing back, directly unleashing everything. At the same time, the evil emperor also held nothing back. In his view, that one palm strike was enough to kill all heavenly venerables. Even 10 powerful figures like Guangmu, if they were together, would be directly suppressed and killed. But, with a full-force blow from the evil emperor, Bai Xiaochun was able to directly shatter it. Especially under this backlash, he, a powerful ancient expert, a mighty evil emperor, ended up with blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Although this injury was extremely minor to him, disappearing in an instant, it still wounded his dignity. The astonished murmurs from everyone below also caused the evil emperor's eyes to instantly fill with an even more intense killing intent than before. The aura of a lord. What a magnificent aura of a lord. Bai Xiaochun, I truly underestimated you. However, this game should end now. Is this punch your only hope? Then let me show you the true power of the ancient. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes. As his words were spoken, he suddenly extended both arms. With each decisive click, the sky behind him instantly exploded, and finally, from within the void, from the air, a red sun rose. That's the sun. This sun is incredibly huge. In the blink of an eye, the sun that was originally at the zenith, belonging to the immortal realm of eternity, dimmed until it vanished in an instant. After it disappeared, the red sun behind the evil emperor suddenly expanded, seemingly replacing the original sun, becoming the only one. An aura surpassing the previous one erupted at this moment. Do you know the immortal realm of eternity can only have two ancient beings? The holy emperor fused with the moon, and I fused with the red sun. Therefore, you and anyone else in this lifetime will absolutely never be able to achieve the position of ancient being in the immortal realm of eternity. I have told you this secret. So now, take this secret and go die. The evil emperor's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he swung his arms forcefully. Instantly, the crimson sun in the sky behind him erupted, forming a wave of heat that seemed to destroy heaven and earth, as if wanting to incinerate everything, annihilate all living beings, and then descend directly. Looking in that direction, it enveloped the entire massive stone city. Clearly, in the evil emperor's eyes, the life and death of the people here were of no concern whatsoever. As long as he could kill Bai Xiaochun, as long as he could wait for Bai Xiaochun's death and seize his inherited broken fan, then everything would be worth it to the evil emperor. As the fiery crimson sun descended, the massive stone city began to melt. Countless cultivators, amidst the mournful cries, fled in droves, but they were still a little too slow. They were about to be cremated into ashes today. At this moment, the heart-wrenching cries, pleas for forgiveness, and unbelievable lamentations echoed incessantly. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. In truth, at this very moment, the evil emperor's use of the red sun technique had shaken him deeply. However, the evil emperor had miscalculated. He believed the immortal sovereign fist was Bai Xiaochun's trump card. But in reality, Bai Xiaochun's true trump card was not. He didn't have time to think too much at this moment. Seeing the red sun approaching, flames engulfing the sky, even his body felt as if it were being consumed by fire. Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his right hand, his divine consciousness, through some special method similar to teleportation, directly sealing off the treasure fan in the starry sky. At this moment, the treasure fan, which was flying in the starry sky, suddenly trembled. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai, who were up there, also had a change in expression. The little spirit flew out. They immediately saw that, inside the fan-shaped world, on the long river, the chess piece in the hand of an ancient servant sitting on a solitary boat suddenly burst forth with intense light. In the blink of an eye, it shot out and directly disappeared into the starry sky. When it reappeared, it was suddenly in the immortal realm of eternity, the second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty, above the sky of a large melting stone city. It was a beam of light, endlessly dazzling, as if it could compete with the red sun in brilliance. The moment it appeared, even the powerful evil emperor's face changed color. He immediately felt the fluctuations within this light. Then, his expression changed drastically for the first time. This is, I call it, the ancient light. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's voice suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Amidst the despair of countless people on the ground, under this descending red sun, the second immortal realm trembled in an instant. This ancient light directly emitted an even more intense light, carrying a strong ancient aura, and rushed straight towards the red sun. The heavens and earth shook, and explosions erupted in all directions. Bai Xiaochun had experienced this ancient light before, so he knew its power clearly. Its power was immense. It was like a full-force attack from an ancient expert. Although this was related to the ancient servant, it was mostly from the chessboard. Bai Xiaochun had also studied it. He was certain that this chessboard was also a supreme treasure. In the hands of an ancient expert, it could perfectly unleash its supreme treasure power. At this moment, under the shaking of the heavens and earth, the ancient light directly collided with the red sun. This earth-shattering red sun, although not completely shattered, was still directly struck by this primordial light, leaving a huge hole. Boom! A deafening sound spread throughout the eternal immortal realm. At this moment, not only was the evil emperor dynasty shaken, but even the holy emperor dynasty continent trembled. Inside Holy Emperor City, all the heavenly venerables suddenly looked up, their hearts surging with shock, gazing towards the evil emperor dynasty. In fact, they had already sensed the evil emperor's earlier use of his techniques to dissipate the sun and replace it with his own red sun. Now, as even more intense waves of energy spread throughout the world, their hearts were filled with fear. This is the primordial war. My God, how could this be? Who is fighting the evil emperor? As Chen Su and Gu Jianjun cried out in panic, the Holy Emperor, his expression extremely solemn, emerged from the palace of the Holy Emperor city and stood in the sky. At this moment, a colossal, earth-shattering storm was brewing in his heart. The group led by Gu Jianjun couldn't sense it. However, because he was a primordial being, his perception was even clearer and more thorough. Although he couldn't see the specific battle, he closed his eyes, and within his divine consciousness appeared. It was the scene of Bai Xiaoqun and the evil emperor's battle that caused the fluctuations, thus allowing him to deduce the image. Whether it was the previous immortal sovereign fist or the subsequent primordial light, both surged forth. Bai Xiaoqun. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's emotions suddenly surged. The sovereign aura had already shaken him. The appearance of the primordial light made it impossible for him to remain calm. Although the Holy Emperor was shaken, based on his judgment, he was confident that this level of external force, when used, would undoubtedly be extremely harsh. At this moment, the evil emperor, who was in the sky above the large stone city, shared the same thought. His mind was also shaken. Looking at this primordial light, although it didn't completely shatter his red sun, it created a large hole, causing cracks to appear in the red sun. If it happened a few more times, although it still wouldn't be able to destroy his red sun, it could certainly inflict serious damage. All of this made it impossible for him to calm down. However, Bai Xiaoqun, I don't believe you can use this kind of external force a second time. The evil emperor's expression was grim, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing towards the red sun. Instantly, the red sun descended at an even faster speed than before, intending to completely incinerate Bai Xiaoqun and the entire land. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoqun, with blood still clinging to his lips, suddenly smiled. There won't be a second time. How do you know my primordial light won't have a second time? Bai Xiaoqun laughed heartily, a strange light flashing in his eyes. His entire being exuded intense confidence. It seemed that at this moment, he had forgotten that he only had 14 primordial lights left. The punishment he had previously inflicted on the little spirit was due to the awakening of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai, thus allowing Bai Xiaoqun to have already restored his power to 15 times that amount. At this moment, he displayed an aura of immense power. Facing the evil emperor, facing the roaring red sun charging towards him, Bai Xiaoqun swung his right hand forcefully. No need to fear. Your Bai family doesn't really have much. With a low roar, as Bai Xiaoqun's divine consciousness merged with the treasure fan in the starry sky, a second primordial light appeared in the sky above the eternal immortal realm. Not stopping there, in an instant, a third primordial light also transformed and rushed forward. With a loud explosion, these two streams of primordial light unleashed true primordial power, charging straight towards the red sun. The evil emperor's entire body trembled violently, his eyes widened, and his mind was somewhat shaken. In fact, Bai Xiaoqun's actions this time had caused a slight wavering in his own judgment. At the same time, as the primordial light approached, it instantly struck the red sun. The crimson sun trembled, emitting an earth-shattering explosion. Then two deep craters suddenly appeared within the crimson sun. The primordial light, capable of inflicting wounds the size of chess pieces even on a lord's arm, was immense. Although this crimson sun, formed by the evil emperor's fusion with the eternal immortal realm sun, possessed earth-shattering power, it was still considerably weaker compared to a lord's arm. Therefore, the appearance of these craters on the crimson sun, though not piercing through, was still shocking. Under this shock, the crimson sun's own light was greatly diminished. Even its fiery temperature decreased noticeably. At the same time, due to the continuous depletion, not only did the evil emperor's speed slow down, but under the backlash, not only did fresh blood spill from the corners of his mouth, but for the first time, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? The evil emperor gasped, staring intently at Bai Xiaoqun. His chest heaved uncontrollably. His mind was filled with a sense of disbelief and incomprehension. Even though he knew Bai Xiaoqun was the owner of that tattered fan, he still couldn't imagine how Bai Xiaoqun could have transformed so drastically in such a short time. The difference like heaven and earth. Before, Bai Xiaoqun might have been able to barely withstand a phantom attack in front of him. But if he wanted to kill him, it wouldn't have been as easy as flipping a hand, but it certainly wouldn't have been a problem. But now, he had to admit that Bai Xiaoqun, with this Lord's Fist, already possessed the combat power of a half-step ancient realm expert. But if that were all, he still had the confidence to suppress him. It's just... Within Bai Xiaoqun's primordial light lies true primordial combat power, completely reversing everything. Even though the evil emperor didn't want to admit it, at this moment, he knew clearly. He was powerless against Bai Xiaoqun. Unless he spared no expense, risking everything to engage in a life-or-death battle with Bai Xiaoqun, even if it meant risking serious injury. If he were the only primordial being in the eternal immortal realm, he might consider such a choice. But the Holy Emperor's concern, how could he not know? At this moment, the evil emperor's greatest hope was to kill Bai Xiaoqun without hesitation. However, if he were injured here, the Holy Emperor would definitely strike first. At that point, he would truly be in mortal danger. Even if he were to flee, the Holy Emperor would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to wage war. By then, the Holy Emperor would control even more immortal realms. His divine abilities and mental techniques would certainly appear here, leaving him completely helpless even after recovering and reappearing. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, even though the evil emperor didn't want to, he could only look at Bai Xiaoqun, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, time and again, he had to suppress his feelings. Damn it, could this really be so difficult to resolve? The evil emperor gasped. He was somewhat unwilling, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. He was truly tempted to disregard his injuries and eliminate Bai Xiaoqun. His primordial light couldn't possibly be limitless. As long as I can find its limit, then, under circumstances where I don't suffer any damage, I can kill him and make the Holy Emperor hesitant to act easily. It's not impossible. Thinking this, the killing intent in the evil emperor's eyes intensified. His body trembled slightly, and his hands formed a hand seal. Instantly, his entire body merged with the red sun. With a loud bang, the light of the red sun, which had been dim, surged. After merging with the red sun, the evil emperor reached his strongest state. He was the red sun, and the red sun was him. At this moment, with a single step, the speed increased. A scorching heat, like a raging fire, spread outwards. The dry ground twisted and warped. On the ground, many people let out mournful cries, their bodies visibly drying up and turning into corpses. Bai Xiaoqun, I'll bet you won't be able to emit many more primordial lights. The evil emperor roared, his speed increasing. Under the loud explosion, the distance between him and Bai Xiaoqun narrowed. Seeing the evil emperor's persistence, Bai Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes. He knew he had 12 more. He understood that he absolutely couldn't reveal his crucial points. Therefore, he smiled again. A hint of composure flickered in his eyes as he calmly spoke. You've seen it again. Keep trying, keep going, persevere a little longer. I won't lie to you, there's one last light. He spoke, pointing his right hand towards the sky. Instantly, a beam of ancient light roared down. And it wasn't over yet. Following Bai Xiaoqun's voice, a fifth beam of ancient light suddenly appeared. Two beams of light in quick succession caused a violent shock in the evil emperor's heart. He realized he couldn't see through Bai Xiaoqun's true power. He knew very well that the other party couldn't possibly use an unlimited amount. Yet, time and again, he couldn't figure out the specifics. And no matter how he looked at it, the actual number seemed to be far greater, making it seem unbelievable. Especially now, as his mind was once again shaken, Bai Xiaoqun lightly flicked his sleeve, tilted his chin up, and spoke arrogantly. This time it's truly the final strike. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. High above, after the two ancient beams of light appeared, another ancient beam of light suddenly materialized. All of this was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing a great wave of emotion to surge within the evil emperor. How many beams does he actually possess? The evil emperor felt a pang of resentment, sorrow, and indignation. If Bai Xiaoqun hadn't admitted it, it would have been fine. But Bai Xiaoqun repeatedly showed such an acknowledgement, which only fueled the evil emperor's anger and left him utterly bewildered. He quickly dodged, but the red sun was too large, and the ancient light was too fast. With a deafening explosion, everything descended, nearly shattering the red sun. The evil emperor spat out blood. The red sun was forced to dissipate, and his body rapidly retreated. Up until now, this battle had ultimately left him wounded multiple times. At this moment, he had no choice but to retreat. His heart was filled with pressure, and he felt like he was going insane. He truly couldn't determine how many Dao techniques Bai Xiaochun still possessed. And in that instant of retreat, he had caught the attention of the Holy Emperor. A tremendous wave of emotion surged within him, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He lifted his foot and then lowered it repeatedly, unable to make a decision. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He now had 9 Dao techniques left. He knew that no matter what, he couldn't try to utter them. Standing in the sky, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back, looked back at the evil emperor, and sighed. I truly only have one last Dao technique left, damn you. Upon hearing these words, the evil emperor's anger was uncontrollable. At this moment, he finally stopped retreating and suddenly turned around. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he immediately charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. But just as he rushed forward, following Bai Xiaochun's low roar, in the sky, 1, 2, 3. 3 consecutive beams of ancient light descended with a thunderous roar. He roared in anger and simultaneously retreated. In the resounding explosion, the 3 beams of ancient light struck down. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Bai Xiaochun's voice, filled with regret, rang out again. Now it's really not Bai Xiaochun. Upon hearing these words, the evil emperor suddenly turned around and charged forward again. But just as he got close, in an instant, 3 more beams of ancient light suddenly descended. The evil emperor spat out fresh blood, looked up at the sky, and let out a loud roar. The last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished in that instant. He didn't want to try anymore. He felt that it was simply impossible to find out, especially now that Bai Xiaochun's despicable voice echoed. Right now, there really isn't any left, you can rest assured. Bai Xiaochun lied again. He wasn't completely gone, but only 3 strands of the primordial light remained. The evil emperor didn't know, however, that from the very beginning of this battle, he had been at a disadvantage. Bai Xiaochun repeatedly defied common sense. Not only did he not deny it, but he also proactively told him. However, each time he proactively spoke, he said it was the last strand. From then on, the evil emperor was completely unable to make a definitive judgment. What lay before him was no longer his own judgment, but whether he believed Bai Xiaochun or not. He would never believe Bai Xiaochun, even if it meant death. But time and again, your disbelief proved Bai Xiaochun was lying, and his lies represented. He had actually told the truth many times. But if you believe, waiting for the evil emperor, it's like believing even more each time you don't want to believe. Therefore, after trying, you'll receive a terrible lesson. This shift in concept, this shift in psychology, is where Bai Xiaochun's intelligence lies. Because of this simple principle, the evil emperor also understands. But the simpler the principle, the more understandable it is. Yet when faced with it in reality, the more impossible it becomes for anyone to handle. To this day, even the Holy Emperor still cannot determine how many more strands of primordial light Bai Xiaochun possesses. Yet, time and again, he and the evil emperor both understand that Bai Xiaochun's primordial light cannot possibly be infinite. However, both he and the Holy Emperor are wary of each other, not daring to risk everything to try and find the answer. Now, fighting again is impossible. Trying is also useless. They're afraid they won't accept it. But it cannot be denied. In this eternal immortal realm from now on, there will appear another being who is not an ancient being, but is an opponent of the ancient beings. They couldn't bear to look him in the eye, but his sheer power forced them to. Finally, the evil emperor sighed. There was nothing he could do. He gazed deeply at Bai Xiaochun, silently accepting the outcome. From now on, he would lose an immortal realm. He turned sharply, then, with extreme determination, swept away Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and suddenly departed. This massive stone city had become a complete ruin. Of the hundreds of thousands of people surrounding it, more than half had perished. The remaining survivors, each experiencing the bitterness of survival, were filled with pain, anger, and an indescribable pressure. Their pain stemmed from the evil emperor's disregard for them. Their anger stemmed from the evil emperor's complete indifference to their lives and deaths. If Bai Xiaochun couldn't confront this red sun, and it happened before all of them, the only choice would be death for everyone. At this moment, amidst the silence, someone took a deep breath and immediately knelt down before Bai Xiaochun in the sky. Very quickly, almost all the cultivators present knelt. Greetings, Emperor Tongshan. Greetings, Emperor Tongshan. In the hearts of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, the Ancient Ones were deeply rooted rulers. Anyone who became an Ancient One would be called an Emperor. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't an Ancient One, he could render the evil Emperor powerless. Their battle had made everyone regard Bai Xiaochun as an Ancient One. Therefore, their form of address at this moment changed from Tongshan King to Tongshan Emperor. At the same time, beneath the evil Emperor's red sun avatar, some of the Tongshan world's hidden cultivators, fortunate enough to survive, were now indescribably excited. Their bodies trembled, their emotions surging. Each of them, who had previously dared not show their true feelings, rushed forward, their bows distinctly different from others. Their bows were a heartfelt, long-awaited expression of approval. The eternal world, the 5 great immortal realms, from this moment on. One of them belonged to Bai Xiaochun. This momentous event, in a short time, spread like a whirlwind. Whether it was the evil Emperor dynasty or the Holy Emperor dynasty, everyone who learned of it was shaken, their minds reeling, going from disbelief to utter astonishment. Finally, the announcement was made, and everyone gasped. The Heavenly King Bai Xiaochun fought a battle with the evil Emperor, and neither side gained the upper hand. My God, how could this be the Heavenly King? Now he should be called the Heavenly Emperor. He actually ascended to the primordial realm. In the eternal immortal realm, after so many years, a third primordial realm expert has appeared. It's Bai Xiaochun again. I remember half a century ago, he was still a heavenly venerate. How many years have passed since then, and he has become the supreme primordial realm expert? Could this be destiny? Back then, the Holy Ancestor founded the Holy Emperor dynasty, hence the primordial realm. The evil ancestor was the same, hence the primordial realm expert. And finally, the Kui ancestor, although a little later, he still appeared in the primordial realm. The sounds were indistinguishable, and various tremors echoed throughout the heavens and earth, spreading throughout the entire eternal immortal realm. Especially the heavenly venerables and native cultivators in the eternal immortal realm, those who recognized Bai Xiaochun were even more intensely shocked. Gu Tianjun directly took a deep breath. All his ill will towards Bai Xiaochun completely vanished, replaced by a feeling of fear. There were also Ling Jiushan Heavenly Venerable, Chen Xiu, Sima Yunhua, and others. Even the remaining Heavenly Venerables of the evil Emperor dynasty, like the resurrected Absolute Realm, like Guangmu, all trembled because of the terrifying power Bai Xiaochun had experienced firsthand. Even more excited were the cultivators of the Tongshan world in the eternal immortal realm, who had endured so much hardship over the years. At this moment, they all emerged, excitedly roaring to the heavens, because they knew that the moment the cultivators of the Tongshan world would truly stand firm in the eternal immortal realm. After so many years, today, it had finally appeared. At the same time, everyone in the entire eternal immortal realm was shaken, terrified, and filled with complex emotions. In the Holy Emperor city of the Holy Emperor dynasty, in the sky above the imperial palace, a figure appeared. This person was clad in a white robe, looked very young, had fair skin, and his eyes held a profound yet lively expression. He stood in the sky above the imperial palace, his body briefly swaying, then appeared at a corner of the lotus petals of the palace, silently standing there, observing the entire Holy Emperor city from afar. He was none other than Bai Xiaochun. His arrival was noticed by only one person and one beast within the Holy Emperor city. The person was the Holy Emperor. The beast was the little black turtle. However, the little black turtle couldn't wait. Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed in its ears. It didn't know what Bai Xiaochun said, but the little black turtle snorted and didn't come out. Seeing that the little black turtle wasn't moving, the Holy Emperor clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He stood in the imperial palace's main hall, gazing outside with a complex expression. After a moment, the Holy Emperor shook his head and sighed, then stepped out. When he appeared, he stood beside Bai Xiaochun. Holy Emperor. Bai Xiaochun turned around, a smile appearing on his face. Heavenly Emperor. the Holy Emperor carefully observed Bai Xiaochun. After speaking, a smile also appeared on his face. The two looked at each other, then both burst into laughter. Bai Daoist, the first time I saw you, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Haha, it's just as I predicted, you've become the third ancient immortal of the eternal immortal realm. The Holy Emperor's smile seemed genuinely sincere. The Holy Emperor is too kind, I am not even an ancient one, Bai Xiaochun said humbly, his heart filled with both pride and a touch of melancholy. He recalled the scene after arriving in the eternal immortal realm, and his eyes gleamed with even more confidence. In my eyes, you are an ancient one, the Holy Emperor laughed heartily. He stood beside Bai Xiaochun, and the two reminisced about old times. Neither of them revealed the reason for Bai Xiaochun's arrival. Soon, as the Holy Emperor and Bai Xiaochun openly revealed their presence gradually, several heavenly venerables within the Holy Emperor dynasty began to notice. Their minds stirred, and they immediately rushed towards the imperial palace. Seeing Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor standing on the flower petals from afar, whether it was Chen Su, Gu Zhangjun, or Sima Yunhua, their hearts were all shaken. Especially at this moment, they looked back and discovered that Bai Xiaochun, standing beside the Holy Emperor, showed absolutely no weakness in terms of aura, and in the end, seemed to be on equal footing with the Holy Emperor. Greetings, Holy Emperor, Tongshan Emperor. Gu Zhangjun took a deep breath and was the first to look towards the Holy Emperor and Bai Xiaochun, bowing deeply with clasped hands. Sima Yunhua and Chen Su both secretly shuddered and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Sima Yunhua's thoughts were the most vivid in this regard. He realized that he and Bai Xiaochun had once owed each other a debt of gratitude. With this relationship, he in the eternal immortal realm was like having two ancient emperors as a solid support. Ignoring Gu Zhangjun and the others behind him, Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor continued to chat and laugh. After a while, the Holy Emperor, with a smile on his face, suddenly spoke. Brother Bai, we became close friends the moment we met. Our paths cross so deeply. How about we become sworn brothers today? Big brother. Bai Xiaochun's eyes didn't blink. Almost instantly after the Holy Emperor spoke, his expression became agitated, and he took 2 steps back, bowing deeply to the Holy Emperor. His voice was filled with fervent emotion, as if he feared he wasn't sincere enough. But in the eyes of Sima Yunhua and Gu Zhangjun, no matter how they looked at it, Bai Xiaochun was being overly impulsive. But before they could even begin to scoff, the Holy Emperor, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's impulsiveness, also became agitated, stepping forward to offer his support. His expression showing emotion, his eyes even sparkling with unexpected joy, and he burst into laughter. Second brother. Compared to Bai Xiaochun's impulsiveness, the Holy Emperor was clearly much more natural. Bai Xiaochun also noticed the Holy Emperor's expression. He felt a little unconvinced. He thought to himself that he couldn't lose, so he took a deep breath, the excitement in his eyes turning into sincerity, as if he had met a loved one, and shouted again, Big brother! Second brother! Saint Emperor seemed even more delighted. The two exchanged glances, then both laughed heartily with satisfaction. However, such a scene, in the eyes of Gu Zhangjun and his group, made them feel even more strange, their skin crawling. Looking at the two, they quickly averted their gaze. They felt they had seen liars before, but liars like Bai Xiaochun and Saint Emperor were truly rare. At this moment, Saint Emperor and Bai Xiaochun were laughing loudly, their thoughts racing. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, smiling like a little fox. Saint Emperor, on the other hand, had a much deeper look in his eyes, appearing like an old fox. In fact, he knew Bai Xiaochun's purpose in coming here. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't fought a battle with the evil emperor, or hadn't shown combat power that could rival his antagonists, Saint Emperor wouldn't have brought up this matter. They became sworn brothers. Bai Xiaochun had truly matured, and with this astonishing primordial light, all of this not only made the Holy Emperor take notice, but also elevated his status to the same level as his own. Furthermore, he now had a clear understanding of the reason for Bai Xiaochun's rapid growth. Just like the evil emperor had suspected before, even at this moment, the Holy Emperor was no longer just suspicious, but absolutely certain. The tattered lord's fin must have been taken by Bai Xiaochun using some other method. Only possessing this kind of inherited treasure could explain all of this, and make Bai Xiaochun's formidable power somewhat plausible. If it were before Bai Xiaochun's battle with the evil emperor, the Holy Emperor would certainly have intervened and seized everything. But today, Bai Xiaochun possesses the full power of the primordial era and has the backing of cultivators from the Tongchen world. All these conditions are met, causing the Holy Emperor to naturally change his attitude. Furthermore, the most important thing is that Bai Xiaochun himself has come. This display of Bai Xiaochun's confidence made the Holy Emperor, like the evil emperor, feel a sense of mystery and unpredictability regarding the amount of primordial light Bai Xiaochun possessed. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun's arrival, even without saying anything, clearly conveyed his attitude. That is, an alliance. Some things don't need to be stated when the facts are laid bare. Both Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor understand. Once the two form an alliance, it will be a huge blow to the evil emperor and even the entire evil emperor dynasty. While it won't lead to the evil emperor's death, it will clearly put immense pressure on him. This kind of thing is enough to change the entire situation. At the same time, there are no permanent enemies. According to the Holy Emperor, if he chooses to refuse here, then although Bai Xiaochun and the evil emperor have just fought a battle, it's not impossible for them to turn war into a peaceful alliance. Second brother, today we become sworn brothers. As your elder brother, I give you the second northern part of the immortal realm. With a laugh, the Holy Emperor waved his hand, directly presenting the barren northern part, which in reality originally belonged to Bai Xiaochun, as a gift. Bai Xiaochun wasted no time, immediately opening his mouth and uttering some words that sounded like nonsense to Gu Zhangjun and the others. After all, after giving Bai Xiaochun the second northern part of the immortal realm, he would essentially occupy half of the immortal realm. In a sense, he would be sandwiched between the evil emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty. If the evil emperor dynasty were to pass through, it would essentially mean the elimination of his own power. Hearing this, the Holy Emperor smiled. Having reached an agreement, at the Holy Emperor's invitation, Bai Xiaochun enjoyed a dinner in the Imperial Palace before departing. Only after Bai Xiaochun left did the smile on the Holy Emperor's face suddenly disappear. He frowned for a while, then finally relaxed his eyebrows. He was quite satisfied with this alliance with Bai Xiaochun. The only loss, in fact, was the northern part of the second immortal realm. However, that place had always been barren. Even the evil emperor dynasty, after being reclaimed by Bai Xiaochun, splitting its territory into two halves, and also splitting the surface territory of the Holy Emperor dynasty, was still incredibly barren and insignificant in the eyes of the Holy Emperor. Now, taking an insignificant piece of land, especially one that was once not theirs, in exchange for an alliance, in the Holy Emperor's judgment, this transaction, while not a bargain, was not a loss either. After all, when Bai Xiaochun first descended upon the eternal immortal realm, the Holy Emperor dynasty already possessed a complete immortal realm along with two halves of it. Up until now, it's still at its initial scale. The biggest loser is the evil emperor dynasty. According to the Holy Emperor, Bai Xiaochun seems to be the nemesis of the evil emperor dynasty. He arrived and first seized half of the immortal realm. Then he seized an entire immortal realm. And so, the entire 5 continents of the eternal immortal realm have undergone a drastic change. The evil emperor dynasty lost territory, now possessing 1.5 immortal realms, while the Holy Emperor dynasty maintains its original state, still holding 2 immortal realms. This maintenance has directly propelled the Holy Emperor dynasty to a new level. The remaining 1.5 immortal realms belong to Bai Xiaochun. Even after this comparison, the Holy Emperor smiled, simply showing his generosity and sincerity. He wanted everyone to see his magnanimity and goodwill. He issued an edict, opening the borders, allowing all people from the Tongchen world to freely reside within the Holy Emperor dynasty. As soon as this decree was issued, the cultivators of the Tongchen world within the entire Holy Emperor dynasty were all excited. Each one who emerged from various places headed towards the sacred land in their hearts. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun, having left the Holy Emperor dynasty, also relied on his senses and the northern sect great sword to rush towards the Eternal Sea. After several sensing attempts, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly, directly breaking through the surface of the sea and plunging straight to the seabed. His divine consciousness also suddenly spread out, gradually pinpointing and locking onto a great sword deep within the seabed. It was the northern sect great sword. Almost instantly, having been pinpointed and locked onto by Xiaochun's divine consciousness, the northern sect great sword, after years of silence, suddenly vibrated and flew out, rushing straight towards Bai Xiaochun. In an instant, it was firmly grasped in Bai Xiaochun's hand. After emerging from the sea surface, Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, his divine consciousness merging into the world of the great sword. When he saw Li Qing'ou, Lingxi ancestor, the giant ghost king, and the grand heavenly master Seifan sound in the great sword world, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. His divine consciousness, upon entering, caused a powerful shock to everyone in the northern great sword world. Sensing this, they all looked up. Xiaochun! It's the Lord! The aura of the ancestor. Everyone present was agitated. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire northern great sword world. I've returned. Following the cheers, and with Bai Xiaochun's return, the immortal realm he had occupied, where he had teleported over 100,000 people out from within the northern great sword world, immediately became bustling with activity again. Whether it was the Grand Celestial Master or the Lingxi ancestor, they were both devising plans, each with its own unique approach. Initially, they were unaware of the situation. But after learning everything from Bai Xiaochun, everyone was invigorated. There was no need for Bai Xiaochun to get involved. The Grand Celestial Master immediately mobilized all his energy to begin reorganizing the immortal realm. The Lingxi ancestor and his group did the same, rebuilding the Reverse River sect. As time passed, the cultivators of the Tongshan immortal realm were constantly changing. A large number of people from the Tongshan world, including those from the Holy Emperor dynasty, arrived one after another. Even the former barbarian heavenly kings, the Nine Nether King, the Linglan King, and the Doshan King who had previously remained hidden, all arrived. Furthermore, disciples who had once belonged to the Tongshan Taoist, whose status was on par with the Eastern Heavenly Kings and the Northern Demigods, also appeared. The others were fine. But the Northern Demigods, in reality, were extremely worried. In truth, they had been quite impolite to Bai Xiaochun before. However, seeing the overwhelming atmosphere here, he hesitated for a long time before cautiously joining in. Everything was moving in a positive direction, constantly changing. Using the phrase daily transformation to describe the current state of the immortal realm belonging to the Tongshan world isn't entirely accurate. In fact, the changes here have surpassed the limits of what words can express. Currently, the Tongshan immortal realm, with over 100,000 people emerging from the northern great sword lineage, plus many who were previously in the immortal realm but were disheartened by the evil emperor, are now willing to stay. All of this has caused the immortal realm belonging to the Tongshan world to undergo earth-shattering changes almost every second. Mountains are being erased, and new mountain ranges are being uprooted from the ground. And under the planning of the Grand Celestial Master, a central area is being chosen, and construction is beginning on a... No one says it out loud, but everyone knows in their hearts. The Imperial City. Within this Imperial City, there was also a statue being carved by many cultivators. That statue was being carved of Bai Xiaochun wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown. Moreover, every day a large number of transcendent cultivators from the Holy Emperor dynasty gathered here. All of this caused the attention of the entire eternal immortal realm to be focused on this place. In everyone's eyes, they were paying attention to a newly risen imperial dynasty. Compared to everyone else, Bai Xiaochun was the most leisurely. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai, although also brought out from inside the treasure fan by Bai Xiaochun, their bodies were now extremely precious. Almost as soon as they appeared, whether it was the giant ghost king, the grand heavenly master, or Li Qing'ou, Lingxi ancestor, almost all the high-ranking figures took care of them, even specially arranging many attendants for them. In a way, the treatment the women received was far better than what Bai Xiaochun enjoyed here. Therefore, after seeing this, Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of awe. He knew those old geezers were especially interested in the children in Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai's wombs. But they are just children. I am their father. I can't favor one over the other, Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling somewhat unconvinced. But he also thought that he couldn't compare himself to his own children, so he shook his head. He and Tai Dan, as if nothing had happened, wandered around the immortal realm, observing everyone's enthusiastic work and wanting to participate. However, every time he appeared, he would lead everyone to pay their respects. Because of this, the Grand Heavenly Master and the Giant Ghost King even came to find Bai Xiaochun, telling him not to appear in public. Doing so would affect the immortal realm and the construction of the city. It's just. The cunning Grand Celestial Master, although he understood Bai Xiaochun very well, still miscalculated one point. He simply didn't know that even though Bai Xiaochun had now become a late-stage heavenly venerate with the combat power of the primordial era, in reality, deep down he still harbored the excitement of his past in the Lingxi sect, being pursued and flattered by everyone. Therefore, the Grand Celestial Master's advice was completely ineffective in front of Bai Xiaochun. He outwardly nodded with a chuckle, but then, when no one was looking, he quickly coughed, carrying an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, and went for a walk. From then on, wherever Bai Xiaochun appeared in the immortal realm, there would inevitably be cheers. Bai Xiaochun liked to linger in one place for a while, thus severely reducing the efficiency of the area. In the end, Li Qingou understood Bai Xiaochun best. His status was incredibly transcendent. He simply glared and went directly to find Bai Xiaochun. Others might have been able to be somewhat polite, but with Li Qingou present, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare. Well, I don't have to run away completely. Bai Xiaochun sighed helplessly. He planned to take Taidan to a sparsely populated place to relieve his boredom, but he found that even Taidan had left. After Taidan arrived here, it became very interested in the various beasts in the eternal immortal realm. Before, because it had to protect Song Junlun, it didn't dare to expand its army of Dao companions. Now, with nothing to do, after only a few days with Bai Xiaochun, it secretly flew away, heading towards the various beasts in the eternal immortal realm, proposing a journey to seek love. After Bai Xiaochun realized all this, he felt extremely frustrated, standing alone in the large stone hall. While he was bored here, wondering whether he should go back to the storage bag, suddenly, a tremor shook his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun was startled. His consciousness swept through the bag, and he flipped his hand. A sound transmission jade slip appeared in his hand. Almost instantly, as his consciousness merged with the jade slip, a familiar voice filled with anxiety echoed in his mind. Bai Xiaochun, save me. The moment he heard this voice, Bai Xiaochun's whole body trembled violently, his breathing quickened. At the same time, he immediately stood up. The speaker. It was Gongsun Wanner. What happened? Where is she? Bai Xiaochun felt indebted to Gongsun Wanner. Furthermore, the two had a somewhat ambiguous past. Hearing Gongsun Wanner's voice, Bai Xiaochun became anxious. The evil emperor wants to kill me. As Gongsun Wanner transmitted her voice for some unknown reason, her voice paused briefly. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. Without the slightest hesitation, his body instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was suddenly high in the sky. In that instant, his divine consciousness surged outwards in all directions. The Jade Slip's transmission has a certain range. Although the maximum extent of this range is enough to cover two immortal realms, that's the maximum. The evil emperor wants to make a move, so the direction must be there. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He didn't care about the evil emperor dynasty. He had fought the evil emperor before, and during his search for the Northern Meridian Greatsword, he had also searched for Gongsun Wanner. He had even transmitted a message to her, but she hadn't responded at all. Based on Bai Xiaochun's judgment, the possibility of Gongsun Wanner hiding in the evil emperor dynasty wasn't very high. After all, that place was always under the evil emperor's control. If anything happened, she wouldn't be able to escape. The Holy Emperor dynasty wasn't suitable either. Therefore, the best hiding place would likely be the Eternal Sea. Bai Xiaochun couldn't make too many assumptions. At this moment, he could only use his extreme speed to rush towards the Eternal Sea. His divine consciousness was also fully spread out, constantly searching for any fluctuations in the heavens and earth. When the primordial ones take action, there will naturally be fluctuations. In fact, in just half an instant's time, Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed an extremely intense fluctuation in the heavens and earth in the direction of the Eternal Sea. He sensed this fluctuation and immediately recognized it as belonging to the evil emperor. Evil emperor, how dare you? Bai Xiaochun's eyes instantly turned red, his cultivation aura directly erupting, causing chaos in the heavens and earth. At the same time, he contacted the Holy Emperor. Then his speed exploded. Amidst the resounding explosions that distorted the world, his entire body teleported out. At this moment, above the eternal sea, in the sky above a certain sea area, the evil emperor's face was grim, his eyes filled with cold light. He was also worried, staring intently at the eternal sea below. His right hand naturally rose. A powerful force erupted from his hand, causing the sea surface below to form a huge vortex. Deep within this vortex was a gigantic water sphere. The surface of the water sphere was covered with runes. And inside that water sphere, Gongsun sat cross-legged in meditation, her expression filled with horror and despair. Demon Mother, I'm not going to kill you, but rather help you suppress your soul, allowing your main soul to awaken again. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes. This was his true purpose. Realizing he had lost so many heavenly venerables, the evil emperor couldn't help but feel anxious. He even used some secret techniques to roughly calculate Gongsun hiding place. Once he reached Gongsun, he would immediately strike, intending to force the Demon Mother to return. However, he hadn't considered that, in recent years, Gongsun, while seemingly in hiding, was actually constantly rearranging her formations. The water formation she had set up, though unable to withstand the power of the primordial era for long, could still endure for half an incense stick's time despite serious injury. That's precisely why the evil emperor, being here, couldn't immediately capture Gongsun. Moreover, because Gongsun had sent a telepathic message, the situation for the evil emperor had suddenly become passive. At this moment, in his anger, a cold glint flashed in the evil emperor's eyes. If capturing her is troublesome, then I'll just have to kill her. After killing her, I can naturally use her Dao seed to bring her back to life in my imperial palace. The evil emperor snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly dropping. Instantly, to Gongsun despair, a gigantic hand appeared in the heavens and earth, crashing down towards her watery reflection. The overwhelming momentum caused the eternal sea to cave in, revealing the shape of the hand. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was still some distance away from this place. Even with his speed, it would take at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to reach him. It was simply too late to provide assistance. But just as the evil emperor's gigantic hand was about to descend, in an instant, a deafening explosion, like the creation of heaven itself, resounded in the sky. This explosion echoed, impacting the sea in all directions, causing waves to surge. The vast sea area that had been indented was suddenly filled in. Looking closely, the filled-in palm print was actually a gigantic hand, rising from the seabed, formed from the eternal seawater. This hand instantly rose. Following the explosion of waves and the filling of the previously indented palm print, this hand directly shot up into the air, hurtling towards the evil emperor's palm print, and directly collided with it between the sea and the sky. Boom! 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 A deafening, ear-splitting sound spread out, surging with a shockwave that seemed to tear apart the heavens and split the eternal sea. Holy Emperor! The evil emperor suddenly lowered his head, staring intently at the eternal sea. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Although almost transparent, the figure contained an ancient aura. Judging by his appearance, it was the Holy Emperor. It wasn't his true form, but a projected clone. Evil Emperor, why do you need to pursue this to the very end? This Gongsun is my second brother's confidant. If you truly intend to act, you should consider my second brother's feelings first. The Holy Emperor smiled. He had come here because of Bai Xiaochun's telepathic message. After hearing the whirring in Bai Xiaochun's voice, the Holy Emperor immediately felt this was a good opportunity to show his favor. The only problem was that he was cunning and resourceful. Although he knew this was possible, he wouldn't send his true self, but instead sent down a projected clone. However, he realized that all he had to do was buy himself a little time. Although this clone was no match for the evil emperor, it could still buy him some time. Beside him was Gongsun, the survivor of the accident, inside the water shadow formation, her face pale. She had been hiding in the eternal sea for a long time, concealing all her aura. Only when the Northern Meridian Greatsword was taken away did she immediately realize it. At that moment, she cautiously came out to investigate. After learning of Bai Xiaochun's return, Gongsun was very surprised, but also very excited. She wanted to go find Bai Xiaochun. However, she was quite far away. Before she could reach Bai Xiaochun's immortal realm, she was intercepted by this evil emperor. At this moment, having thought she would surely die, she had been saved, and Gongsun Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. But her face remained as pale as before. Seeing the Holy Emperor come to her rescue, she recalled what she had heard earlier about Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor becoming sworn brothers. Because of the previous battle between the evil emperor and the Holy Emperor, the surging water from all sides was still spreading. However, the evil emperor's expression was extremely grim. Since Bai Xiaochun's return, he had made two consecutive misjudgments. The first was regarding Bai Xiaochun. The second was regarding Gongsun Wanner. If Gongsun Wanner hadn't had this water shadow formation, or if the Holy Emperor hadn't come to her rescue, the evil emperor would have definitely gained something from Gongsun Wanner. And this gain, whether used to stop Bai Xiaochun or to replenish his own heavenly venerate combat power, would have been a good choice for the evil emperor. But today, everything was affected. At this moment, only two choices lay before him. Either he suppressed his anger and left, or he would fight Bai Xiaochun again to see if his primordial light truly had no limits. Once you win, all unfavorable situations completely reverse. The reason the Holy Emperor's true form didn't come, according to the evil emperor, was also a test of suspicion and suspicion towards Bai Xiaochun. After all, their judgment was unanimous that Bai Xiaochun's primordial light didn't have much left. What a cunning old fox! He's guarding against Bai Xiaochun, wanting to use me to test and reveal Bai Xiaochun's weak point. From then on, he'll have more power and control over their cooperation. At the same time, even if Bai Xiaochun is truly at a disadvantage, he won't stand idly by and watch me kill him. I'm afraid his true form will descend in an instant to stop me. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes, glanced at the Holy Emperor, then snorted coldly. There's a third option. Thinking this, the evil emperor simply stood in the sky, not intending to make a move. The Holy Emperor's clone's eyes also flashed, seemingly considering the evil emperor's thoughts, secretly cursing in his heart. Very quickly, in the anticipation of these two ancient beings, a lightning-fast roar gradually came from the distant sky. A rainbow, as if tearing through the heavens, suddenly shot forward. Wherever it passed, whether it was the sky or the eternal sea below, everything was twisted and distorted, as if about to explode. Bai Xiaochun, do you still have the ancient light? A cold glint flashed in the evil emperor's eyes. Almost instantly, as Bai Xiaochun approached, he suddenly raised his right hand, formed a hand seal, and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. Immediately, the red sun reappeared, its light shining brightly, containing the fluctuations of ancient technique energy. As the fiery red sun continued to rise with unceasing momentum, it suddenly dispersed, forming a wave of heat that rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. There's one last strike. Bai Xiaochun roared softly, his right hand suddenly raised. In an instant, a flash of light appeared in the sky. The 13th ancient light appeared in a flash. As the ancient aura diffused, this ancient light instantly pierced through the heat wave and directly struck the red sun. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun, using the penetrating force of the ancient light, also rushed out rapidly. He swung his right hand again. Another ancient light instantly transformed, colliding with the red sun with a resounding explosion. The heavens and earth trembled, emitting a loud bang. With two ancient lights striking consecutively, even the evil emperor's aura became unstable, his body recoiling. At the same time, his red sun technique, which had been shattered by the previous battle, had cracks that hadn't yet closed and now widened. This caused a backlash, making the evil emperor's chest and abdomen churn. He retreated several steps. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and shouted again, "There's one last beam." Boom! A loud sound echoed, and Bai Xiaochun's final true beam of primordial light materialized from the sky. With incredible speed, it instantly shot towards the evil emperor, causing him to change color. He clasped his hands together and suddenly pushed forward. His main body and the primordial light collided. Under the resounding impact, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, and his body recoiled once more. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun, having already struck 3 times, calculated the distance and arrived directly beside the watery reflection of Gongsun Wanner beneath the sea. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, Gongsun Wanner relaxed completely and breathed a sigh of relief. With Bai Xiaochun's arrival, all her previous despair vanished. Following that, her body was severely depleted, and a feeling of exhaustion like moving mountains and filling seas surged up. After reluctantly giving Bai Xiaochun a smile, Gongsun Wanner directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body fainted. Because she fainted, her water shadow formation also dissipated on its own. Bai Xiaochun embraced Gongsun Wanner as soft body. When he looked up, his expression was grim. He raised his left hand, his voice revealing ferocity, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Brother Holy Emperor, why haven't I arrived yet? Today, you and I will suppress the evil emperor. I still have 100 strands of my primordial light, that's enough. Bai Xiaochun's body leapt up, his voice like a loud bell, causing the projection of the Holy Emperor not far away to flicker in his eyes, as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the sky, the evil emperor was also inwardly terrified. Initially, he didn't believe Bai Xiaochun still possessed 100 ancient beams of light. But after the first battle, Bai Xiaochun had unleashed more than 10 of them. Now, having arrived solely to rescue people, he had ruthlessly thrown out 3 more. This didn't seem like an intentional display of immense power, causing the evil emperor's judgment to waver once again. Finally, he sighed inwardly. He knew the tide had turned. Bai Xiaochun had not only matured, but his alliance with the Holy Emperor had truly revealed a formidable force that made him wary. At this point, his intention to continue probing had completely vanished. He was now fully certain of Bai Xiaochun's ancient combat power. Bai Xiaochun, I can let you take Gongsun Wanner with you. All the prisoners from the Tongchun world within the evil emperor dynasty can also be given to you. I can even open the borders, not only acknowledging your Tongchun world status, but also allowing all the cultivators from the Tongchun world within the evil emperor dynasty to come and go as they please, without any difficulty. The evil emperor took a deep breath, not giving the Holy Emperor time to consider further. At this moment, he had already made his decision. He spoke decisively without any hesitation. But I need you release these 2 heavenly venerables, Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring supreme being. Bai Xiaochun felt a little nervous at this moment. In truth, he no longer possessed the primordial light, but he understood the evil emperor's character. He knew that if he agreed too quickly, the other party would become suspicious again. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could also guess some of the Holy Emperor's thoughts. At this moment, he showed no emotion whatsoever. Even when faced with the evil emperor's compromise, he simply snorted coldly, raising his right hand as if to summon the primordial light. He looked towards the Holy Emperor. Brother, fight or not fight, just say the word. His words were filled with fierce determination. But in reality, deep down, he was extremely worried. Holy Emperor, don't be so blind, just agree. If you truly agree, I have no choice but to harm you. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words and seeing the Holy Emperor's hesitation, the evil emperor's breathing quickened. In an instant, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He swung his right hand forcefully, and the ravaged red sun suddenly transformed. At the same time, his left hand, out of reach, grabbed towards the evil emperor city. The entire area trembled. Especially his enormous trident, which was very close to the evil emperor city, also shook, seemingly ready to burst from the ground at any moment. Along with the tremor, a fierce killing intent erupted. Even on the eternal sea, Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor could clearly feel the earth-shattering killing intent emanating from the evil emperor city. Holy Emperor, Bai Xiaochun, even if you could join forces, you won't be able to kill me, unless one of you willingly perishes with me. And if you are not determined to do so, then consider me defeated. Even if the evil emperor dynasty belongs to you, believe it or not, I alone can be even more terrifying than I am now. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes, his voice growing even colder, causing the surrounding void to freeze. Even the sea surface showed signs of solidifying. Bai Xiaochun heard the evil emperor's words and couldn't help but admire them. However, outwardly, he frowned, displaying a thoughtful expression. At the same time, his eyes held a scrutinizing gaze as he looked towards the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor sighed. This battle was simply impossible to win. Firstly, he simply didn't believe Bai Xiaochun still possessed 100 ancient lights. Secondly, he was unwilling to completely fall out with the evil emperor so quickly. After all, in the long run, the Holy Emperor dynasty currently held the largest territory in the immortal realm, effectively reversing the disadvantageous situation of many years ago. The Holy Emperor still benefited from the power of his previous territory, allowing his cultivation to increase rapidly. But the evil emperor would be greatly affected by the shrinking territory. However, the time for dividing the world into three was short, and the current changes were not yet clear enough to form a decisive factor. Therefore, for him, maintaining the current balance was the most advantageous. After comparing the two, the Holy Emperor laughed heartily. "Second brother, you've just established your capital. It's not suitable to continue the war. Besides, the cultivators of the Tongshan world within the evil emperor dynasty have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I know what you're thinking. How could I put you in a difficult position? Anyway, today, we three ancient ones will make a pact here. Within 1,000 years, the three sides will not wage war. Evil Emperor, as you wish," the Holy Emperor said, looking at the evil emperor. The evil emperor inwardly snorted. He understood the Holy Emperor's intentions very well. He knew the other party wanted to maintain this situation. Although he was unwilling, after thinking it over, his eyes flashed briefly, and he couldn't investigate further. He still nodded, then looked towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, feeling completely relieved. This kind of situation was exactly what he hoped to see. After all, his primordial light was gone. Unless it was this time next year, if he fought, he would immediately reveal his true strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor, Bai Xiaochun let out a heavy snort, agreeing to the matter. After the three exchanged glances, they each left. As for the details of what happened afterward, of course, their subordinates would handle it. After the Holy Emperor disappeared and the Evil Emperor went far away, Bai Xiaochun finally took a deep breath. He thought to himself that it would be better to avoid such risky situations in the future. Too dangerous, too provocative. Bai Xiaochun felt a little uneasy. However, he also understood that if the three ancient lights hadn't suppressed him once again today, even if he didn't want to, the Evil Emperor would surely have come to test him before long. And even if the Evil Emperor didn't come, the Holy Emperor would still try to probe. Compared to being tested passively afterward, Bai Xiaochun felt that his decisive and proactive action today was more persuasive and sufficiently suppressive. 10 months left. During this time, it's better for me to cause less trouble. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun hugged Gongsun Wanner tightly and rushed straight to his immortal realm. On the way back, because Gongsun Wanner was being held by Bai Xiaochun, his eyes were often drawn to her beautiful figure, especially that incredibly curvaceous buttock, which made Bai Xiaochun unable to resist the urge to reach out and pat it. That feeling of blissful ups and downs. I really want to give her a pat. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. No, I currently have the same status as the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor. Such things can't be done secretly. It's too embarrassing. He quickly shook his head. But if I don't give her a pat, after returning to the immortal realm, Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai will be there. I won't have another chance. Giving her a pat won't hurt anything. After a moment of dejection, Bai Xiaochun simply gave up. He thought that given his relationship with Gongsun Wanner, giving her a pat wouldn't cause any problems. Thinking this, his left hand suddenly rose and struck down. Slap! The sound was particularly crisp, echoing in all directions. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun felt the same sensation as before. He suddenly realized that, without him knowing, Gongsun Wanner had opened her eyes and was now coldly staring at him. There's a worm there. Bai Xiaochun was startled and flustered, but he reacted quickly, hastily explaining. Gongsun Wanner snorted coldly. Take your hand off her. Bai Xiaochun suddenly remembered that his hand was still on her butt. He quickly coughed, grabbed her hand, and shook it. A really big worm. It's lucky it got away. Gongsun Wanner pretended not to hear. Now that she had woken up, although weak, she could still manage to fly away. She patted her storage bag. Immediately, Hou Xiaomei's figure flew out from inside her storage bag. For years, Gongsun Wanner had always taken Hou Xiaomei with her. Previously, because she wanted to travel quickly and encounter danger, she had put Hou Xiaomei inside. Now that she had woken up, the first thing she did was to let her out of the storage bag. It's clear that she genuinely cares about this disciple. Brother Xiaochun, Hou Xiaomei had just appeared when she saw Bai Xiaochun, and was instantly overjoyed. Tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed forward and threw herself into Bai Xiaochun's arms. Bai Xiaochun was also delighted. His hand naturally reached Hao Xiaomei's waist and very naturally moved downwards. But Gongsun Water frowned and snorted. Another worm. Bai Xiaochun's hand froze. Hao Xiaomei was extremely surprised, looking behind her and asking curiously, "What worm?" Bai Xiaochun suddenly coughed, quickly shifting the conversation, telling Hao Xiaomei and Gongsun Water about what had happened after his return. Gongsun Water didn't expose him. Although her face was cold, she occasionally glanced at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes vaguely different from before. And so, the three of them got closer and closer to the immortal realm. Especially the silvery laughter of Hao Xiaomei echoing in all directions revealed her joy. Bai Xiaochun's mind slowly calmed down, and the smile on his face grew wider, as if he had returned to the time on the Tongshan continent. But all these good things after returning to the immortal realm, when everyone, including Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai, came out to greet them, they exchanged cold glances. And Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly pounded. "Isn't that Xiaomei?" Song Jianwan's face lit up with a smile. Zhou Zimai, beside her, frowned. Although she didn't speak, she subtly puffed out her belly. They had been very worried and anxious when Bai Xiaochun suddenly went out. Now, seeing him return with two women, one of whom was his childhood sweetheart, they were even more surprised. Another person also had a deep and profound background, especially since these two were teacher and student. This caused the girls to have misconceptions. Hao Xiaomei, present, was also stunned. She glanced at Zhu Zimai and Song Jianwan, particularly their large pregnant bellies. She then turned to look at Bai Xiaochun's embarrassed expression, and anger gradually rose in her heart. Bai Xiaochun felt the intense gaze of the three girls, and his hair stood on end. The Grand Heavenly Master beside him cleared his throat heavily, hurriedly stepped forward, and bowed to Gongsun Water. "Greetings, Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable's joining my Tongshan world is a great fortune for my Tongshan world. This is a momentous occasion. From now on, who dares say that my Tongshan world has no second Heavenly Venerable?" The Grand Heavenly Master's words were timely and excellent. Bai Xiaochun was instantly grateful. He immediately used this topic to introduce Gongsun Water to everyone. After a long time, he found an excuse and hurriedly left. In truth, the gazes from the women made Bai Xiaochun feel a chill down his spine. "Oh my god, when they look at me, they all have murderous intent. What should I do?" Bai Xiaochun frowned. After returning to the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged and began to sigh. "This is all my fault. Grandpa Heaven, why did you have to make me so outstanding? You know, you made me so outstanding. It's very troublesome." Bai Xiaochun sighed mournfully, looking very helpless. He touched his storage bag. Inside were many love letters he had carefully kept like treasures. "I've been very restrained." Bai Xiaochun sighed again, a hint of smugness in his expression. Bai Xiaochun was troubled, but outsiders had no way of knowing. In fact, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun seemed even more relaxed than before. Whether it was the construction of the imperial city or the stabilization of the people from the Holy Emperor dynasty and the Evil Emperor dynasty, everything was handled by designated personnel. And as Bai Xiaochun was negotiating with the Evil Emperor, and Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring supreme being were taken away by the Evil Emperor dynasty's people, groups of cultivators from the Tongshan world were brought in one after another. Very quickly, the entire Tongshan immortal realm became bustling. Cities suddenly rose from the ground everywhere. Mountain ranges were also arranged on all sides of the immortal realm, forming barriers. Bai Xiaochun had originally wanted to go find Hao Xiaomei to talk things over. But after Hao Xiaomei arrived, she had already attracted the attention of Song Jianwan and Zhou Zimai. Although the Grand Celestial Master had arranged quite a few servants for her, effectively making her one of the imperial consorts, her freedom was somewhat diminished compared to when she was with Gongsun Water. Hao Xiaomei was also angry about this. Especially when she thought about Zhu Zimai and Song Jianwan's pregnancies, she became even more resentful. She deliberately ignored Bai Xiaochun, secretly plotting a solution. Seeing Hao Xiaomei ignoring him, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly went to find Gongsun Water. But Gongsun Water, being a heavenly venerate, despite her high status, didn't want to cause any trouble that would lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, she was already injured and chose to go into seclusion. "She's still a good old woman," Bai Xiaochun sighed. Looking at the bustling immortal realm, he could only sit alone in the main hall, sighing repeatedly. Fortunately, all of this didn't last too long. As the number of people in the immortal realm increased, a month later, the imperial city in the central area of the immortal realm was finally built, standing tall and imposing. This imperial city is full of grandeur. From afar, it's accentuated by 9 mountain ranges clustered together. Especially noteworthy are the 9 mountain ranges that converge, intertwining to form a statue. That statue is by Xiaochun wearing imperial robes. His left hand is raised, suddenly supporting a massive city. His right hand is also raised, holding a huge sphere of water. The water within this sphere is incomparable to ordinary water, but the seawater of the eternal sea. And that's not all. This imperial city was planned by the Grand Heavenly Masters. Even to commemorate the first Emperor Kui, they spared no effort mobilizing manpower throughout the entire eternal immortal realm, whether on land, in the sea, or on the eternal island, to collect fragments of the blood and flesh of the first Emperor Kui, scattered throughout the area from the time the previous Tongshan world exploded. Although they didn't find all of them, they found more than half. These blood flesh stones were all integrated into the giant statue of Bai Xiaochun, instantly imbuing the statue with some kind of strange power. Anyone with a bloodline from the Tongshan world, upon approaching the statue, would find their bloodline power becoming more vibrant. Their cultivation speed would also increase rapidly. At the same time, their combat power and spirit refining abilities would be completely different from those in other places. The most obvious example was the imperial city in the left hand of Bai Xiaochun's statue. From afar, this imperial city was already quite large, even more so up close. The city was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators. Every building and every street, as cultivators gathered, became incredibly bustling. Within this imperial city, the intensity of bloodline enhancement was even more intense. At the same time, the Grand Celestial Master's plans naturally included defenses. Layer after layer of formations surrounded the area, combined with the power of the statue. Although this formation wasn't as powerful as those in the Evil Emperor City or the Holy Emperor City, it was still impervious to the attacks of heavenly venerables. All of this drew attention. Even more astonishing was that within the statue of Bai Xiaochun, at the center of his forehead, the location of the heaven-penetrating Dharma eye. From afar, it resembled a massive purple crystal. Upon closer inspection, one could see it wasn't crystal at all, but rather a nearly eternal purple light formed by some special divine ability. Within this supreme purple light, representing ultimate power, was a purple imperial palace. This imperial palace is exquisitely luxurious, and at the same time, it possesses an aura that instills awe in everyone who sees it. At this moment, inside this imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun, having been idle for too long, sat on the only dragon throne in the main hall. Below him were 3 phoenix chairs. Song Zhengwan, Zhou Zimai, and Hou Xiangmei were seated there. They occasionally glanced at each other, sometimes raising their heads to look at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sighed, helplessly looking at the more than 100 people arguing in the main hall below. If you ask me, we should call it the Bai Imperial Dynasty again. That name isn't good. It doesn't fit the tradition. We should call it the Tongshan Imperial Dynasty. Have you forgotten our ancestors? Our ancestors were the Kui. We must continue the glory of our ancestors, the Kui Imperial Dynasty. Amidst the heated arguments, there were Grand Celestial Masters, Giant Demon Kings, 9 Nether Kings, Spirit Forest Kings, Victorious Fighting Kings, and the former Eastern and Northern demigods. Besides the demigods from the Tongshan world, there were more than 10 demigods, all from the 2 great imperial dynasties who had pledged allegiance to Bai Xiaochun. Gongsun Water stood aside, not participating in any of this. As for the others, they were all arguing amongst themselves. Even the Lingxi ancestor expressed his own thoughts. His special status meant his words garnered considerable support. Fortunately, Li Qingou remained silent. Otherwise, given his even more special status, his words might not even be disregarded by the Grand Celestial Masters. Seeing the seemingly endless disputes, Bai Xiaochun sighed. They had been arguing and clashing for 2 days just over the national name. For these 2 days, everyone had their own thoughts, all within this grand hall, striving to convince Bai Xiaochun. After all, the fact that the Tongshan world now held the immortal realm was undeniable, and the time had come to establish a nation. If a nation wasn't established, it was feared that people's hearts would be troubled. Thinking of this, a glint of light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed downwards from a distance. He didn't display his cultivation or aura, but those below, while seemingly engaged in a dispute, were actually all paying attention to Bai Xiaochun. At that moment, everyone fell silent. They all simultaneously looked up at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was accustomed to being the center of attention. After a moment of silence, his voice was low and resonant throughout the entire imperial palace hall. Before the previous Emperor Kui fell, he passed his inheritance to me. Today, we, the people of the Tongshan world, after countless struggles between life and death, have finally stood firm. We should surely pay our respects to the Kui Emperor, and we must certainly honor our ancestors. No need for debate. From this moment on, restore the title of Kui Emperor dynasty, and let the fate dictated by the Tongshan Taoist return to its original trajectory. Eternal immortal realm, we were tens of thousands of years late. Today, we have arrived. After saying this, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet, using his standing body and his voice to announce to everyone, "The Kui Emperor dynasty has reappeared." Heavy breathing immediately erupted from the mouths of the hundreds of people below. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Although they had previously argued, Bai Xiaochun's supreme authority was enough to decide everything with a single word. At this moment, no one had the slightest dissent. Even in their hearts, they all believed that what Bai Xiaochun said was the true truth. The Grand Heavenly Master was the first to step forward, his face flushed, his eyes shining with light. He felt that his efforts over the past few years had not been in vain. In this excitement, he directly bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Emperor Kui, the Giant Ghost King, the Nine Nether King, all the demigod powerhouses of the Eastern lineage, and many others behind them, all did the same, bowing to Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Emperor Kui, even Gongsun Water, even Zhou Zimai, Song Zhenwan, and Ho Xiaomei in this instant were all shaken by Bai Xiaochun's figure, whose cultivation level was clearly not revealed, yet seemed to radiate a dazzling light. They all rose and bowed. In the hearts of ancestor Lingxi and Li Qingou, joy reached its peak. They understood that within this imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun would henceforth be the emperor, one of the three great emperors of the eternal immortal realm. They took a deep breath and bowed in reverence. As the sounds of greeting echoed from the imperial palace, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Tongshan world within Emperor City were paying close attention. Hearing this sound, they were instantly filled with excitement and exhilaration. They simultaneously knelt down, shouting, "Greetings, Emperor Kui, greetings, Emperor Kui." The powerful waves of sound emanating from Emperor City spread from the ground surrounding the statue, gradually emanating from the mouths of more and more cultivators. This sound spread in waves, finally, filling the entire immortal realm. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the evil emperor or the holy emperor, they were both in their respective palaces, gazing intently at the Kui Emperor City. At this moment, all the heavenly venerables, demigods, celestial beings, and countless cultivators within the two great imperial dynasties were shaken, feeling the majestic and powerful aura that had risen between the two great imperial dynasties, shaking the heavens. At this moment, even in the eternal immortal realm, the mysterious eternal mother seemed to have opened her eyes, intently watching her third child. Finally, he had truly returned. The Kui Emperor dynasty established. From now on, in the truest sense, the eternal immortal realm divided into three. History, which had changed, was instantly turned back to its starting point. Even though the Kui Emperor dynasty arrived a little late, it had ultimately appeared. Bai Xiaochun was also very happy. He felt that becoming the Kui Emperor meant he could give orders. He quickly realized that although he could issue orders, the Grand Celestial Master was clearly more skilled in governing the country. Furthermore, because of this status, every time Bai Xiaochun went out, he would cause a considerable stir. Seeing countless people busy because of it, Bai Xiaochun also felt uneasy. Finally, he could only say and become the spiritual leader of the Kui Imperial dynasty. Bai Xiaochun didn't care about imperial power. Even though the Grand Celestial Master had once wielded power in the savage wilderness, Bai Xiaochun didn't mind. He knew one thing clearly. As long as his cultivation continued to grow, no one could take away everything that belonged to him. And with the establishment of the Kui Imperial dynasty, the status of cultivators in the Tongshan world also continuously rose. Long-awaited peace returned once again. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Song Junwan and Jo Zimai's bellies were also growing bigger every day. Regarding this matter, the level of attention from the Grand Celestial Master and Lee King-oh surpassed that of Bai Xiaochun. It was almost as if they were using the strength of an entire nation to escort and protect them. Especially the place where the two women were staying. It was even more heavily guarded, completely preventing any unexpected incidents. Bai Xiaochun also didn't remain idle. Almost every day he would be by Song Junwan and Jo Zimai's side, constantly keeping them company, enjoying the warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. The only thing that troubled Bai Xiaochun was how to handle his companions. He had a headache. Both Song Junwan and Jo Zimai were very arrogant and had strong tempers. Especially now, their moods were volatile, and they often glared at each other, looking like they were about to fight. Bai Xiaochun was terrified at the sight and quickly pulled them apart. All of this was witnessed by Hou Xiaomei. She felt increasingly wronged, especially seeing the pregnant bellies of Jo Zimai and Song Junwan. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. Therefore, she secretly went to find Lee King-oh, asking him to stand up for her. For Lee King-oh, within the Kuwang dynasty, his close relationship with Bai Xiaochun, like that of a father, gave him an extremely high status. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's wives also held him in great respect. Song Junwan didn't necessarily visit every day, but she would come to pay her respects every 3 to 5 days. As for Jo Zimai, even though she was stubborn, she also frequently visited Lee King-oh. However, for Lee King-oh, of these 3 daughters-in-law, he liked Hou Xiaomei the most. After all, Hou Xiaomei was a member of the Lingxi sect and a disciple of his lineage. It could even be said that he personally witnessed Bai Xiaochun and Hou Xiaomei gradually walking towards him together. Therefore, regarding Hou Xiaomei's grievances, after thinking for a while, Lee King-oh sighed and went out to investigate. He used some methods and learned that the aphrodisiac pill played a crucial role in the past events between Bai Xiaochun, Jo Zimai, and Song Junwan. So that day, shortly after Bai Xiaochun returned to the main hall after visiting Song Junwan and Jo Zimai, Lee King-oh arrived. Uncle Lee. Seeing Lee King-oh arrive, Bai Xiaochun quickly stood up. Even though he was now a Kui emperor, in his heart, Lee King-oh was like a father figure. He hurried forward. Lee King-oh was very satisfied with Bai Xiaochun. He looked at Bai Xiaochun for a long time, always thinking of the somewhat rustic young man he once was on Mauer Mountain. Now, seeing the young man who had come this far, his heart was filled with pride. The two sat in the main hall, reminiscing about the past. Occasionally, Lee King-oh would offer some words of advice. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Bai Xiaochun nodded in agreement. After chatting for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lee King-oh cleared his throat. Xiaochun, do you still have any aphrodisiac pills? Bai Xiaochun was startled. Before, when he saw Lee King-oh arrive, he had been wondering if Uncle Lee wanted to see him about something. But after all this time, hearing Lee King-hoo's words, Bai Xiaochun was extremely surprised, his eyes widening. He slapped his thigh. Uncle Lee, who are you interested in? Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up with curiosity. Actually, although more than half of the people from the Tongshan world had arrived, his master, Zhang Dapeng's original master, his master's wife, had remained missing. Bai Xiaochun had searched for her, but without success. Even Zhang Dapeng, after returning with the Lingxi ancestor and others, immediately went into seclusion. Evidently, he felt that if his cultivation remained at the nascent soul stage, he wouldn't be able to keep up with everyone else. Don't guess, give me one. Lee King-oh, somewhat embarrassed by Bai Xiaochun's question, glared threateningly. If it were someone else asking, I definitely wouldn't have one. But Uncle Lee needs one, so I definitely have one. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up as he looked at Lee King-oh. He was genuinely happy about Lee King-hoo's second spring. Even though there weren't many aphrodisiac pills in his storage bag, and even though he had been very cautious with them since the incident with Song Junwan and Jo Zimai, he still took out a bottle and gave it directly to Lee King-oh. Uncle Lee, you must take care of your health. This stuff, you can't use too much of it. There are 7 or 8 pills in total. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, glaring at Lee King-oh. Nonsense! Lee King-oh, with a cold expression, reached out and took the bottle of pills, snorting. I understand. You're thin-skinned, you need some strong medicine, haha, I understand. Bai Xiaochun found the whole thing increasingly amusing and couldn't help but laugh. However, Uncle Lee, if you're interested in someone, just tell me. You don't need to use medicine. If you don't know how to pursue them, I'll teach you. I'm not boasting. Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, about to show off, but Li Qing'o couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Bai Xiaochun and hurried away. Uncle Lee, remember, you can't eat this directly. You have to crush it before using it. Absolutely not, he muttered, crushing to more pills. But no more. Bai Xiaochun suppressed a laugh and shouted from behind. Li Qing'o, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, and glanced at Bai Xiaochun. His eyes held a meaningful look as he nodded. I have to crush them, right? I know. Watching Li Qing'o leave, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt something strange. He thought about the look Li Qing'o had given him when he turned away. It seemed to carry some unspoken meaning. Uncle Li is good at everything, except he's too thin-skinned. Bai Xiaochun couldn't figure it out, only attributing it to Li Qing'o's thin skin. Thinking of Li Qing'o using the aphrodisiac pill, Bai Xiaochun happily hummed softly as he returned to the main hall. Soon, night fell. Ho Xiaomei walked through the palace. She took deep breaths, clutching two aphrodisiac pills tightly in her hand, the words of Li Qing'o's admonition constantly echoing in her mind. I must crush it. I must crush it. Thinking this, she walked all the way to the outside of Bai Xiaochun's secluded chamber. She stood there, repeatedly adjusting her breathing. When she looked up, a smile appeared on her face. Under the moonlight, her smiling face, like a flower, was especially pure and beautiful. Brother Xiaochun, are you here? Inside the chamber, Bai Xiaochun was meditating. Noticing Ho Xiaomei's arrival, he quickly stood up and opened the chamber door. He saw Ho Xiaomei standing in the moonlight. Xiaomei, you? Bai Xiaochun was pleasantly surprised. He knew that this was the first time Ho Xiaomei had come to find him since her return. But before Bai Xiaochun could finish speaking, Ho Xiaomei, with wide eyes, quickly took a few steps into the secret chamber, then suddenly squeezed her right hand. Crack! A crisp sound instantly echoed inside the secret chamber. What was that sound? It sounded familiar. Bai Xiaochun was startled. In that instant, a cloud of red mist instantly spread out. This aphrodisiac pill. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he shouted, trying to retreat. But a soft body, like an octopus, wrapped around him. How could she have an aphrodisiac pill? Bai Xiaochun was completely bewildered. Looking at Ho Xiaomei's rosy face before him, her eyes hazy and incredibly alluring, he asked in a trembling voice, Uncle Li gave it to me. Ho Xiaomei whispered something, then instantly pushed Bai Xiaochun to the ground. Very quickly, the red mist filled the entire secret chamber again. Previously, Zhou Zimai used one aphrodisiac pill. Even Song Zhengwen used one. But today, Ho Xiaomei crushed two aphrodisiac pills. And what's more, she crushed them repeatedly in a secret chamber. The result was predictable. This fog was incredibly dense, and there was no way for it to dissipate naturally. It could only be continuously absorbed by Bai Xiaochun and Ho Xiaomei. Therefore, it lasted for several days. When the fog finally dissipated, the secret chamber's door opened, and Ho Xiaomei emerged. Although she looked very weak, her face was rosy, and her eyes were exceptionally bright. After glancing back, Ho Xiaomei patted her belly and happily hurried away. It wasn't until she was long gone that Bai Xiaochun, trembling, emerged from the secret chamber. He stood there, his face filled with sorrow, looking up at the sky. I, the mighty Emperor Kui, one of the three great powerhouses of the eternal immortal realm. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He felt utterly defeated each time he was brought down by someone using the aphrodisiac pill. If this world didn't have the aphrodisiac pill, in his sorrow and resentment, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt something was amiss. If there really were no aphrodisiac pill, he thought he would still be alone. After all, he was too pure. Well, if there is, then so be it. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and sighed. He could more or less guess Ho Xiaomei's thoughts. After all, she was the first person he had met. But today, Song Zhengwen and Zhou Zimai both had their own children. Ho Xiaomei's presence here was like an old story, inevitably resorting to some extreme methods and tactics. Alas, they are fighting over carrying my child. This isn't their fault. This is my fault. It's all my fault. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. After running around outside, he returned to the secret chamber. The Kui dynasty was now stable. The Grand Celestial Masters shared the affairs of state. allowing the Kui dynasty to develop in an orderly manner, with spirit cultivation becoming its greatest strength. Due to the previous agreement with the evil dynasty and the holy dynasty, close cooperation had also begun. At the same time, Gongsun Wanner's Dao seed had already been delivered by the evil emperor's men. It was simply unavoidable. The agreement between the three great emperors, in the evil emperor's view, was very beneficial to him. He didn't want Bai Xiaojun and the holy emperor to find an opportunity to cause trouble. And after everything calmed down, the birthdays of Zhou Zimai and Song Jianwen were approaching. The importance of this matter had increased beyond everything else. Almost everyone was paying attention. Even the evil emperor and the holy emperor were concerned. In truth, in the eyes of many, Bai Xiaojun's luck was temporarily irrelevant. His talent alone was astonishing, especially his cultivation of the immortal longevity technique, a divine ability derived from the emperor's bloodline. Once passed down to his descendants, it would be enough to inspire immense fear. Most importantly, there was also the method of spirit cultivation. All of these things were related to bloodline, causing Bai Xiaojun's two children, who were not yet born, to be the focus of attention from countless people in the eternal immortal realm. Such a major event involved his own flesh and blood, and Bai Xiaojun was very anxious. For the past few days, he had barely left the imperial palace. Even his meditation place had been moved to a spot near Song Jianwen and Zhou Zimai, even though he believed that no one in the eternal immortal realm would dare harm him at this time. But just in case something unfortunate happened, Bai Xiaojun remained vigilant. However, Bai Xiaojun's bloodline had a remarkably long gestation period. Although he clearly felt he was about to give birth, there were still several days left until the actual delivery. After half a month, before the child was even born, Su Beokai and Shen Xuanzi arrived. Their appearance was quite unusual because Shen Xuanzi had been brought here by Su Beokai. It wasn't until they were inside the Kuwang immortal realm that Su Beokai revealed his true identity. Therefore, someone quickly flew out from Kuwang City to escort them inside. Upon entering the city, after paying their respects to the Lingxi ancestor and others, Su Beokai immediately shouted that he wanted to see Bai Xiaojun. As for Shen Xuanzi, whom he had brought along, he maintained a gloomy expression throughout, not speaking a word to anyone, only sighing and staring blankly. The scene was extremely bizarre. Even ancestor Lingxi hesitated. Soon, the events here were reported to Bai Xiaojun through the various levels. Bai Xiaojun was also extremely surprised. He immediately summoned Su Beokai and Shen Xuanzi to the heavenly palace. When Bai Xiaojun saw it with his own eyes, Shen Xuanzi was bound with ropes, his face gloomy as he walked ahead, and Su Beokai frequently kicked him from behind. Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened, finding the scene rather strange. "Greetings, Emperor Kui." As soon as Su Beokai saw Bai Xiaojun, he immediately pushed Shen Xuanzi aside, his face showing excitement, exhilaration, and fanaticism. With a thud, he knelt down again, shouting loudly. He was genuinely excited. In fact, back when he was in the Holy Emperor dynasty, after hearing that Bai Xiaojun had become the emperor, Su Beokai was completely thrilled. Especially thinking about his relationship with Bai Xiaojun, he felt like he had struck gold. So he immediately rushed over. Now to show even more loyalty, after kneeling, Su Beokai hastily said, "Your Majesty, Beokai didn't come empty-handed this time. I've captured a great traitor." This traitor is none other than the divine calculator. Su Beokai's voice echoed throughout the heavenly hall. Bai Xiaojun stared blankly at Su Beokai, then at the divine calculator. He felt there was a significant problem between the two. "I'm not a traitor." The divine calculator immediately raised his head and shouted, Your Majesty, I didn't betray you. The divine calculator gasped for breath, trying to explain. Su Beokai glared at him from the side. "Silence, divine calculator. I, Su Beokai, specialize in preparing intelligence. Don't even dream of deceiving me. Your Majesty, this divine calculator is utterly despicable, a traitor to us. What infuriates me even more is that he even tried to bribe me. Your Majesty, you don't know I endured humiliation and hypocrisy to capture this traitor, Shen Xuanzi. Even though Shen Xuanzi arranged for over 100 female cultivators to corrupt my spirit and shake my Dao heart, my loyalty to your Majesty has never wavered." Su Beokai spoke words that resonated deeply. Shen Xuanzi, still seething with anger, glared at Su Beokai. I did send you those female cultivators, that's true, but you always accepted them willingly. The reason there were over 100 of them is because you later came to me demanding them back, isn't it? Su Baocai immediately retorted, glaring at Shen Xuanzi. The two argued incessantly inside the heavenly palace. One accused the other of being a traitor, while the other denied it, calling the other shameless. Your Majesty, you don't need to pity the Shen Xuanzi. I went to find him before, persuading him to come with me to Huang City. But he relied on his demigod companion and refused. So I endured humiliation, gained his trust, then poisoned him, and then secretly bound him and sent him away, Su Baocai said angrily. It's not that I didn't want to come, but I have a large family and a grand estate, and I was a little reluctant. I didn't say I didn't want to come, Shen Xuanzi sighed, explaining. Don't try to deceive your Majesty, Shen Xuanzi, you traitor. You've been freely spreading your seeds outside, causing my Tongshan bloodline to spread widely, secretly cultivating spiritual energy. I surely couldn't protect you, Su Baocai said angrily. Bai Zikun listened from the side. At first, he found it quite amusing. But gradually, seeing the two arguing as if they were about to fight, especially since Shen Xuanzi was clearly weakened, Su Baocai even went so far as to kick him a few times. But Bai Zikun quickly raised his hand to stop him. He understood. It was clear that after Shen Xuanzi descended to the eternal immortal realm, he was living a comfortable life without the hardships of others. Therefore, the establishment of the Huang dynasty was very depressing for him. Shen Xuanzi, we are brothers after all. Tell me the truth, have you ever thought about returning? If you don't want to, I can have someone take you back now. We are all from the Tongshan world. As long as you are happy and content, and don't betray us, we will still be friends. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, stepped forward, untied the ropes binding Shen Xuanzi, and patted him, dispelling the toxins that were weakening him. Shen Xuanzi's body trembled, and he stood there in silence for a long time. Then he took another deep breath. I want to go back, but I can't go alone. I want to bring everyone from the household. No problem, bring as many as you can. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, stepped forward, put his arm around Shen Xuanzi's neck, and then hugged Su Beokai. Shen Xuanzi hesitated to speak. Su Beokai also hesitated a little, but seeing Bai Xiaochun so happy, he finally held back. So very quickly, Shen Xuanzi left. According to Bai Xiaochun's instructions, he would take all his possessions and his wife to Huang City. Hopefully by then, it won't scare him. The divine calculator turned his head and glanced at the imperial city, his expression strange. After seeing the divine calculator off, Bai Xiaochun's life returned to tranquility. Currently, the most important thing before him was no longer cultivation, but the children in Song Zhenwan and Zhou Zimai's wombs. As for the gender of these two children, outsiders dared not use their divine sense to observe, fearing they would violate Bai Xiaochun's taboo. But Bai Xiaochun had no such worries. He had already used his divine sense to scan them. In fact, even Song Zhenwan and Zhou Zimai themselves knew whether the children in their wombs were boys or girls. Song Zhenwan often worried about this. If Bai Xiaochun wasn't the imperial city emperor, it would be fine. But now that he had become the imperial city emperor, the importance of the children would naturally increase even more. But in her womb was a girl. If it were the same with Chu Zimai, she would be a little better off. But time and again, Chu Zimai's womb contained a boy. This made Song Zhenwan feel a little resentful, but she couldn't do anything about it. She was also worried that Bai Xiaochun might have some doubts. But in reality, for Bai Xiaochun, whether it was a boy or girl, he loved them both. After noticing Song Zhenwan's feelings, he comforted her even more, using his love for children to show that he didn't care about the gender. Time slowly passed. Soon another month went by. The time for the two women to give birth was getting closer and closer. Bai Xiaochun's heart grew increasingly anxious. Although he had made preparations and relied on his cultivation, he was 10 times more confident that there would be no problems. But ultimately, this was the first time in his life he was about to become a father, so it was inevitable that he felt a mix of emotions. What does it feel like to be a father? Sometimes, when Bai Xiaochun was in the imperial palace, he would think about this question. Even these past few days, he'd been thinking about naming her. What name should I choose? Bai Xiaochun took this matter very seriously. He considered countless names, but ultimately couldn't decide on one. Bai Dabao. That name lacks the imposing presence. Bai Chao Da. No, surely her mother wouldn't agree. Bai Ling Fei. Bai Xiaochun thought of this name, sighed, and at the same time thought of Du Ling Fei. On the other hand, he felt that if he gave this name to his daughter, Song Junwen might just rush over with a sword. Just as Bai Xiaochun was grieving over his child's name, the Holy Emperor suddenly arrived. He descended without any prior warning. Not even Bai Xiaochun, except for himself, noticed him. Especially now, with Bai Xiaochun's child about to be born, the Holy Emperor's arrival immediately caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to flash. Sensing the fluctuations in the heavens and earth, he suddenly raised his head, briefly shook his body, and instantly soared into the sky. As soon as he appeared, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Very quickly, the void he saw twisted. The Holy Emperor's figure emerged. He could have arrived silently and without a sound, but he worried about causing Bai Xiaochun to misunderstand. Therefore, when he descended, he was only in the sky, not inside the Kui imperial city. Second brother, as soon as he appeared, the Holy Emperor let out a hearty laugh, took a few steps forward, and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was both surprised by the Holy Emperor's sudden arrival and wary. His primordial light still needed several months to fully recover. Big brother, what brings you here? Under different circumstances, Bai Xiaochun might have played hard to get. But today he wasn't in the mood, so he spoke directly. Nothing. I was just idle in the palace and remembered that you were having a great time and worried that this shameless evil emperor might cause trouble, so I came to protect you. The Holy Emperor chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the imperial city below, his divine sense seemingly spreading out, as if searching for something. Bai Xiaochun immediately frowned, raising his right hand to directly block the Holy Emperor's divine sense. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the Holy Emperor. Brother's kindness, I appreciate it. However, it's truly inconvenient right now. Bai Xiaochun spoke slowly, showing no sign of yielding. The Holy Emperor felt somewhat embarrassed. He knew that coming here now could easily cause misunderstandings, but he was truly anxious not to visit. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun still misunderstood, the Holy Emperor hesitated, sighing. I won't deceive you, brother. I know this visit was abrupt, but the sacred rules are lost. The Holy Emperor spoke, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun's expression. After hearing about the missing sacred turtle, Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback. But very quickly, his eyes widened. He realized who the sacred turtle the Holy Emperor was referring to was the little black turtle, lost. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He wasn't pretending. He genuinely knew nothing about the little black turtle's disappearance. Half a month ago, the sacred turtle suddenly vanished. It's one thing for it to leave, but before it left, it stole quite a few lotus seeds while I wasn't paying attention. The Holy Emperor was also troubled. For years, the sacred turtle had been well with him. He had always been fond of it, almost always giving it whatever it wanted. But today it had disappeared. In his opinion, the little black turtle must have gone to Bai Xiaochun. But today, from the moment he descended until now, although his divine sense was interrupted by Bai Xiaochun, he still roughly scanned Kuwang City. He didn't find any trace of the little black turtle here. And from Bai Xiaochun's expression, the Holy Emperor could see that there was no pretense. He knew the other party wasn't lying. Bai Xiaochun thought back to when he first arrived at the Holy Emperor dynasty and formed an alliance with the Holy Emperor. To avoid affecting the alliance, he had reassured the little black turtle, saying that he would take it with him when the time was right. But during this time, because of the child about to be born, Bai Xiaochun had forgotten where the little black turtle was. He never thought it could escape. Now that the Holy Emperor had found it, Bai Xiaochun felt a little guilty. He was considering how to explain himself when suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up at the distant sky. The Holy Emperor was also somewhat astonished, looking over. Very quickly, in the void where their gazes were focused, a series of roars could be heard. Soon after, finally, more than 1,000 enormous warships appeared in the middle of the heavens and earth. On these 1,000 warships, each one was about 1,000 feet in size, very imposing. Especially the leading warship, which was nearly 10,000 feet long. At this moment, As they roared forward, pulling the 1,000 warships behind them, they were continuously approaching the Kui Emperor city. At first glance, it looked like an invasion. But this was the Kui Emperor city. To fly all the way from the border of the immortal realm of the Kui Emperor dynasty, unless an ancient emperor cast a spell, even a heavenly venerate would find it difficult to make these 1,000 warships arrive here silently and undetected. Especially around this warship, there were still quite a few cultivators. They were all from the Tongshan world. At this moment, each of them showed a strange expression as the warship slowly approached. Even in Kuwang City, many people saw this scene. They all gasped in shock, thinking it was an enemy attack. However, although they couldn't clearly see the people on the warship, Bai Xiaoqun and the Holy Emperor in the sky, based on their cultivation, could see clearly. There were over 1,000 men and women on this warship. But if you counted carefully, you would find that there were clearly more female cultivators than male cultivators. Especially the bloodline fluctuations on their bodies, many of them reveal the aura of the Tongshan world. If it were just that, it would be fine, but their number was truly overwhelming. Almost every warship had over 100 people. The leading warship, 10,000 feet long, had tens of thousands of people gathered there. Lu Yundao, the Holy Emperor, was stunned. The divine calculator. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened, staring blankly at the familiar figure standing on the 10,000-foot warship. This person was the divine calculator. Surrounding him, tens of thousands of women, each dressed as if they were his concubines. Especially the lady in palace attire standing beside the divine calculator. Her cultivation level, though not a heavenly venerate, was like a peak demigod, a quasi-heavenly venerate. She was only half a level below a grand celestial master. This woman was clearly Lu Yundao, the one the Holy Emperor had mentioned. Such cultivation, even in the eternal immortal realm, was rarely seen, belonging to the strongest combat power below heavenly venerate. As Bai Xiaoqun was stunned, the divine calculator also noticed Bai Xiaoqun in the sky above. He immediately took a deep breath. As for the lady in palace attire beside him, she also noticed the Holy Emperor beside Bai Xiaoqun. Her expression changed slightly, and she took another deep breath. Then, she pulled the divine calculator's hand and immediately flew out of the warship, quickly arriving in front of Bai Xiaoqun and the Holy Emperor, who were staring in astonishment. "Greetings, Emperor, Holy Emperor, greetings, Holy Emperor, Emperor." The Holy Emperor was also somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the female cultivator in palace attire, then at the divine calculator, and finally his gaze swept over the warships behind them. "You, reporting to the Holy Emperor, they are all my family members. This is my partner." The female cultivator in palace attire dared not conceal anything, bowing her head as she spoke. This was truly shocking. It's worth noting that the number of people on these thousands of warships gathered together exceeded 100,000, especially those with bloodlines from the Tongshan world, accounting for almost half. The Holy Emperor, upon hearing these words, before he could react, Bai Xiaoqun beside him took a deep breath and exclaimed in astonishment, "Hen, are you sowing seeds of addiction? You sowed them back in the savage wilderness, and after coming to the eternal immortal realm, you sowed them again. Do you know that you've even created a sect now?" Even with Bai Xiaoqun's composure, he was greatly shocked by Shen Xuanzi's words. Previously, he thought Taidan was very powerful in this aspect. But today, comparing the two, Bai Xiaoqun felt that Taidan could be worshipped. Shen Xuanzi here, silently and suddenly unleashed heavenly lightning, enough to shock everyone to the extreme. Especially Bai Xiaoqun, thinking that he only had 3 or 4 women here. It already made his head spin. But Shen Xuanzi had tens of thousands. At first glance, it seemed that each one was quite powerful. This made Bai Xiaoqun feel even more complicated, with an inexplicable feeling of envy. The divine calculator felt a little embarrassed. He was about to say something, but the aura of their arrival was overwhelming. At this moment, the Grand Celestial Masters and their group rushed out and directly approached. After noticing the Holy Emperor, the Grand Celestial Masters and their group were all shaken. They didn't know why the Holy Emperor had come, but they still went to pay their respects. Then, they led the divine calculator, along with the female cultivators in palace attire, and more than 1,000 warships and over 100,000 people behind them, into Kui Huang City. Even after they had gone far away, Bai Xiaochun was still in a daze, his head buzzing. He remembered the divine calculator's demeanor earlier, wanting to say something but hesitating. He suddenly understood the predicament of this guy. Anyone with over 100,000 family members wouldn't be able to just leave so suddenly. It was precisely because of the divine calculator's sudden arrival that Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor's reaction to the disappearance of the little black turtle had eased considerably. Especially when the Holy Emperor arrived, he was spotted by the Grand Celestial Master and his group. Bai Xiaochun simply invited the Holy Emperor to the Imperial Palace. However, the Holy Emperor was also shaken by the divine calculator. After his divine sense swept over and confirmed that the little black turtle was not there, the Holy Emperor sat down in the Kuwan City Imperial Palace and immediately spoke. Second brother, that person called Hanhanzi, he's a talent. With this one person, we can win an entire sect. Second brother, hand Hanhanzi over to me. Such a talented person, our Holy Emperor dynasty is extremely lacking. The Holy Emperor was truly moved. He saw that having over 100,000 family members and managing them so well was enough to demonstrate the capabilities of that Hanhanzi. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun was instantly displeased. Bai Xiaochun felt a complex mix of emotions towards the divine calculator, envying his abilities in this area. Especially considering his own suffering, Bai Xiaochun became even more unhappy. If the Holy Emperor didn't need him, that would be one thing. But the Holy Emperor was now demanding him. This made Bai Xiaochun even more displeased. He glared at the Holy Emperor. What is this compared to me? It's still inferior. Bai Xiaochun said, slapping his right hand on his storage bag. Immediately, a mountain of love letters was pulled out. Boom! With a loud bang, a mountain of letters piled up in front of the Holy Emperor. Small. See, these are all love letters, all written to me. Seeing these love letters, Bai Xiaochun felt much better and proudly declared, back then, when I was in the Tongshan world, if I had said yes, I would have had many more wives and concubines than this divine calculator. Faced with Bai Xiaochun's actions of throwing love letters without a word, the Holy Emperor was bewildered. He stared blankly at the pile of love letters before him, many of which seemed to have yellowed slightly due to the passage of time. You should keep these. If your Tongshan world crumbles, be careful these love letters get ruined. The Holy Emperor felt that his visit had truly broadened his horizons. He had seen over 100,000 family members of the divine calculator, and now he saw that Bai Xiaochun had even more love letters. Noticing the Holy Emperor's shock at his love letters, Bai Xiaochun regained his confidence. He was about to boast a few words, but at this moment, 3 divine senses swept in from outside the main hall. These 3 divine senses came from Song Zhonghuan, Zhou Zumai, and Hou Xiaomei. Hearing that the Holy Emperor had arrived, they were not afraid of not being able to meet him, but they were very worried about Bai Xiaochun. After all, the sudden appearance of the Holy Emperor at this moment made them feel a little uneasy. Therefore, they couldn't help but spread out their divine senses to check on him. If they were in the Holy Emperor's palace, they certainly wouldn't be able to do this, using their divine consciousness to monitor Taigu. But here, in the Kui Emperor's palace, with the help of formations, it wasn't too difficult for them to do this. At this moment, their divine consciousness swept across, and the first thing they saw was this mountain of love letters. Upon seeing the love letters, their divine consciousness waves instantly intensified, clearly focusing on this pile of letters. Without prior agreement, all 3 immediately withdrew their divine consciousness. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed instantly. The Holy Emperor's expression also shifted slightly, then he gave Bai Xiaochun a strange look. The Holy Emperor cleared his throat and continued to ask. At this point, Bai Xiaochun had no time for boasting. He forced a smile, hastily putting away the love letters, pretending to be calm as he sat there, laughing heartily with the Holy Emperor. After a while, the Holy Emperor confirmed that the little black turtle was indeed not there, and understood that the Kui imperial dynasty was in a sensitive period. Staying any longer would affect their relationship, so he stood up to take his leave. Bai Xiaochun uneasily saw the Holy Emperor off. Then he glanced at the palace, feeling inexplicably uneasy. What's wrong? They're just love letters, aren't they? I didn't agree before, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself, trying to boost his courage. With a quick movement, he entered the secret chamber. He thought he should probably go into seclusion for a few days, avoiding the storm. Bai Xiaochun's plan, however, fell apart before the second day. That same night, Song Junwan, Zhou Zimai, and Hou Xiaomei, despite their dislike for each other, were united in their opinions and appeared together in Bai Xiaochun's secret chamber. Facing them, Bai Xiaochun felt even more uneasy. Especially Song Junwan and Zhou Zimai with their pregnant bellies and seemingly smiling faces, but with ill intentions in their eyes, causing Bai Xiaochun heartache. As for Hou Xiaomei, she clearly didn't know if she was pregnant or not, yet she placed her hands on her stomach, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, why did the Holy Emperor come here today?" Song Junwan was the first to speak, her tone gentle, like an older sister. If it weren't for her overly obvious disapproving gaze, she would have been even more demure. It's all because of that little black turtle. That guy ran away. You know that little black turtle, right? Let me tell you a little about how I met it. Furthermore, it and Junwan have some deep-rooted connection. Bai Xiaochun winked, trying to shift the conversation. But Zhou Zimai, standing beside him, snorted coldly. "Bai Xiaochun, don't try to avoid the important matters. Come on, tell me the truth. Are you really envious of the divine calculator?" Envious of him? How could that be? Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, but his expression remained serious and righteous, without the slightest hesitation. "I absolutely don't envy him. He's the one who envies me. Speaking of the divine calculator, that child is truly pitiful." "Zimai, do you still remember the barbarian tribe? Back then, when I left, didn't you see me off for a while?" Bai Xiaochun was trying to continue the topic, but Hou Xiaomei, standing beside him, widened her eyes, hands on her hips, revealing her mischievous nature. "Xiaochun, brother, you are now the emperor. Although we are peaceful now, you cannot be lazy. You must cultivate. You absolutely cannot be distracted." Bai Xiaochun was about to speak when Song Junwan interrupted him. "Little sister is right. Xiaochun, you have such great responsibility on your shoulders, and we can't help you much. But we can still help you share some of the burden. Come on, take out those love letters from your bag and give them to us. We'll keep them safe for you." Bai Xiaochun was momentarily flustered, wanting to explain. But Zhou Zimai was the most hot-tempered. She glared, her belly protruding, and walked straight towards him. Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to struggle, and in the end, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Zimai took all the love letters from his bag. His heart was bleeding. He felt like he couldn't breathe, as if Zhou Zimai hadn't taken love letters, but countless of his affections. Finally, the three women left, taking the love letters with them. Bai Xiaochun's face was like a funeral, standing in the secret chamber, reaching out to grab at the distance, but grasping at empty space. My love letters. The large door of the secret chamber swung open. Moonlight streamed in, falling on Bai Xiaochun. He stood there in a daze for a long time, finally sighing, his face filled with regret. "If only I had known, I wouldn't have flirted with so many women." Bai Xiaochun was very troubled and sighed. He still felt that one wife was best. Two women only caused endless trouble. If there were 3 or 4, the consequences were extremely serious for Bai Xiaochun. My little sister was so good, but now she's been spoiled by them. Bai Xiaochun was troubled. Initially, he wanted to continue meditating, but even until dawn, he still felt empty inside. Before, every time he looked down and saw the bag of items, thinking of the love letters inside, Bai Xiaochun was very proud, and he took them out many times, attracting countless envious glances. But today, the love letters were gone. Bai Xiaochun felt even more empty inside. He decisively flew out and went to where Gongsun Wanner was meditating, standing there. He could sense Gongsun Wanner meditating inside the cave and wanted to go in. But today, Gongsun Wanner's cultivation had reached a crucial moment, and it was not convenient to disturb her. Standing there for a moment, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness spread out, covering the entire Kuwang city. He wanted to find someone to talk to. He saw Zhang Dapeng sitting there. He saw Su Baozai boasting loudly to someone, and he saw Shen Xuanzi with his numerous wives and concubines, a smile on his face. He also saw the ancestor Lingxi silently examining the identity tokens of each deceased disciple in his hand, and saw Li Qing'o gazing into the distance, a handkerchief in his hand. He also saw Shangguan Tianyu. He had once been breathtakingly beautiful, but now he was unknown. Yet his figure was still like a sharp sword. At this moment, he sat alone in his house, drinking wine, occasionally muttering the name of Zhou Xinqi. One familiar figure after another appeared before Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He looked for a moment, and suddenly his expression changed. In this Kuwang city, he sensed two strange yet familiar auras. It's them. Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a long time. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside a mansion in the city. This mansion was not large, a two-story building, but it was very elegantly built. Especially in the courtyard, there was a acacia tree. At this moment, the scent of flowers wafted into his face. Bai Xiaochun stood under the tree, looking up at the window on the upper floor, where a figure was silhouetted against the light. As if suddenly discovered in the darkness, or perhaps unintentionally glimpsed something, the second-floor window of the pavilion slowly opened, revealing a captivatingly beautiful face. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochun standing beneath the osmanthus tree, the woman was startled, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She didn't bow, but simply stood there, silently gazing at Bai Xiaochun. Chen Manya, after a long pause, Bai Xiaochun softly spoke. He realized he had somewhat neglected the people who had arrived in Kuwang City in the past few days. His energy had been simultaneously focused on restraining the evil emperor and the holy emperor, and the impending birth of his child had left him with little energy to pay attention to them. Therefore, only now did he realize that Chen Manya had arrived in Kuwang City at some point. In fact, if it weren't for the distress and loss in Bai Xiaochun's heart, he would probably have carelessly used his divine sense to scan each person as before. Grandmaster Tiam must have known. After all, this was his disciple. But he didn't tell Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun now understood the hidden meaning. Grandmaster Tiao was very old, and his understanding of life was far clearer than Bai Xiaochun's. He did this because he didn't want Chen Manya to fall into the current chaotic situation in the Kui Emperor's harem. Hearing Bai Xiaochun call out her name, Chen Manya lowered her head, her eyes somewhat hazy, as if lost in her memories. After a long time, she sighed softly, standing by the window and bowing low to Bai Xiaochun. This humble woman greets the Kui Emperor. That single greeting seemed to instantly widen the distance between them. The single word humble woman further created a huge chasm between them. Bai Xiaochun was silent, and Chen Manya also fell into silence. After a long time, Chen Manya gently closed the door, blew out the lamp, plunging the pavilion into darkness, and silence reigned. Under the osmanthus tree, many thoughts swirled in Bai Xiaochun's mind. After a while, he sighed softly, turned and left, disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was in the Linglin King's mansion. This second, strange yet familiar aura belonged to a woman named Susan. This girl, who was like a raging dragon back then, had been passionately infatuated with Bai Xiaochun. Now, though still radiant, she looked a little older. She didn't know Bai Xiaochun had arrived. Bai Xiaochun didn't mention it, only silently watched for a moment, then turned and left. Bai Xiaochun suddenly missed someone. Du Lingfei in a whisper, Bai Xiaochun left Kuwang City, soaring through the heavens and earth. Very quickly, he passed through the immortal realm of the Kui dynasty. His divine consciousness spread out. But no matter how carefully he searched, he couldn't find Du Lingfei. This wasn't his first search. In fact, before this, Bai Xiaochun had searched many times. Although the immortal realm of the eternal dynasty was vast, Bai Xiaochun had almost searched every corner over the years. But no matter how hard he searched, he still couldn't find Du Lingfei. According to the words of the Tongchen Taoist, even he hadn't found his daughter. And so, another night passed. As the distant sky began to brighten, before the sunlight spread across the entire world, Bai Xiaochun stood in the distance near Kui Dynasty City, gazing at the world. He suddenly felt as if he had grown a lot in this one night. He silently watched the darkness in the sky and earth slowly dissipate. In this peaceful and tranquil setting, Bai Xiaochun let out a sigh, then took a deep breath and whispered softly, "I hope all happiness can last forever." Bai Xiaochun's voice was so low that only he could hear it. He understood that while everything seemed peaceful now, it wasn't actually stable. It wasn't a flower in a mirror or a moon in the water, but a castle in the sky. If any unforeseen event occurred, the building would collapse in an instant. And such an event wasn't impossible. In fact, if the evil emperor or the holy emperor were to attack Bai Xiaochun again, the secret that Bai Xiaochun no longer possessed the primordial light would be revealed in a flash. Once revealed, darkness awaited him. Darkness awaited the Kui dynasty. Only by truly becoming an ancient immortal can one be considered to be in the eternal immortal realm, fully qualified to contend with the two great imperial dynasties. Bai Xiaochun fell silent. His troubled thoughts slowly calmed down. He knew he had no time to harbor resentment or worrying. Everything forced him to focus on one thing: cultivation. Bai Xiaochun slowly raised his head, his body disappearing. When he reappeared, he was back in the imperial palace's secret chamber. After sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes. This time, he quickly immersed himself in cultivation again. At Bai Xiaochun's level, cultivation was no longer simply a matter of practice, especially since his Zhuan Ancient Scroll technique was not yet complete. This third level of the Zhuan Ancient Scroll, which Bai Xiaochun named the Future Thought Dao method, was still lacking something, even though he had repeatedly felt he would create it. Even after expending his lord's aura, it seemed he lacked a certain level of enlightenment. Now, as Bai Xiaochun calmed his mind and immersed himself in cultivation, the outline of his future thought slowly condensed in his head. It appeared to be a deduction, yet it wasn't. Even the spiritual energy in his meridians flowed slowly in accordance with this mental outline of the future thought. Gradually, his entire body seemed to become more agile and ethereal, vaguely forming some kind of vibration with this world. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps days, perhaps months, but Bai Xiaochun lost track of time. His creativity, however, remained stuck in a cyclical stagnation, constantly revolving, unable to take the final step towards a future vision. Until early this morning, a faint cry of a newborn baby, as if shattering some kind of balance in the world, echoed throughout the imperial palace. Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly trembled violently. His breathing became rapid. Even while cultivating, he felt that in this world, in this instant, a life connected to his bloodline had appeared. And at this very moment, his cultivation technique, which had been in a fixed cycle, suddenly vibrated. It seemed that the birth of this child represented an infinite future, and at this moment, it completely merged with Bai Xiaochun's state of mind. A loud bang resounded in his head. The final step of the future contemplation was directly crossed. The final layer of the Zhuan Ancient Scroll, future contemplation, was complete. At the moment Bai Xiaochun's cultivation technique broke through, the entire Kui dynasty was on high alert. Many cultivators were stationed around Kui Imperial City, preparing themselves for a surprise attack. Even if it meant being torn to shreds, they would stop anyone from attacking. Because this day held immense significance for all the people of the Kui dynasty. This was the birth of their Kui emperor's heir. When the infant's cries echoed from the palace, the cheers of many cultivators beyond the heavenly human realm resounded throughout Kui Imperial City. Countless citizens were filled with excitement. As the entire Kui Imperial City grew even more exhilarated, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes in his secret chamber. He had no intention of further consolidating his cultivation technique. His body flicked, and he vanished in an instant. The moment he appeared, he was suddenly inside the palace. He saw a midwife from Song Jianwan's palace carrying a newborn baby. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have a daughter." The midwife's face was also filled with excitement. Many female cultivators surrounded her, protecting her. After coming out and seeing Bai Xiaochun, she hurriedly and carefully handed the newborn baby to him. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled as he slowly took the baby. It was strange, but the little girl, who had been whimpering, stopped crying after being held by Bai Xiaochun. She opened her beautiful, star-like eyes wide, curiously looking at him. Gradually, she finally smiled. This smile was incredibly pure, like the first rays of sunlight in the world, at this moment shining into Bai Xiaochun's eyes, powerfully penetrating deep into his soul, merging with his spirit. "My daughter, this is my daughter, Bai Xiaochun's daughter." Rewards, everyone, there will be rewards. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, holding his daughter in his arms, strolling around like a child. Then, excitedly, he entered Song Jianwan's chambers. Seeing Song Jianwan lying on the bed, her complexion was somewhat pale, but her spirits were high. "Jianwan, look, this is our daughter." Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He lifted the baby girl high in his arms and spun her around the room. The little girl initially seemed startled, but quickly broke into a smile. If her tiny hands couldn't reach, she might even clap. Her giggles echoed, instantly captivating everyone who heard them. Noticing the newborn in Bai Xiaochun's arms, Song Jianwan's face lit up with a maternal smile. She glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun. She's so grown up, yet she's acting like a child. At the same time, Li Qingou, the Grand Celestial Master, and the Giant Ghost King, who were waiting outside the Imperial Palace, were informed that the little princess had been born. Li Qingou looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. The Grand Celestial Master and the Giant Ghost King were all excited, especially the Giant Ghost King, whose heart was filled with joy. Haha, it's indeed a girl. With that, our my family's position is completely secure. Following the laughter of everyone outside the Imperial Palace, the news of the little princess's birth quickly spread throughout the entire Kui Imperial City. Then, the news continued to spread beyond the city. Everyone in the Kui Imperial Dynasty knew about it. Cheers echoed throughout the Kui Imperial Dynasty. Meanwhile, in another palace, Chu Zimai was surrounded by many nuns and midwives, all anxiously waiting. Bai Xiaochun, being there, naturally wouldn't forget Chu Zimai. However, he held the child and chatted and played with their daughter with Song Jianwan. Song Jianwan knew that Bai Xiaochun was longing for her. Therefore, she, unusually tender, urged Bai Xiaochun to hurry over. Touched, Bai Xiaochun kissed Song Jianwan on the forehead, then lifted his daughter high, and, amidst his daughter's laughter, rushed straight to Chu Zimai's palace. Just as Bai Xiaochun entered the palace, an even louder cry than before erupted from within Chu Zimai's chambers. This cry was like a clap of thunder across the sky. Although not overwhelmingly loud, it spread in an instant, causing all the cultivators of the Tongzhen bloodline within the Kuwang dynasty to tremble violently. This shock originated from their very bloodlines. Bai Xiaochun was even more affected. His body froze, his eyes widened, and he watched as a rainbow of blood energy suddenly appeared in the main hall where Zhou Zimai was, piercing through the room and soaring straight into the sky. The heavens and earth trembled, and the wind and clouds dispersed. In that instant, the entire sky transformed. The aura of the immortal scroll, at this moment, continuously spread out, causing countless people to gasp for breath and involuntarily kneel down in reverence. Your sister, there's no need to be so dramatic. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. At this moment, for some reason, a hint of jealousy arose in his heart. You've just been born, yet you possess such a powerful aura of heaven and earth. I, your father, don't even have that. Especially this immortal scroll aura, which has directly surpassed the immortal skin, entering the realm of immortal diamond. As Bai Xiaochun pondered this, his daughter, whom he held in his arms, seemed shaken by the scene, seemingly unwilling to accept it, and unexpectedly burst into tears. However, her crying was different from before. It seemed to possess a penetrating power that seemed to represent immortality, capable of stirring the emotions of countless people, causing this chaotic heaven and earth to be powerfully suppressed in an instant. Exaggeratedly, high in the sky, beside the rainbow-like aura of blood, an illusion of the eternal life lamp slowly appeared, reflecting the aura of the rainbow. Such a sight made Bai Xiaochun's eyes almost pop out. He nearly threw his daughter to the ground. If the aura emanating from Zhou Zimai's child had previously made Bai Xiaochun somewhat envious, then his daughter's aura of immortality now made him gasp for breath. The longevity scroll. Bai Xiaochun's mind reeled. He realized that his daughter's aura of the longevity scroll was innate. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. Are these just children? These are two prodigies. As Bai Xiaochun murmured, the grand heavenly masters of Kuwang City all stared in astonishment. After a moment, each of them took a deep breath. But very quickly, they were all incredibly excited. Your Majesty's son and daughter possess such a magnificent aura. Our Kui dynasty will surely endure forever. Amidst the resounding cheers, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He glanced at his daughter, then at Chu Zimai's room, a smile appearing on his face. That's good. Those two little rascals are powerful, but it's best if they surpass me. Then I can become the Supreme Emperor and live a carefree life. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun immediately became cheerful, quickening his pace and approaching Chu Zimai's palace. At this moment, the palace gates opened. A midwife emerged, carrying a baby. Before she could speak, Bai Xiaochun reached out and took the baby. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have a dragon son. Rewards for everything. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, holding his daughter in one arm and his son in the other, his whole body brimming with joy as he gesticulated wildly. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the palace yet. Visiting Chu Zimai at this time was like visiting Song Jungwan. Although both were weak, they were very spirited. However, Bai Xiaochun's daughter, in his arms, wasn't crying but was smiling. But his son, when held by Bai Xiaochun, cried even more intensely. Bai Xiaochun tried to comfort him, but it was useless. Even when lifted high, the child continued to cry. Cry. What's the big deal? I like it when he doesn't cry, and I like it when he cries too. This shows he's just like me. Being timid is nothing. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, reassuring Chu Zimai. Then, much to Chu Zimai's helplessness, Bai Xiaochun, carrying the two children, happily rushed out of the palace and went to stand before Li Qingou and the Grand Celestial Master. Uncle Li, Grand Celestial Master, look at this. These are my children. Ai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly, his face also brimming with boastfulness. He held the two children in his arms, showing them off incessantly in front of Li Qingou and the others. Senior brother, come take a look. Subeokai, Shen Xuanzi. How about that? These are Bai Xiaochun's offspring. Everyone laughed heartily. The giant ghost king was even more excited, stepping forward and feigning a glance at Bai Xiaochun's daughter. But his focus was entirely on his grandson, practically wanting to snatch him from Bai Xiaochun's arms and hold him close. Xiaochun, have you thought of names for these two children yet? Li Qingou smiled, watching all this, his heart filled with emotion. For him, he had long considered Bai Xiaochun his own son. Now that Bai Xiaochun had given birth to his heirs, they were his granddaughter and grandson. Names? Bai Xiaochun lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, a look of smugness in his eyes. I've already thought it through. Come on. You guys help me take a look at how I've named this. In fact, after asking these words, Li Qingou regretted it. Who else here could possibly understand Bai Xiaochun so well? He had been so genuinely happy that he'd forgotten Bai Xiaochun's personality. Looking at Bai Xiaochun's enthusiastic demeanor, Li Qingou suddenly felt a sense of unease. In fact, he wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. The Grand Heavenly Master also gasped. The Lingxi ancestor was also somewhat dumbfounded. Not to mention Zhang Dapeng, Su Baocai, and the Divine Calculator. Each of them wore a strange expression. Actually, even with their toes, they could figure out that Bai Xiaochun's chosen name was definitely unconventional. The most anxious of all was the giant ghost king. He also didn't want his grandson to carry an unpleasant name for the rest of his life. At this moment, he hastily spoke up. I've thought of something similar. Let me say it first. Father-in-law, we'll talk about it later. Bai Xiaochun glared. He was currently very proud of the name he had chosen. So how could he let someone else steal his fame? The giant ghost king immediately showed a pained expression, sighed, and looked resentfully at Li Qingou. Li Qingou also had a headache and was about to offer some advice. But Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat and then spoke. Son, I've given him a particularly imposing name. It's Bai Dada. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up as he said this. During this time, he had thought of too many names, but each one felt insufficiently imposing. After thinking of this name, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body, from head to toe, inside and out, was trembling with excitement. He thought this was the best name he had ever heard in his life. In this world, only two names could compare to his son's name. One was his own name. The other was the name he had thought of for his daughter. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him gasped. Zhang Dapan couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. Bai Zikun immediately looked over. Senior brother, what's wrong? Nothing. The name is great. This name is perfect. It's destined for me. Zhang Dapan coughed repeatedly, hastily saying. Bai Zikun was very pleased. He then looked at Shen Xuanzi. Shen Xuanzi was also dumbfounded. After repeatedly taking deep breaths to calm himself, his expression became serious. He immediately bowed his head and raised his hand, continuously counting on his fingers, calculating something. Seeing how serious the divine calculator was, Bai Xiaochun was also very pleased. He turned his head to look at Su Baocai. This name, it's like a thunderclap piercing the ears, like the sound of nature. Especially for the newborn crown prince, such an extraordinary event has occurred. This is a life of wealth and prosperity. Only the crown prince can live up to the unparalleled title bestowed upon him by His Majesty. Su Baokai's face was filled with excitement, disregarding the disdain in the eyes of those behind him, and he spoke loudly. Bai Xiaochun was even more delighted upon hearing this. However, Li Qing'o, the Grand Celestial Master, and the group including Lingxi ancestor were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's name, their vision instantly went black, their insides practically melting. Your Majesty, this name, Zikun, can we change the name? While they were subtly trying to persuade him, the giant ghost king on the other side directly groaned and angrily shouted, "No! I absolutely cannot let my grandson be called Bai Da. Big head of yours, according to you, wouldn't your daughter be called Bai Zizi?" Bai Zikun's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. He nodded to the giant ghost king, extremely pleased. "Haha, father-in-law, you understand me best. That's right. My daughter's name is Bai Zizi. How about that? One Bai Da, one Bai Zizi, invincible in the world." This time, almost everyone objected. But Bai Zikun, who was usually not stubborn, was unusually defiant on this matter of naming. No matter how much everyone objected, Bai Zikun refused to back down. In the end, everyone could only sigh. The giant ghost king also wanted to cry. He was furious. He was insane. His whole body felt like it was about to explode. Bai Xiaochun looked at the giant ghost king with frustration. The characters Bai and Da can't be changed. For the last character, I'll just leave it as it is, okay? Your father-in-law is so old, take care of your health. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the giant ghost king felt a little better. He stood there, agonizing over the matter. Gradually, blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and uttered a single word. The last Da character, change it to Bao. Bai Da Bao. Bai Xiaochun pouted. Everyone around him was dumbfounded. Li Qing'o also stared blankly, his mouth agape. He looked at the still furious giant ghost king, then at Bai Xiaochun, and finally sighed. The Grand Heavenly Master also fell silent. Zhang Dapin and his group were, after all, juniors. At this moment, each of them could hardly suppress their strange expressions, exchanging glances. They felt Chu Zimai might not be the giant ghost king's biological daughter. That's right, let's call her Bai Da Bao, much better than your Bai Da or whatever. The giant ghost king proudly lifted his head and said arrogantly. Bai Zikun frowned. He lowered his head and looked at his son in his arms. He didn't want to anger the elderly giant ghost king, so he could only agree. Alright, one will be named Bai Da Bao, and the other Bai Zizi. Let's decide like that. This isn't just my own wisdom. It's a decision made by all of us. Bai Xiaochun was worried after Sang Zhenwan and Zhou Zimai came to him, thinking he had chosen bad names. But deep down, he really felt these were two very nice names. At this moment, he decisively dragged everyone into it, making the names a reality. He didn't know if Bai Da Bao, despite his young age, had any intuition. Initially, he hadn't cried, but after hearing his name, he burst into loud sobs. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, her laughter became even more joyful. She seemed very pleased with her name. Amidst her laughter, she kept making adorable Naya sounds. During this playful time, Debao got a little tired and fell asleep. Bai Xiaochun felt sorry for him and quickly told the midwife to carry him back. But Jiaxiao remained energetic, her laughter echoing in Bai Xiaochun's arms. It seemed that she was filled with curiosity towards all the strangers around her. Still a good girl. Bai Xiaochun looked at his daughter, and the more he looked, the more he loved her. And so, in the following days, the entire Kui imperial dynasty began to celebrate. Kui Imperial City, in particular, was decorated with lanterns and flowers. The festivities spread throughout the land. Accordingly, it was another congratulatory visit from the Holy Emperor Dynasty and the Evil Emperor Dynasty. Almost all the heavenly venerables sent lavish gifts. Even the spirit-devouring supreme being and Yuan Yaozi, who had once been captured by Bai Xiaochun, sent gifts. Not to mention the likes of Sima Yunhua, and also Lingju Heavenly Venerable, Gu Tianjun, and Chen Su, who already owed Bai Xiaochun favors, all sent gifts. But the most extravagant gifts came from the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor. Although the relationship between the three realms was complicated, it wasn't outwardly displayed in these gifts. However, compared to the Evil Emperor's gift of a single stone, the Holy Emperor's gift was 2 leaves from the main lotus of the heavenly pond. These 2 leaves were priceless. In the entire eternal immortal realm, there was only one main lotus of the heavenly pond, and this lotus only had 18 leaves. Currently, only 14 leaves remain. Giving to Bai Xiaochun leaves only 12. This gift is substantial. Even Bai Xiaochun was visibly moved. As for the stone given by the Evil Emperor, if it were given to someone else, they would consider it precious. After all, it was the flesh and blood of the Lord of Destruction in the heavens. But in reality, after Bai Xiaochun learned of the Evil Emperor's questionable identity, he was extremely cautious about the items he received. How could he allow this kind of stone to come into contact with his child? After receiving the stone, killing intent flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He only managed to restrain himself for a long time. Besides the 2 great imperial dynasties, the Kui imperial dynasty itself had too many people coming to offer congratulations. Moreover, almost everyone who met Bai Xiaochun was an old acquaintance from the Tongshan world. Like Shen Manya and Susan, the 2 women approached, bowed to Bai Xiaochun, and then presented gifts. Compared to Chen Manya's relaxed demeanor, Susan's expression was clearly much more complicated. However, she also seemed to be carefully considering her options, simply turning to Bai Xiaochun with a respectful smile before leaving with Chen Manyao. Bai Xiaochun could only remain silent, watching their retreating backs, and after a long while, sighed softly. Bai Xiaochun was no longer the insignificant cultivator he once was. He had become the emperor, seemingly capable of anything. But only Bai Xiaochun himself knew that there were many things he couldn't do. Although they had a connection back then, today the world had changed drastically. He didn't want to say the words asking them to stay, nor did he wish to say them. Perhaps in this world, if there were no feelings between 2 people, saying such things would be easy. But once feelings exist, it's not always possible to express them. Bai Xiaochun didn't understand before, but now he does. With a heavy heart, Bai Xiaochun saw Susan and Shen Manyao off. Then he turned and returned to the main hall. He was hurrying to visit Daobo and Zizi. Suddenly, a harsh and annoying voice came from behind him. Xiaochunzi, your turtle master is here. Quickly bring out some delicious food to entertain him. Otherwise, believe it or not, your turtle master will put a mark on your son's face. Such a contemptuous voice, daring to speak to Bai Xiaochun like that, even the Saint Emperor and Evil Emperor in the eternal immortal realm would be somewhat apprehensive. Only this little black turtle could be so fearless. The moment he heard the little black turtle's words, Bai Xiaochun was startled. His body instantly retreated backward with incredible speed. While the little black turtle's voice still echoed, Bai Xiaochun had vanished without a trace. Following a piercing scream, Bai Xiaochun reappeared at a rockery 100 yards away. He raised his right hand and suddenly grabbed towards the empty space where he had been. At this moment, even the surrounding void shattered, as if collapsing. Following the piercing scream, the little black turtle's afterimage materialized, displaying astonishing speed, and directly dodged. But today, Bai Xiaochun was no longer the same as before. He snorted, and his body directly took a step forward. As this step landed, the void in all directions seemed to reverse, transforming into a viscous, water-like surface, making everything around him thick and viscous. Although it wasn't a seal, it was even worse than a seal, as if borrowing the power of heaven and earth to suppress everything. Even if the little black turtle was faster, it immediately slowed down. An unimaginable glint appeared in its eyes. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape. At this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed its body. Little black turtle, I didn't hear what you said earlier. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased. For so many years, this was the first time he had successfully captured this little black turtle like this. Holding the little black turtle in front of him, Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up and arrogantly asked. The little black turtle was also somewhat dumbfounded, but its nature was such that it wouldn't give up. It glared back, about to open its mouth to curse. Bai Xiaochun understood very well the destructive power of the little black turtle. Without waiting for the little black turtle to open its mouth, he naturally and skillfully shook the little black turtle in his hand. This shaking made the little black turtle shriek again. Big boss, master, grandpa Bai, don't shake anymore, damn it. How did you become so powerful? I was just joking. How could I possibly steal your grandpa Bai's child? That's absolutely impossible. I'm too busy protecting it. Haha, you see, I was just joking because we haven't seen each other for a long time. Little Black Turtle hurriedly spoke up, saying all sorts of helpful things, and only then did Bai Xiaochun stop shaking. I told you to stay in the Holy Emperor Dynasty. Why did you run away? You ran away and caused all my love letters to be lost. Bai Xiaochun thought of this incident, feeling annoyed. But the little black turtle was truly frustrated and couldn't help but complain. Do you think I wanted to run away? I'm doing very well in the Holy Emperor Dynasty. But the last time you came, you first told me to stay there, and then agreed that one day you would bestow upon me the title of Divine Beast. Divine Beast, this sounds even more powerful than a sacred turtle. I've been coveting it for so long, and you haven't come to find me. Of course I have to come find you. Little Black Turtle spoke with increasing arrogance, finally glaring at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun glared back at the little Black Turtle. A man and a turtle stared at each other for a moment. Bai Xiaochun laughed first. Before, the little Black Turtle was just joking with him, and Bai Xiaochun understood. All his actions were, in fact, just him joking with the little Black Turtle. At this moment, amidst laughter, Bai Xiaochun released his grip, decisively fulfilling the little Black Turtle's wish. All right, from now on, I bestow upon you the title of Divine Beast of my Kui Imperial Dynasty. Bai Xiaochun's bestowal of the title had a strange power he himself didn't perceive. The little Black Turtle's body trembled violently, its breathing becoming rapid. A light shone in its eyes. Vaguely, it seemed as if some primordial rule, invisible to outsiders, surged from all directions within the surrounding heaven and earth into the body of the small black turtle. In that instant, the entire body of the little black turtle emitted a dazzling light. In its excitement, the little black turtle let out a loud cry and happily flew around in all directions. Bai Xiaochun maintained his smiling demeanor. Initially, he didn't want to cause conflict with the Holy Emperor over the little black turtle. But now that the little black turtle had returned on its own, he certainly wouldn't let the Holy Emperor take it away again. However, he still had to remind it, hide yourself a little. Don't be too conspicuous. If the Holy Emperor comes looking for you, I'll have a headache. After giving this instruction, Bai Xiaochun ignored the excited little black turtle and turned to enter the palace. After visiting his son and daughter, he had a chat with Song Zhengwan and Zhou Zimai. Bai Xiaochun felt very satisfied and began his secluded cultivation. After all, his previous seclusion wasn't over yet. Although the future thinking technique had been created, there were still some details that Bai Xiaochun needed to solidify. Entering the secret chamber, Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes, and sat in meditation. After clearly recalling all the details of the final layer of the future thinking technique in the Xuan ancient scroll, Bai Xiaochun began to practice. Once his body developed a certain instinct for circulating the future thinking technique, Bai Xiaochun began to consider his third-level Xuan ancient scroll divine ability. Past scripture, present scripture, and now this third great divine ability. It must be future scripture. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Because his previous cultivation was limited, he hadn't used the past scripture and present scripture much, and their power hadn't been fully displayed. But today, having acquired the power of the primordial era, Bai Xiaochun was confident that when he unleashed these two great scriptures, their power would undergo astonishing transformations. In fact, it was precisely because Bai Xiaochun hadn't displayed these two divine abilities too many times that he could consider them his ultimate trump cards. As for the final future scripture, Bai Xiaochun had already grasped some of its underlying concepts. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, continuously deducing and using the Lord's aura to speed up his deductions, constantly verifying his own thoughts, and continuously creating, much like researching and developing alchemy methods. In Bai Xiaochun's mind, layers upon layers of ideas piled up, constantly changing. Time passed. Very quickly, another half-year went by. Now, from the time Bai Xiaochun first used the primordial era light to fight the evil emperor, until now, a full year had passed. His primordial light once again recovered to 15 uses. This made Bai Xiaochun's strength abundant once more. On the other hand, it also made his mind calmer, allowing him to immerse himself even more in deduction. Several months passed, and on this evening, Bai Xiaoqun sat cross-legged in his secret chamber. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a red flower seemed to be blooming. Looking closely, the flower was formed by tiny runes. These runes intertwined, forming the flower. Ultimately, it bore some resemblance to the legendary Higanbana flower that blooms in the desolate lands of the underworld. As the red Higanbana flower condensed in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes, his entire aura changed. While still as powerful as before, it seemed even more indistinct, as if it had become somewhat disconnected from this world. After a long while, Bai Xiaoqun lowered his head and raised his right hand. The red spider lily formed by runes in his eyes finally flickered out from within his pupils, transforming on Bai Xiaoqun's palm, and before him, it coalesced into a single red spider lily. This is the third level of my Zhuan Ancient Scroll Divine Ability, the Spider Lily Future Scripture. As for its power, Bai Xiaoqun's body instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was suddenly inside Gongsun Wanner's mansion. Although Gongsun Wanner was still in seclusion, her injuries had already healed. This cultivation moment could not be interrupted. If Bai Xiaoqun didn't want her to know, she wouldn't have noticed his appearance at all. After Bai Xiaoqun deliberately dispersed his aura, Gongsun Wanner's expression changed slightly and she opened her eyes. She saw that Bai Xiaoqun was holding a red spider lily in his hand. First, her eyes were immediately drawn to this red spider lily. On this flower, she finally felt the clear presence of death. Even looking at it for too long, her breathing became somewhat rapid. She vaguely sensed that within this flower lay a force that even she could not confront. This is Bai Xiaoqun said nothing, only pointing towards Gongsun Wanner. Instantly, the spider lily flashed out, moving at incredible speed. Gongsun Wanner had no way to dodge and was directly absorbed into her body. This is my divine ability. Now, you come and attack me. Bai Xiaoqun smiled, standing there motionless. Gongsun Wanner hesitated slightly. The Higanbana flower had merged into her body, and she felt absolutely no discomfort. At this moment, her eyes flashed, and she suddenly raised her right hand, making a hand gesture. Instantly, a stream of black energy transformed into a vengeful ghost, howling as it charged straight towards Bai Xiaoqun. With a loud bang, it struck Bai Xiaoqun directly in the chest. This wasn't her full power, yet it contained 8/10 of Gongsun Wanner's strength. But Bai Xiaoqun's body didn't even flinch. In contrast, Gongsun Wanner's expression suddenly changed. Her whole body trembled, and she clutched her chest. Finally, she retreated 7 or 8 steps, her face filled with fear as she looked at Bai Xiaoqun. How could this happen? My divine ability is the Higanbana Future Scripture. Whoever possesses the Higanbana flower has their fate intertwined with mine. If I am injured, it seems the other party will also suffer. In fact, if we so wish, the opposite is also possible. Bai Xiaoqun raised his head, a surge of confidence rising in his heart. He had studied this future scripture many times before. What he wanted was to create a technique that was almost shameless. After all, he had thick skin and strong regenerative abilities. But the enemy there was unlucky. When attacking Bai Xiaoqun, before he could do anything to Bai Xiaoqun, the opponent himself couldn't withstand it. How about this divine ability of mine, B? Bai Xiaoqun asked proudly. He raised his right hand. From Gongsun Wanner's body, the red spider lily was taken. In fact, this future scripture had a second variation, even more astonishing in power. Bai Xiaoqun would injure himself, and the opponent would also be injured. Shameless technique. Gongsun Wanner choked for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. She waved her hand, signaling for him to leave. Bai Xiaoqun touched his nose. Seeing that Gongsun Wanner had no intention of continuing the conversation, he could only leave. After returning to his secret chamber, Bai Xiaoqun cultivated while spending time with his family. He also began to focus his energy on researching the 23 colored flames. He had never given up on the multicolored flames. He vaguely felt that this was the only way to revive Bai Hao. Although it hadn't been proven yet, he was still determined to pursue it. Time flew by, and 2 years passed quickly. During these 2 years, although Bai Xiaoqun's cultivation didn't break through any realms, it steadily increased. Liaobai and Zizi also grew up healthy. However, because of the children's names, Song Jiangwan and Zhou Zimai had repeatedly urged Bai Xiaoqun to change them. But regarding this matter, Bai Xiaochun had already made up his mind that no one could say anything against him. In the end, Chuzumai and Song Jianwan could only tacitly accept it, gradually becoming accustomed to calling each other by these two names. Their cultivation, however, remained unaffected. Under the powerful and resource-rich support of the Kui dynasty, Song Jianwan successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage and entered the heavenly human realm. As for Chuzumai, she was only half a step away from ascending to the demigod realm. However, compared to Ho Xiaomei, she was still a little slower. Under Gongsun Water's guidance, Ho Xiaomei's cultivation increased incredibly rapidly. In just 2 years, she had advanced from the previous mid-heavenly human stage to the late heavenly human stage. Continuing like this, she was highly likely to reach the demigod realm even faster than Chuzumai. However, Ho Xiaomei was very unhappy because her belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Although she learned from Song Jianwan that Song Jianwan had also only found out about her pregnancy much later, Ho Xiaomei was still anxious. Therefore, she repeatedly sought out Bai Xiaochun besides everyone else. In these 2 years, the number of cultivators from the Tongzhen world coming to the Kuwang dynasty increased significantly, causing the entire Kuwang dynasty to flourish. Not only did the population increase rapidly, but the method of spirit cultivation became a pillar. Groups of spirit cultivation masters gained illustrious reputations throughout the eternal immortal realm. As for relations with the evil Emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty, due to the initial agreement, they remained relatively stable. They interacted quite frequently. The only issue was the number of heavenly venerables. Only Gongsun Water was present. Therefore, for a long time, there was still some loss. Fortunately, the Grand Celestial Master was here. Having been immersed in the half-god realm for many years, despite being busy with state affairs, the Kui dynasty had now begun to stabilize, giving him more free time. Under the guidance of Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Water, and with the immortal elixir Bai Xiaochun obtained from the treasure fan, he was getting closer and closer to becoming a heavenly venerate. Especially in the past 2 years, after today, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Bai Xiaochun placed great importance on the advancement to heavenly venerate. This wasn't just a major event in the Grand Celestial Master's life, but also for the entire Kui dynasty. After all, the number of heavenly venerates, to a certain extent, represented the strength of a nation. What surprised Bai Xiaochun even more was that, besides the Grand Celestial Master, there was another person on the verge of breaking through to heavenly venerate, the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Demon King wasn't usually that fast. In fact, Bai Xiaochun had previously guessed that it should be the victorious king. But he forgot that the Giant Demon King was petty and narrow-minded. According to the Giant Demon King, his daughter had given birth to a son for Bai Xiaochun, who could later become the crown prince. This gave him a strong sense of destiny, and he cultivated diligently. As one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the savage wilderness, he had a clear understanding of imperial affairs, especially the struggle for the throne. Normally, Bai Xiaochun couldn't control it. If there was a way to prevent this, or rather, a way to make his grandson truly worthy of the crown prince, it would be, for him, as the grandfather, to become a heavenly venerate. Only then could his grandson be protected. After all, he knew Bai Xiaochun had ambiguous relationships with many women. He was also very worried about Bai Xiaochun having more children in the future. If some truly extraordinary and monstrous talents appeared, it would greatly threaten his grandson's status. He believed his biggest rival was Gongsun Water. Currently, within the Kui imperial dynasty, everyone knew that the relationship between Gongsun Water and Bai Xiaochun was far from a simple master-servant relationship. Many things had happened between them in the northern part of the second immortal realm of the Holy Emperor City, and these had already spread far and wide. Especially since the Grand Celestial Master had tried his best to bring them together. This made the Giant Ghost King's heart tremble with fear. If Gongsun Water enters the palace and gives birth to a son for Bai Xiaochun, her contribution will be even greater. With a powerful heavenly venerate guarding the palace, her son will pose a huge threat to my grandson. The Giant Ghost King didn't want such a thing to happen, which is why he was desperately cultivating. He felt that only by becoming a heavenly venerate himself could he ensure his grandson and his competitors were on the same starting point. Furthermore, his grandson being the eldest son gave him an even greater advantage. Bai Xiaochun was completely unaware of these thoughts of the Giant Ghost King. Therefore, when he saw the giant ghost king's cultivation suddenly increased dramatically, and now he was close to breaking through to a higher realm, Bai Xiaochun was greatly shocked and surprised. At the same time, the Doshen king, the Juyu king, the Linglin king, and the eastern and northern half-gods were also stimulated by the giant ghost king. Although they were still some distance from breaking through, each of them began to go into seclusion. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He felt that a new era for the Kui Huang dynasty, with these people successively breaking through, was about to truly begin. Finally, after 3 months, the Grand Celestial Master's heavenly tribulation suddenly descended. The Grand Celestial Master's true strength was fully revealed during the tribulation. Previously, within the Tongshan world, besides the Tomb Guardian and Tongshan Taoist, he was one of the 3 supreme powerhouses. He had already reached his limit in the demigod realm, and now, his accumulated power was unleashed, causing earth-shattering tribulations. Although the resulting shockwaves were not as great as Bai Xiaochun's, he didn't need outside assistance. He successfully withstood the heavenly tribulation on his own. When the voice of the Eternal Mother reached the ears of everyone in the eternal immortal realm, countless tears erupted within the Ku Wang dynasty. Gongsun Water, after all, was not from the Tongshan world. For the cultivators of the Tongshan world, Bai Xiaochun was the first heavenly venerate, and the Grand Celestial Master was the second. When the Grand Celestial Master himself separated a portion of his Tao seed and respectfully presented it to Bai Xiaochun, enshrining it in the Imperial Palace, the whole world took notice. Shortly after the Grand Celestial Master ascended to the Heavenly Venerate realm, the cultivators of the Eternal Immortal realm were all shaken by the development of the Kui Imperial Dynasty, and the Giant Ghost King's heavenly tribulation suddenly descended. However, unlike the Grand Celestial Master, the Giant Ghost King's heavenly tribulation, although its fluctuations were smaller, was still considered spoiled and pampered. Under normal circumstances, his heavenly tribulation would certainly fail. The Giant Ghost King knew this well, but he wasn't worried. He didn't believe Bai Xiaochun would stand idly by and watch him fail. Therefore, he directly chose to break through. From then on, under this heavenly venerate tribulation, the Grand Celestial Master was the first to be startled and rushed to his aid. Then, even Gongsun Water intervened. Seeing that the Giant Ghost King was still unable to withstand it, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He understood the Giant Ghost King's thoughts and raised his right hand, forming a hand seal. The red Higanbena flower instantly transformed. After Bai Xiaochun reversed its direction, it directly struck the Giant Ghost King's body, instantly causing the Giant Ghost King to suffer a tribulation, which was then transferred to Bai Xiaochun. Fortunately, during these 2 years, Bai Xiaochun had studied the Higanbena future scripture and was able to reverse the tribulation, dispersing the damage on the opponent. Therefore, with his help, he successfully absorbed more than half of the Giant Ghost King's heavenly venerate tribulation. Even so, the Giant Ghost King was nearly killed by this heavenly venerate tribulation before barely breaking through. When the voice of the Eternal Mother echoed in everyone's ears once again, the Giant Ghost King struggled to his feet, looked up at the sky, and laughed loudly. The Kui dynasty has another heavenly venerate. From then on, within the Kui Imperial dynasty, there were 3 heavenly venerables. Although still not comparable to the other 2 great imperial dynasties, this number was already quite large. Even in some large-scale conflicts, Gongsun Water wouldn't have to single-handedly handle everything. The Grand Celestial Master and the Giant Ghost King could also participate in the battle. At the same time, after learning that Bai Xiaochun could utilize future thoughts in such a way, the Grand Celestial Master prepared a series of heavenly venerable plans, focusing on long-standing demigod powerhouses like the Doshen King. This moment held immense significance for the Holy Imperial Dynasty and the Evil Imperial Dynasty, causing them intense shock and concern. It's important to know that this meant the Kui Imperial Dynasty would, in the future, gain an unparalleled advantage in the heavenly venerable battles. It could be said that even if it caused a shock, it was still meaningless. Although the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor were increasingly wary, they couldn't avoid it. The Holy Emperor still maintained a harmonious relationship with Bai Xiaochun. The Evil Emperor still chose to go into seclusion, turning a blind eye. Gradually, although rumors of the Kui dynasty's threat spread throughout the eternal immortal realm, they had absolutely no effect on the Kui dynasty. On the contrary, such things only made their momentum even more impressive. Those who received this encouragement were the people like the victorious king within the heavenly venerate plan. each of them cultivated frantically. Especially with the full support of the Grand Celestial Master and Bai Xiaochun, many elixirs were supplied to them, causing those who had been at the demigod level for many years to suddenly increase their power. During this time, the Kui dynasty also maintained continuous development. 5 years passed, and Bai Debao and Bai Xiaoxiao were both 7 years old. The two children had grown into very beautiful children, with small, pretty faces and to small dimples when they smiled, making them quite adorable. Especially Bai Xiaoxiao, although still a child, her eyes were bright and innocent. It was clear that she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. Bai Debao was the same. His small, fair, rosy face always carried an unyielding, stubborn air. These two children were the favored ones in the entire Kuwang city, adored by countless people. The imperial palace seemed to have become their playground. Almost every day, a group of guards and female cultivators could be seen shouting at them from behind, telling them not to run so fast. Truly, these two children possessed extraordinary talent. Even the Grand Celestial Master was deeply moved. At only 7 years old, they had already reached the Golden Core stage. As Bai Xiaoxiao's older sister, she had even reached the late Golden Core stage. That's one thing. Most importantly, their physical strength is still considered normal. But Bai Dabao, a 7-year-old child, has a physique comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Especially their personalities. They are completely different from Bai Zikun. Bai Zizi is very hot-tempered. Bai Dabao is naive, fearless, and full of curiosity and a challenging attitude towards everything around him. Bai Zikun has clearly felt this over the past few years. He even considered reforming the children's misguided personalities, but he found that no matter how he advised them, it had absolutely no effect. In fact, they have no fear of Bai Zikun at all. Conversely, they are very afraid of Sang Junwen and Zhou Zimai. On the other hand, while Bai Dabao is fearless and audacious, they are even more afraid of one person, his sister Bai Zizi. Just like now, right on the border of the Imperial Palace, Bai Xiaoxiao glared angrily at Bai Dabao. Dabao, do you know you're wrong? Bai Dabao bowed his head, not daring to say a word. From childhood to adulthood, his memories of the past 7 years were filled with images of his older sister, Bai Xiaoxiao, bullying him. Almost every time, he was the one who got into trouble. When they both got into trouble, he took the blame. When they both did something good, it was his sister's credit. In front of their parents, his sister was intelligent, clever, and adorable. But in front of him, she was a tyrant. Every time his sister cried, his father and mother would immediately go to comfort her. He would stand there stubbornly, getting scolded by his mother. For a long time, Bai Debao felt both admiration and fear towards his older sister. But time and again, whenever there was something delicious to eat or fun to do, his sister always thought of him first. Under Bai Xiaoxiao's persuasion and deception, Bai Debao felt that she was the best sister in the world. Do you know, how long have I been preparing for this escape plan? And you're even a little late, Bai Xiaoxiao angrily and resentfully said to Bai Debao. If we don't get anything fun to do this time, Bai Debao, I'll beat you. It was mother who suddenly called me back. I'll put in more effort after I leave, okay? Bai Debao said softly, feeling wronged. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Bai Debao for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of her right hand, she took out a celestial fruit tree. As soon as the celestial fruit was taken out, spiritual energy swirled around it. It was clear at first glance that this was absolutely extraordinary. Bai Debao's eyes lit up instantly. He knew this was a divine treasure his father had given him, beneficial to his body. However, the quantity was very small. Every time he received one, he would eat it directly. Here, take it. I don't cultivate my body, so you eat more. Seeing the longing in her younger brother's eyes, Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, gently patted his head, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She offered it to him. Bai Debao quickly raised his small hand to receive it, swallowed it in one gulp, and then patted his chest. Sister, don't worry. This time I'll definitely catch a big pet for you. Xiaoxiao's face beamed as she pulled Debao along. The two children were in a corner of the room within the Imperial Palace. Then Bai Xiaoxiao took out a small flag from her bag, waved it, and enveloped the two of them in a cloud of mist, flying directly out of the Imperial Palace. It's worth noting that the Imperial Palace's formations were extremely strict. But it's true that it's hard to guard against a thief. Bai Xiao had a special talent for formations, and she managed to find a loophole, creating a small flag that could borrow the formation's power, allowing her and Bai Dabao to sneak out. Judging by their appearance, it was clearly not their first time doing this. Just as the two disappeared, the figure of Lu Yunyao, the Tao companion of the divine calculator and a half-god expert, appeared. She shook her head helplessly, vanished in an instant, and secretly followed the two children. Since the divine calculator's return, Lu Yunyao had also become a subject of the Kui imperial dynasty. Because she was the only female half-god, she was assigned to the imperial palace to protect the female members of the inner court. After Dao Bao and Zizi grew up, their excessive stubbornness led them to frequently run off to play, much to the dismay of Song Junwen and Zhou Zimai. However, Zijiao's innate talent allowed her to find different ways to deal with them, eventually leading to the latter simply ignoring them and leaving Lu Yundao to secretly protect them. This was no different. For Zizi and Dabao, the endless plains and forests outside Kuihuang City were their playground. Many ferocious beasts lurked there, becoming their prey. As dusk fell, amidst Nijiao's cheers, Dabao, panting but exhilarated, dragged a colossal python, approximately 1,000 feet long, straight towards the imperial palace. This python, originally powerful and ferocious, was now covered in wounds. Each struggle only earned Dabao's punches and kicks. Up until this moment, when it looked towards Dabao, its eyes were filled with fear. If you dare disobey, I'll beat you to death. Try to be my sister's pet, and you'll get delicious food. Dabao widened his eyes, pulled the giant snake, and quickly approached the imperial palace with Zizi. Then, under Zijiao's battle banner, including the giant snake, everything transformed into a cloud of mist, rapidly entering the imperial palace. They felt no one noticed the scene. But Bai Zikun, in his secret chamber, clearly saw it through his divine consciousness. Seeing his two children, so young, daring to capture the ferocious giant snake, Bai Zikun frowned. He felt that if this continued, sooner or later something big would happen. They're completely reckless in their actions. That's one thing, but they even dared to catch a snake. I would never have done something so dangerous when I was 7 years old. Bai Zikun snorted. He felt he needed to educate these two children a little, so his body flicked slightly. When he appeared, he was already in front of Zizi and Dabao. If it had been Chuzimai and Song Zhengwan who appeared, Dabao would have definitely trembled. But today, seeing his father suddenly descend, he showed no fear at all. He widened his eyes and looked towards Bai Xiaochun. Zizi, beside him, immediately broke into an adorable smile. She hurried over and sweetly called out, "Father." This overly sweet tone instantly reduced Bai Xiaochun's anger by 7 parts. But he still tried his best to maintain a serious expression, gently waving his sleeve as he began to lecture. "Zizi, Dabao, what you're doing is wrong. You must listen to your father, behave carefully, and do things properly. You only have one life, you can't risk it. Look at your father's life. It was by following this principle that I was able to get to where I am today and pursue immortality. If I had been impulsive back then, I would have lost my life long ago." As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, Zizi pursed her lips, while Dabao kicked the large snake next to him, defiantly raising his head and shouting, "Father, I don't agree with your views. If you don't like it, fight it. Why worrying so much?" Hearing his son's words, Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. Over the years, as he watched his children grow up, he had tried many times to correct their distorted worldviews, but he found that he simply couldn't do it. Zizi was slightly better. What really troubled Bai Xiaochun was Dabao. This child was too bold. What Bai Xiaochun saw today was catching snakes. But in reality, among the information Bai Xiaochun had about Dabao's various actions, almost every single one of them, when Bai Xiaochun was his age, he wouldn't have dared to imagine. For example, capturing ghost spirits. In recent years, perhaps because the Kui imperial dynasty was established for some unknown reason, ghost spirits gradually appeared within the Kui imperial dynasty. Furthermore, there were the captures of spies sent by the evil imperial dynasty and the holy imperial dynasty to gather information. And today, they captured a giant snake. It seems these two children have an unusually strong fondness for ghost spirits and snakes. Their fearless expressions, their demeanor of "no matter who you are, if you provoke me, I'll fight you," made by Xiaochun, unable to resist releasing his divine consciousness to sense the bloodline within Dabao's body. If it weren't for the existence of bloodline sensing, Bai Xiaochun would have felt that this child wasn't of his own kind. While Bai Xiaochun was still feeling agitated, the giant snake that Dabao had captured, having cultivated for many years, had long since developed sentience. Even after swallowing a rare fruit for the new year, its divine sense had become quite powerful. Seeing that Kui Huang was speaking up for him, the snake hastily sent out a telepathic message, expressing its agreement with Kui Huang's words. But as soon as it sent this message, Dabao glared and let out a low growl. When adults are talking, you dare interrupt. You want a beating. Dabao's eyes blazed with ferocity, causing the large snake's body to tremble. It was about to send out a telepathic message to explain, but Dabao had already advanced and begun punching and kicking. Loud noises echoed. The large snake continuously screamed in agony, its heart filled with a mixture of injustice and fear. Bai Xiaochun, watching from the side, sighed. Dabao. Bai Xiaochun wasn't actually pitying the snake. In fact, he found his son's personality quite unsuitable. He was worried about how to reason with him. He was even wondering if he should once again assert his father's authority when Zizi, standing beside him, quickly stepped forward and pulled Dabao back. Dabao, you must protect the little animals. What you're doing is wrong. Li Xiao's tone was gentle, her words soft and flowing like water, very subtle and nuanced. Dabao greatly respected and feared this older sister. At times, she even had more effect than his mother. He quickly stopped what he was doing, standing there, displaying a clever and quick-witted demeanor. Furthermore, Dabao, how can you speak to father like that? Father has put in so much effort for our happy and healthy lives. Can't you compensate him a little? Zizi pinched his waist and began to scold him. Bai Xiaochun witnessed all of this, especially hearing his daughter's words, and his heart was filled with joy. He felt that his daughter was still the best. He especially remembered when Zizi was born, how she would immediately burst into giggles the moment he held her. Recalling such scenes filled Bai Xiaochun's heart with even more warmth. But this warmth almost immediately appeared when Zizi began scolding Dabao, her voice like a raging wave. Dabao, you know, your father has been timid since childhood, especially afraid of death. But you even brought a big snake to scare him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zizi, who was solemnly scolding Dabao. He felt a little dizzy. He had come to instill a correct worldview in his children. But in Zixiao's words, it had turned into his son bringing a big snake to scare him. All of this left Bai Xiaochun a little confused. Zizi, you. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. But Zizi turned her head, looking at Bai Xiaochun with a sweet smile. That smile was innocent, genuine, and lovely. Father, I know I heard Grandpa Ching Ho say before that when you were little, you were trapped inside a snake's bones. So from then on, you're afraid of death, ghosts, and snakes. Father, don't be afraid. Let me discipline Dabao. Zizi said, then turned and glared at Dabao, who was bowing his head. Dabao, you're especially bad. I'm telling you, if you scare father again, I'll hate you. Sister, I won't scare father anymore, Dabao said softly, pouting. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his son and daughter in front of him. He felt as if the past few days had suddenly become even darker. Lu Yanyao, beside him, was struggling to suppress her laughter, afraid that if she couldn't hold it in any longer, she would burst out laughing. Bai Xiaochun felt like crying but couldn't. He felt he needed to reassert his fatherly authority. So he took a deep breath, his expression serious. Zizi, what you just said is wrong. Your father. Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, trying to project a more imposing image. But Zizi looked at him with a sweet smile. She ran to hug Bai Xiaochun's leg, her little head tilted up, her clear voice, pure and innocent, yet sounding like comfort, echoed out. Father, don't be afraid. Dabao doesn't understand. I'll teach him a lesson, however. My younger brother and I have already agreed that we don't need to wait until we grow up. All the snakes and ghosts within our Kui Imperial Dynasty will be handed over to us. That way, when we grow up, we'll completely eliminate all the snakes and ghosts within the Kui Imperial Dynasty. We absolutely won't let them reappear. That way, Father won't be scared. Father, rest assured, Dabao and I will protect you together. Zijiao's sweet smile, coupled with her innocent yet serious tone, caused a sudden surge of emotion in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Dao Bao, though stubborn, nodded in agreement. Father, although I don't know why you're afraid of snakes and ghosts, my sister is absolutely right. From now on, you don't need to be afraid. My sister and I will protect you. We absolutely won't let snakes or ghosts scare you, Dao Bao said seriously. In fact, this was the reason why these two children, despite being playful and carefree during their years away, had initially developed a desire to protect their father after Li Qingou told them about Bai Xiaochun's past. They learned what had frightened their father and thus, from their hearts, they felt compelled to protect him. These words, spoken in their innocent voices, made Liu Yanya's smile disappear. Instead, a strange light shone in her eyes. Bai Xiaochun was also moved and pleased. At the same time, he sighed. He understood that such matters couldn't be resolved in a short time. So he patted the two children's heads. Before leaving, he couldn't help but turn around and say, "Your Grandpa Kingo isn't entirely right. Actually, my father isn't afraid of snakes, much less ghosts. He's very brave." As Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a series of coughs came from behind him. Song Zhenwan and Zhou Zimai had arrived, and the two women looked at Bai Xiaochun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Bai Xiaochun was instantly embarrassed and quickly found an excuse to leave. After returning to his secluded chamber, Bai Xiaochun sat there, recalling the words of Zhou Xiao and Dao Bao. He was still both happy and worried. After a long while, he shook his head. Well, there's no need to force them to change their personalities. My path may not necessarily be suitable for them. Their future is ultimately created by themselves. What I can do is do my best to protect them. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. Then after a long while, a smile bloomed on his face. It feels so good to be protected, especially by my daughter and son. It's wonderful. No longer dwelling on Zizi and Dabao's personalities, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and began cultivating. At the same time, he continued his deductions regarding the 23-colored fire. Over the years, he had understood almost 90% of the 23-colored fire. Only a few minor, insignificant details remained to be perfected. According to Bai Xiaochun's prediction, it wouldn't take much longer before he could create the 23-colored fire soul formula. Time passed, another year went by, and when the 23-colored soul flame in Bai Xiaochun's mind was completely refined, Bai Xiaochun excitedly opened his eyes, raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a large number of souls scattered from his storage bag, ready to be used for refining. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly looked towards Gongsun Wanner's cave dwelling. This aura is not right. The aura emanating from there was Gongsun Wanner's cave dwelling. This should have been a breakthrough aura. In fact, although Bai Xiaochun had been in seclusion during this time, every time his divine consciousness spread out, everything happening in the entire Kuwang city would appear in his mind. And many years ago, Gongsun Wanner had attempted to break through to the early stage of Heavenly Venerate, wanting to advance to the middle stage of Heavenly Venerate. This was not a secret. Whether it was Bai Xiaochun or the Grand Heavenly Master, they all knew about it. In fact, if Bai Xiaochun hadn't previously made Gongsun Wanner replace the Ghost Mother with the Ghost Mother's previous foundation, she could have broken through her cultivation long ago. It wouldn't even be impossible for her to have reached the peak of the late stage of Heavenly Venerate now. After Gongsun Wanner arrived at the Kui Imperial Dynasty, she went into seclusion to break through her cultivation, thus completely merging with the Ghost Mother. However, the previous merging was only preliminary. While it seemed the Ghost Mothers will had dissipated, in reality, they were originally one entity. The traces of the Ghost Mother still remained. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun sensed an aura, besides the signs of Gongsun Wanner's breakthrough. More importantly, within this aura, he felt a wave of energy that didn't belong to Gongsun Wanner, seemingly struggling to awaken. This wave of energy was very familiar to Bai Xiaochun. It was the Ghost Mother. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened. He didn't have time to continue refining the fire. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away the souls in all directions. In an instant, his body vaguely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was suddenly inside Gongsun Wanner's cave dwelling. He immediately saw Gongsun Wanner sitting cross-legged, her body trembling, her eyes closed. and a black and white mist appearing on her face. At this moment, the black mist was spreading, as if wanting to completely devour the white mist. The black represented the ghost mother. The white represented Gongsun Water. At this moment, only Bai Xiaoqun in the entire Kuwang dynasty could detect Gongsun Water as abnormality. At the same time, only Bai Xiaoqun could rescue Gongsun Water. Good, take this opportunity to completely shatter the ghost mother's will, making Gongsun Water unique from now on. Even after the Dao seed is resurrected, she will still be unique. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes flashed. Previously, the ghost mother had been fused, leaving only traces. Even if Bai Xiaoqun wanted to erase her, because she and Gongsun Water were one, it would be inconvenient. The harm inflicted on the demon mother is the harm inflicted on Gongsun Water. Forcibly erasing it would result in irreversible damage to Gongsun Water. But today, this demon mother clearly sees the opportunity of Gongsun Water as cultivation breakthrough, suddenly erupting. Since then, the state of her and Gongsun Water as fusion has been broken, giving Bai Xiaoqun an opportunity. Bai Xiaoqun snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and directly placed a finger on Gongsun Water as forehead. His divine consciousness followed his finger, instantly surging into Gongsun Water as sea of consciousness. Gongsun Water as sea of consciousness was a vast ocean formed by black and white seawater. Within this black and white sea, waves surged and continuously expanded, naturally suppressing the white waves. Inside this black seawater, a gigantic face could be vaguely seen, seemingly identical to Gongsun Water, but even more ferocious and filled with overwhelming demonic energy. That was the will of the demon mother. The reason the white seawater was so quickly suppressed was because the face of Gongsun Water was no longer within it. It seemed her will had vanished. Bai Xiaoqun's appearance coincided with the moment the black seawater was about to merge with the last remaining white seawater. His appearance was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, directly exploding within the mind. Bai Xiaoqun. A mournful cry emanated from the ghost mother's face within the black seawater. Immediately afterward, all the black seawater surged upwards, suddenly forming an enormous figure made of seawater within this realm of consciousness. This giant was infinitely tall, and its face was that of the ghost mother. At this moment, she roared angrily, raising both hands towards Bai Xiaoqun, as if wanting to use the geographical advantage of this place to suppress Bai Xiaoqun and devour his divine consciousness. This wasn't that the ghost mother didn't know her place, but rather that she had been asleep for too long. Now that she had awakened, although she had devoured most of Gongsun Water's will, Gongsun Water's main soul had escaped. Therefore, she didn't know that Bai Xiaoqun had now become a puppet emperor. You don't know your own limits. Bai Xiaoqun stood in midair, coldly watching the ghost mother roar and charged towards him. He snorted coldly and directly raised his right hand. The immortal emperor fist suddenly transformed. He didn't even use the Lord's fist, just the immortal emperor fist. In this instant, it directly caused Gongsun Water's sea of consciousness to surge with overwhelming waves. This. The demon mother was terrified, her expression changing drastically. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Xiaoqun's right hand suddenly came down. As the imperial shadow behind him merged with a single punch, a terrifying storm erupted directly in front of Bai Xiaoqun. Rushing straight towards the giant demon mother formed from the black seawater. The deafening explosions were ear-splitting. Even though this place belonged to the demon mother's sea of consciousness, even though the demon mother had a huge advantage here, even though she had just swallowed Gongsun Water and hadn't yet digested her, she could still unleash the combat power of a mid-stage heavenly venerate. But in the face of absolute suppression of cultivation, she still couldn't withstand a single blow. Boom! Amidst the resounding noise, the demon mother let out a mournful scream. Her giant, formed from the seawater, directly shattered and exploded. In this diffusion, her body was directly torn apart. In that same instant, her will was split into thousands of pieces, transforming into vengeful spirits that scattered and fled in all directions. Bai Xiaoqun paid no attention to it. Inside this sea of consciousness, even if the ghost mother were to be divided into many more parts, there would be no way for her to completely escape. As long as Bai Xiaoqun spent some time, he would surely find each piece and shatter them all. The most important thing before him now was to find the main soul will of Gongsun Water. He had previously observed the ghost mother's state. He guessed that this was because she had devoured a large portion of Gongsun Water's will. But the main soul had obviously escaped. In other words, the ghost mother wouldn't be so reckless as to actively attack him. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and looked downwards. Because the ghost mother's will had shattered, the sea of consciousness was no longer black, but almost transparent. His body trembled slightly, and he directly retreated into the sea of consciousness. His divine consciousness spread out, and he began searching for Gongsun Wanner. During this process, whenever he encountered a vengeful spirit formed after the ghost mother's shattering, it would instantly disintegrate before Bai Xiaochun could get close, becoming part of his sea of consciousness. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop for a moment, moving at an extremely fast speed. Before long, his eyes flashed again. In his divine consciousness, he saw a great sword at the bottom of the sea in the distance. That sword, Bai Xiaochun recognized. It was the still sword from the Tongshan world, the same sword that Gu Tianjun had used before. Its size was exactly the same as the Tongshan continent in Bai Xiaochun's memory, a perfect match. He could even see holes appearing on the eternal sword, and inside those holes, the world that existed in the abyss of the eternal sword. Bai Xiaochun's gaze suddenly focused, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside the eternal sword. He looked at the holes above, and his heart was somewhat moved, as if returning to the scene when he was condensing his Che and competing with Song Qiu for the heavenly Dao Che. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Bai Xiaochun found a hole and stepped into the world in the abyss of the eternal sword. The place was shrouded in thick fog. Inside this fog, occasional mournful screams could be heard. This sound was similar to the vengeful spirits of that year. Bai Xiaochun paid no attention, relying on his divine sense to perceive the location, and sped forward through the thick fog. Very quickly, he saw a valley within the dense fog. The moment he entered the valley, Bai Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He saw, in a corner not far away, a little girl in a long white dress, hugging her knees and trembling. This little girl was the main soul of Gongsun Wanner. She seemed to have lost too much of her divine consciousness and will, and had suffered some amnesia. In her weakness, she seemed to sense Bai Xiaochun. She trembled and looked up. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, fear was evident in her eyes. "Little brother, you want to eat me." Looking at Gongsun Wanner, Bai Xiaochun sighed softly, a feeling of pity rising in his heart, and shook his head. At the same time, he slowly approached the little girl. Seemingly still harboring some feelings for Bai Xiaochun, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then she hurriedly pulled Bai Xiaochun back. "Big brother, there are so many ghosts outside. It's terrifying." "Big brother, you should go and hide a little." "Wanner, don't be afraid. I'll take you out, okay?" Bai Xiaochun knelt down, looking at Gongsun Wanner with gentle eyes. This gaze made Gongsun Wanner tremble. A vague wave of emotion surged through her hazy memories. For some reason, she felt a sense of trust in the young man before her. After a moment, even though her small face was pale, she still nodded. However, she held Bai Xiaochun's hand even tighter. Bai Xiaochun smiled and also pulled Gongsun Wanner's hand, leading her straight to the outside of the eternal sword abyss. Almost instantly upon Gongsun Wanner's appearance, all the vengeful spirits transformed by the ghost mother within her entire consciousness, she went berserk, instinctively rushing from all directions, wanting to devour Gongsun Wanner. However, with Bai Xiaochun there, they were completely unable to succeed. Before they could get close, each vengeful spirit was instantly shattered amidst mournful cries. As Bai Xiaochun led Gongsun Wanner forward, almost all the remnants of the ghost mother's vengeful spirits were destroyed and annihilated. At the same time, each dying vengeful spirit made Gongsun Wanner feel a little sleepier. Until finally all the vengeful spirits had disintegrated, Gongsun Wanner closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. However, her hand still tightly grasped Bai Xiaochun's hand, refusing to let go. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Gongsun Wanner, still feeling uneasy. Therefore, he carefully scanned her several times with his divine consciousness. After confirming that the ghost mother had truly vanished into thin air, a smile finally appeared on his face. In an instant, he disappeared, his divine consciousness returning to his body. Inside Gongsun Wanner's cave dwelling, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. As his divine consciousness returned, he raised his finger to Gongsun Wanner's forehead, then gently lowered it. But just as his finger was about to completely withdraw, in a flash, Gongsun Wanner, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised her right hand and grasped Bai Xiaochun's hand. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, a hint of a smile flickered across her face. Her eyes held a gentle warmth, yet also a touch of playful teasing, as she softly spoke. "Little brother, thank you." Being pulled by the hand by Gongsun Wanner like that, her expression was gentle and smiling, and there was a strange, almost imperceptible glint in her eyes. All of this seemed to transform into a hook. This was Bai Xiaochun's most intuitive feeling. This hook seemed to instantly fly out from Gongsun Wanner's body, hurtling straight towards him. Even after Bai Xiaochun left Gongsun Wanner's cave and returned to his own secret chamber, he was still pondering one thing. Was Gongsun Wanner's breakthrough truly unexpected, allowing the ghost mother to seize the opportunity, or was she doing it intentionally? Bai Xiaochun had no answer to this question, but based on his understanding of Gongsun Wanner, the latter seemed quite likely. Ignoring the unanswered question, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. After a moment, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and took out a large number of souls, beginning to try refining the 23-colored flame. This kind of flame had never appeared before in the entire eternal immortal realm, or even in the entire starry sky. Although Bai Xiaochun was the most accomplished heavenly-grade soul refiner on this path, and had the talent bestowed upon him by Bai Hao, which paved the way for him, he still hadn't achieved this. But it still took him several years to figure out how to concoct these 23-colored flames, gradually creating them. Even though he had rehearsed them many times in his mind, in reality, he still wasn't very confident in the actual refining process. Especially since Bai Xiaochun didn't have many souls. The souls he currently possessed were mostly obtained from the treasure fan. According to Bai Xiaochun's calculations, this number of souls could only allow him to barely attempt the refining 4 times. If all 4 attempts failed, he wouldn't have any souls left to continue. Fortunately, after the establishment of the Kui dynasty, perhaps due to some unexplained change in rules, the immortal realm occupied by the Kui dynasty gradually began to appear, similar to the Tongshan world before. Under Bai Xiaochun's decree, all the spirit refining masters of the Kui dynasty mobilized to collect the various souls that appeared. Even so, the quantity was still not large. Concentrating them in one place only allowed Bai Xiaochun to barely perform one more refining attempt. Only 5 chances, B. Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a long time, looking at the souls before him. He repeatedly considered how to refine the multicolored flames in his mind. Then a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he immediately began refining. Very quickly, as the souls before Bai Xiaochun continuously surrounded him, the faint signs of multicolored flames appeared. Bai Xiaochun was extremely focused, not daring to be distracted. But after continuously refining for 7 days, his expression changed drastically. He directly pressed his hands together, relying on his powerful cultivation to suppress the swirling flames before him that seemed about to explode. A loud explosion echoed. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation level was formidable, and after suppressing it with all his might, it didn't spread. However, as he watched the flame gradually die out, his expression turned grim. He sat there in silence for a long time, blood vessels gradually appearing in his eyes, his mind constantly analyzing and deducing. This deduction lasted for several months. Bai Xiaochun lost sleep and appetite, completely immersed in the process, falling into a state of frenzy. Only after confirming the solution to the previous failure did he begin the second attempt at refining. Still failed. Then the third, the fourth. After each failure, Bai Xiaochun needed even more time to resolve the problem. Now, as the 5th attempt was about to begin, 3 years had passed. Dabo and Zizi became even more stubborn. The Kui imperial dynasty also developed immensely. At the same time, within these 3 years, the victorious king broke through his cultivation, just like the Grand Celestial Master, both relying on their own strength to enter the Heavenly Venerate realm. By this time, the number of Heavenly Venerates in the Kui imperial dynasty had reached 4. The overall status had risen significantly. It was also at this time that Bai Xiaochun began his 5th refining attempt. This was his last chance. Once he failed, he would lose his soul. He needed to collect enough souls before he could continue refining. Bai Xiaochun did not allow himself to fail. After summarizing the lessons from the previous 4 attempts, this time he was 7 parts certain that he could successfully refine the 23-colored flame. In fact, it turned out exactly as Bai Xiaochun predicted. After a full month of careful refinement, in the blink of an eye, when all his soul energy was consumed, the murky flames before him instantly changed color, constantly transforming. Finally, after 23 transformations, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from within Bai Xiaochun's secret chamber. The momentum was incredibly powerful. This aura was so strong that even the chamber's formations couldn't conceal it, instantly piercing through it and even breaking through the Imperial Palace's formations. Even the formations of the Kuwang city couldn't suppress it, causing this aura to directly surge into the heavens. The heavens and earth seemed to lose their color, the wind and clouds seemed to take on new hues, the entire sky becoming a kaleidoscope of colors, finally forming a magnificent, illusory sea of fire, 23 colors changing vividly. From afar, the dazzling array of colors captivated everyone's attention, causing a profound shock as the aura of the 23-colored fire spread. In the Imperial City, all the cultivators with the bloodline of the Tongshan world trembled uncontrollably. It seemed their bloodlines were also stirred by the eruption of this 23-colored fire, unique to the Tongshan world. That is that multicolored fire? My God, this is 23-colored fire! A wave of commotion erupted throughout the Imperial City, gradually spreading outwards. The entire Imperial dynasty heard about this, all in shock. At this very moment, Bai Xiaochun's laughter echoed through the heavens. Bai Xiaochun was filled with excitement. Looking at the 23-colored fire in his hand, his mind was particularly unsettled. Because in the blink of an eye, when these 23-colored flames appeared, he felt Bai Hao's mark on the back of his hand. The previously weak fluctuations suddenly became vibrant. It seemed that these 23-colored flames were of immense help to Bai Hao. In this state of agitation, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. Following his intuition, he slowly merged the 23-colored flames, overlapping them onto Bai Hao's mark on the back of his hand. After overlapping, Bai Hao's energy fluctuations within the mark intensified. This scene caused Bai Xiaochun to breathe heavily. He knew that the multicolored flames could revive Bai Hao, but this was merely his previous deduction and speculation. He wasn't entirely certain and couldn't prove his judgment. But now, as the 23-colored flames merged with the mark, and as Bai Hao's energy fluctuations within the mark intensified, Bai Xiaochun had an incredibly strong premonition. If 30-colored flames could merge into Hauer's mark, then Hauer could be revived within these 30-colored flames. As Bai Xiaochun thought of Bai Hao, the scene of Hauer's departure all those years ago flashed through his mind, and the intense pain was like his heart being pierced. He was his disciple, his only disciple, in his entire life. In silence, feeling the 23-colored flames completely merge into the imprint on the back of his hand, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. Before, he couldn't prove the possibility of using the refining flames to revive Bai Hao. But now, Bai Xiaochun was absolutely certain. Therefore, there was only one path before him. I need more souls. Bai Xiaochun's expression was solemn. He had no souls. The souls on the treasure fan were also gone. But Bai Xiaochun knew there was still a place, an infinitely boundless place, where souls existed almost infinitely. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, looking up at the distant sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the heavens, seeing the entire starry sky. In this dark starry sky, there exist countless dust and ruins, and at the same time, there exist boundless and infinite souls. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. In fact, since the founding of the kingdom, he had rarely visited the treasure fan in recent years. When he did go, it was mostly to see if Song Qiu had awakened. But today, after proving the method that could revive Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun had made up his mind. Through the treasure fan in the starry sky, he would refine fire and collect souls until he had created 30 colors of fire, thus reviving Hauer. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the residence of Song Zhengwan and the others in the Imperial Palace. His divine consciousness swept over them, and he saw not only them, but also Daba and Zizi. Fortunately, although Bai Xiaochun appeared to be far away, he was actually teleporting to the treasure fan. If anything happened to the Kui dynasty, he could return in an instant. However, the first condition was that he needed to leave a trace of his divine consciousness inside this secret chamber. This way, you can travel without worrying about what's behind you. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun didn't tell Song Zhengwan and the others about his decision. He raised his right hand and pointed to his forehead, and a series of illusions instantly appeared around his body. Very quickly, he used his divine consciousness to create an illusory clone. After the clone emerged from his body, it sat down cross-legged and remained motionless. Having done all this, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment. His body flashed, and he directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the giant fan in the dark starry sky, beginning his journey, his soul-searching in this vast starry sky. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the dark starry sky, a giant fan radiating a gentle light was moving forward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, a long trail of light rose behind it. From afar, it looked like a shooting star. Inside this fan, on the Lord's arm, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in meditation. Occasionally, he opened his eyes, a glint of light appearing in them as he gazed into the distant starry sky. Black seemed to be the only color of this starry sky. For 10 years, Bai Xiaochun had traveled through this starry sky, and although he had seen some floating ruins and found some souls, the quantity was still insufficient. Although Bai Xiaochun was anxious, he didn't have many options, especially since this fan followed a certain trajectory forward. He had tried to alter it, perhaps changing its direction, but it quickly returned to its original path. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun, having no particular purpose, abandoned the idea of altering it, letting the fin move freely within the starry sky. He sat in meditation here, cultivating simultaneously with his cultivation. At the same time, he was also contemplating how to refine the 25 colors of fire. As for the little spirit, over these 10 years, it had relentlessly flattered Bai Xiaochun, finally managing to get him to relent and consider changing its name. This greatly excited the little spirit. Therefore, it became even more eager to flatter him. Especially after years of continuous sycophancy, it had become accustomed to this way of speaking and interpreting intentions through words and facial expressions, vaguely forming an instinct just like now, behind Bai Xiaochun. The little spirit was again fawning, massaging Bai Xiaochun's shoulders, constantly paying attention to his expression. Master, is this strength okay? Master, I've developed a new massage technique these past few days. I'll show it to you later. Bai Xiaochun felt very pleased with the little spirit's flattery. Occasionally, he would let out a grunt. Sometimes he would nod. If he was in a good mood, he would bestow a smile of approval upon the little spirit. Usually, this approval would uplift the little spirit's spirits for the whole day. As for these ancient servants, although they could still only manifest as one at a time, their actions were no longer confined to the fan itself. These ancient servants could now briefly remain outside the fan. Even if they couldn't leave the fan, their protection of the entire fan was far greater than when the evil emperor had broken in before. And if an enemy were to invade from outside the fan, its own defensive power, while not unbreakable, would have been enough to withstand the impact of the fan over the next 10 years. And so, in this search, which resembled a journey through the starry sky, time continued to pass. Another 3 years passed. Bai Xiaochun had considered perfecting the method of concocting the 25 colored flames and had even tried refining it twice using the souls he had collected over the years. However, the amount of souls collected was too small. After 2 failures, Bai Xiaochun lacked the strength to attempt a 3rd time. Until today, Bai Xiaochun was sitting cross-legged in meditation when his body suddenly trembled. His consciousness had been in a scattered state. Opening his eyes, Bai Xiaochun's gaze shone brightly, and he instantly moved away from the fan. He reappeared at the edge of the fan, looking towards the distant starry sky. Very quickly, the little spirit also sensed it. It materialized beside Bai Xiaochun, its expression showing emotion, gazing in disbelief at the distant starry sky. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun's expression also became serious. Soon, as the fan flew away, a white light slowly appeared in the previously dark starry sky ahead. Upon closer inspection, this white light was indeed an enormous lantern. This lantern was thousands of feet in size and held by anyone, floating freely in the starry sky. And behind this lantern were countless souls, causing Bai Xiaochun's eyes to widen in astonishment. Looking around, the number of these souls was probably in the hundreds of thousands. Each soul's expression was one of numbness, devoid of any life. In this silent atmosphere, they followed the lantern in front, flying into the distance. From afar, the sheer number was incredibly astonishing. Bai Xiaochun had been traveling through the starry sky for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre sight. His mind was shaken, and he immediately controlled his protective fan to stop. So many souls. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. He had searched through countless souls over the years, but hadn't found as many as he saw before. He was intrigued. At the same time, he found the scene incredibly bizarre. Bai Xiaozi, have you ever seen anything like this? Bai Xiaochun immediately asked. Although dissatisfied with his name, the little spirit was also shocked and quickly shook his head. Master, although I've been asleep for a long time, in the countless years I've been awake, I've never encountered anything like this. These souls. My God, these souls are following the lamp. Where are they going? As the little spirit was startled, Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes. This strange situation prevented Bai Xiaochun from acting rashly, especially after he discovered that these souls seemed unable to see the treasure fan. He cautiously temporarily controlled the treasure fan, following the flying souls from afar, intending to see where they were going. This pursuit lasted for several years. During the times the treasure fan returned to its original trajectory, it was forcefully altered by Bai Xiaochun. However, in the end, Bai Xiaochun still couldn't obtain it. During those years of following, he occasionally threw out soul-gathering pills, gradually stealing away the extremely long lines formed by these souls. The Black Pill clan refined soul-gathering pills day and night, and Bai Xiaochun now possessed a considerable amount. In this way, during his theft, Bai Xiaochun managed to steal tens of thousands of souls over those years. With enough souls, after numerous attempts, Bai Xiaochun finally succeeded in refining the 25 colored flames. Seeing that he had ample time, he began to deduce the method for refining the 26 colored flames. At this point, Bai Xiaochun deliberately left. But he felt this was a great opportunity. If he could find the final destination of this lantern, perhaps there, he could reap even more souls with a single effort for a lifetime of ease. Bai Xiaochun suppressed his thoughts, studying the refining method while continuing to follow. Several months later, the lantern seemed to reach its end. When Bai Xiaochun saw the end, a sound echoed in his mind. He saw that within the starry sky, in front of the enormous lantern, there was an even larger well. The well was about 10,000 feet in size, emitting clouds of mist that could distort the void. At the same time, from all four directions, lanterns also flew into the well. This wasn't the worst part. What made Bai Xiaochun gasp for breath was that, from a distance, he finally saw more than 10 lanterns, arranged in more than 10 long rows, carrying countless souls, entering the well one by one from all directions. So many souls! Bai Xiaochun was instantly excited. But today's scene was extremely bizarre. He hesitated for a moment, not daring to rush out to capture the souls. My God, what is this? The little spirit also gaped. With its knowledge, it couldn't see any clues here. Bai Xiaochun was a little dejected. He stood on the fan for a long time. Only after all the lanterns disappeared into the well did Bai Xiaochun hesitate. After a long while, he gritted his teeth fiercely. This well is too mysterious. It must be very dangerous. However, this place is a good spot. If I block it here, when a lantern comes, I'll just collect one. As long as I don't get close to the well, nothing will happen. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He knew this was an opportunity. Although it was dangerous, he thought that if he obtained these souls, he could also try refining the 26-colored fire. Therefore, a look of madness appeared in his eyes, and he quietly sat there waiting. He didn't wait too long, about half a month, before Bai Xiaochun saw a lantern in the distance, fluttering towards him. His eyes lit up. He immediately controlled his treasure fan to approach, and without delay, threw out many soul-gathering pills. With a deafening roar, as the lamp plunged into the well, all the souls that followed were snatched away by Bai Xiaochun, his eyes blazing with anger. I'm going to be rich. Bai Xiaochun was excited, hastily returning to his protective fan, sitting there meticulously preparing himself, ready to flee at any moment if things went wrong. But after waiting for several days, seeing that the well showed no reaction, Bai Xiaochun's courage grew. Haha, naturally nothing will happen. Is this place my blessed land, Bai Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he eagerly waited for the next lantern. Several days later, another lantern passed by. And so, under Bai Xiaochun's frenzied soul-searching, each lantern carrying many souls flew towards him, only to be directly intercepted by Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, only the lantern itself entered the well. Bai Xiaochun's harvest of souls made him increasingly excited. In the end, his whole body was seething with excitement. However, the little spirit, seeing all of this, felt a growing unease in its heart and repeatedly advised, "Master, if things improve, stop now. I have a bad feeling." "Don't worry, I have experience with this." Bai Xiaochun didn't pay any attention, waving his hand dismissively. He simply ignored the little spirit's rambling. His mind was now stimulated by the soul harvesting technique, and his eyes were now glowing as he continued to wait. And so, after waiting for several more months, these lanterns, which initially arrived one after another in a few days at the fastest, or at most half a month, now took 2 months to arrive. Finally, after waiting for months, Bai Xiaochun found that no lanterns had arrived. Just as he was feeling discouraged, he noticed a faint, ethereal sign appearing at the well's mouth, seemingly slowly disappearing. Although it was disappearing slowly, it looked like it would take a month to completely vanish. But Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to give up. After failing to wait for the lanterns, he couldn't help but gaze at the well's mouth. Bai Xiaochun was very distressed. On one hand, he felt unwilling to accept defeat, and at the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Finally, thinking that he had been here for so long without encountering any danger, he gritted his teeth fiercely, controlled the treasure fan, and finally charged straight through the well's mouth. While charging, Bai Xiaochun also activated the fan's devouring power. "If I can suck this well into the fan's surface, that would be perfect." The little spirit shrieked at Bai Xiaochun's crazy action, but it was powerless to stop him. In an instant, the treasure fan directly plunged into the well's mouth, but there was no loud explosion as the little spirit and Bai Xiaochun had imagined. The well's mouth was like another space similar to this piece of starry sky, seemingly transparent, and the treasure fan passed right through it. This made Bai Xiaochun take a deep breath. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where the protective fan was unable to resolve. After passing through the well and the protective fan stopped, Bai Xiaochun turned his head to look back at the well. He hesitated repeatedly, deliberately giving up. However, in Bai Xiaochun's judgment, there were certainly more souls inside this well. After thinking for several days, a determined light appeared in his eyes. "I'll just take a quick look, nothing will happen." Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. His body instantly flew out of the protective fan, cautiously approaching the well. The closer he got, the more his cultivation spread out, his divine consciousness constantly expanding, paying attention to everything in all directions. However, this well seemed to be cut off from divine consciousness. Bai Xiaochun was unable to use his divine consciousness to see inside the well. He could only approach slowly amidst his cautious atmosphere. The path forward was straightforward, and there were no dangerous situations. This relieved Bai Xiaochun, but he remained quite vigilant. Finally, he reached the edge of the well. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded as he quickly peered inside. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw that within the well, a world existed. The well's opening resembled the sky of this world. Looking further down, Bai Xiaochun saw that everything in this world was made of paper. The ground was made of paper. The mountains, rivers, and buildings were all made of paper. And these paper objects had absorbed countless souls. Looking around, this world, though made of paper, contained an unimaginable number of souls. Bai Xiaochun noticed that this fragment of the world seemed to have its own order. The ranking was based on the cultivation level of the souls, extremely strict. Inside, there were not only celestial being souls, but also demigod souls. Bai Xiaochun even saw a celestial venerate soul. Just then, he saw a long line of paper figures, surrounded by countless other paper figures. It was indeed an ancient soul. All of this left Bai Xiaochun utterly bewildered. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a piercing scream from the little spirit on the fan not far away. "Master, behind you!" Bai Xiaochun's expression changed instantly. But before the little spirit could finish speaking, a thin, withered finger suddenly emerged from the void behind Bai Xiaochun. That finger suddenly pushed Bai Xiaochun again. The speed wasn't fast, but Bai Xiaochun was there, without even having time to turn around, completely unaware and unable to struggle or resist. He was directly pushed from behind by that withered hand. A powerful force suddenly erupted. Bai Xiaochun cried out in surprise. His body uncontrollably pushed into the well in front of him. As his body was pushed in the void where that withered hand had reached out, a hunched figure slowly emerged. That figure was an old woman. In her hand, she held a lantern. At this moment, after pushing Bai Xiaochun into the well, she stood at the well's mouth, turning her head to look at the floating treasure fan not far away. The little spirit, startled by the old woman's gaze, instantly felt its hair stand on end. Ignoring everything else, it completely dispelled the light of the treasure fan, even attempting to release some of the aura and power of the Lord's arm. The old woman's face was wrinkled, and a sinister glint appeared in her dark eyes. She smirked, revealing uneven, yellow teeth, a truly terrifying sight. Without approaching the treasure fan, the old woman's body slowly vanished. Meanwhile, in the world within the well, Bai Xiaoqun let out a pained cry, his body plummeting. During the fall, he struggled to regain control, landing once again in the sky. Bai Xiaoqun gasped for breath. Looking up, he was horrified to see 9 enormous faces in the sky. All 9 faces were the same likeness of the old woman, identical in appearance. The women slowly closed their eyes and opened their large mouths. Bai Xiaoqun could tell that he had been pushed down into one of those large mouths. The well's mouth. It's their mouth, he thought. And who pushed me down just now? Could it be this old woman? What kind of cultivation does she have? Bai Xiaoqun adjusted his breathing, trying to figure out a way to leave. But very quickly, something even more terrifying happened. He discovered that his body, in that instant, was gradually turning into paper. Especially his fingers, one of them had completely turned into paper. This caused a violent explosion in Bai Xiaoqun's mind. A life-or-death crisis, something he had never encountered since the founding of the Kui dynasty, suddenly erupted. Since truly establishing the dynasty, Bai Xiaoqun had rarely faced such a dangerous situation. Even in his battle with the evil emperor, he had maintained a certain degree of initiative. But today was completely different. Under this crisis, Bai Xiaoqun had no time to think much. His entire cultivation immediately erupted, and the Immortal Scroll's recovery was also fully activated. Although it could slow down the paper-like transformation, it was still impossible to reverse it. It seems that some kind of rule exists in this world. Everything living that enters this place will be assimilated and turned into a sheet of paper. Damn it. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes turned bloodshot. He didn't want to turn into a red-dyed paper figure. At this moment, amidst the howling, he suddenly lunged forward, intending to leave this place. But in that instant, within this world, all the paper figures raised their heads. Each one stared intently at Bai Xiaoqun. The souls within them exuded a chilling aura. Very quickly, a piercing, mournful scream erupted from the mouths of each paper figure in this fragment of the world. Immediately afterward, each paper figure rushed out from all directions, charging straight towards Bai Xiaoqun. Within this fragment of the world, the speed of these paper figures was incredibly fast. In a flash, they caught up with Bai Xiaoqun. Each one's scream unleashed divine abilities and techniques, attacking Bai Xiaoqun. These illusory divine abilities ultimately turned into mere scraps of paper. Yet, time and again, each scrap of paper contained the power of this world's rules, ultimately rendering Bai Xiaoqun, even with the restoration of the Immortal Scroll, unable to suppress them. He was further assimilated, and even one of his arms had turned to paper. This is outrageous. Bai Xiaoqun fumed. He discovered that his divine abilities had become ineffective here. Even the Beyond Future scripture was useless. Finally, Bai Xiaoqun gritted his teeth, using his other arm, which hadn't been assimilated yet, to take out numerous soul-gathering pills and frantically throw them out. With a loud bang, as the soul-gathering pills shattered, many souls were sucked in. Strangely enough, as the souls were sucked away, these paper figures seemed to lose their life force and floated down. If the original body hadn't been turned into paper, Bai Xiaoqun would have felt that this place was still acceptable, a kind of sacred land. But now he was anxious. Perhaps even with his anxiety, Bai Xiaoqun would still have successfully taken the souls collected by the soul-gathering pill, his body flashing as he rushed towards the mouth of the old woman in the sky. But there were too many paper figures here. Especially at this moment, suddenly a group of heavenly venerate souls, under the command of 2 ancient souls, suddenly charged towards Bai Xiaoqun. The pupils in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes suddenly contracted. Facing imminent danger, he used his divine sense to try to connect with the treasure fan. Although extremely difficult, he still managed to establish a connection. This connection was not enough for him to teleport, but it could cause the ancient light on the treasure fan to erupt in this world. Bai Xiaoqun was particularly frightened. The situation he was facing here was truly the most serious since he entered the starry sky. The paper figures here were nothing compared to this. Although somewhat difficult to deal with, Bai Xiaochun still had confidence and a firm grasp on suppressing them. Even if his divine abilities were ineffective here, the soul-gathering pill's explosive power gave him an advantage, making him invincible. However, this world's assimilation was bizarre. For Bai Xiaochun, it was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. If this continued, he was very likely to be assimilated into a paper figure. This was already dangerous, making him anxious. Then there was the old woman in the air and the mysterious person who had pushed him down earlier. All these things combined to create a bizarre situation that made Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingle. His only thought at this moment was to escape as quickly as possible. Therefore, after much difficulty contacting the treasure fan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and summoned 10 ancient lights. A thunderous roar filled the sky. Above the treasure fan in the starry sky, a dazzling light shone, and 10 ancient lights instantly erupted, rushing straight towards the well's mouth, which was gradually becoming illusory and about to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. Loud rumbling sounds echoed throughout the world inside the well. These 10 ancient lights were equivalent to 10 times the full power of an ancient expert, their immense power shaking the starry sky, finally tearing open a tiny hole in the starry sky. As soon as this hole appeared, all the paper figures and souls in the world inside the well let out mournful cries. At the same time, the hole quickly closed, as if it would soon be sealed again. Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, seizing the opportunity. He unleashed all his cultivation power in terms of speed, throwing out numerous soul-gathering pills to block the paper figures and souls that were obstructing him. He didn't have time to continue collecting the souls formed by the soul-gathering pills, transforming into a rainbow and rushing straight towards the hole. Finally, under his extreme speed, especially as the hole appeared and the starlight dispersed, Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities seemed to exert some effect. At this moment, the immortal seal suddenly activated, along with the mountain-shattering charge. His speed was incredibly fast, like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, just as the hole was about to close again, he directly rushed out. After rushing out, 3/3 of Bai Xiaochun's body had turned into paper, but after flying into the starry sky with the explosion of the immortal seal, it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a series of violent coughs erupted from behind him. Following these coughs, a low, guttural roar followed. Bai Xiaochun's hair stood on end. This coughing sound immediately reminded him of the owner of the hand that had pushed him into the world within the well. He frantically fled forward, his divine consciousness spreading out, and instantly saw a hand reaching out from the void behind him. This enormous, withered hand, like the hand of a dead man, was fiercely grabbing towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his heart pounding. This hand gave him the feeling that, although not a lord, it was at the peak of the primordial realm. What on earth is this thing? Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, hastily controlling the primordial light, releasing all 5 remaining beams, and charging straight at the giant hand hurtling towards him from behind. Loud rumbling sounds echoed once again. The hand, struck by the 5 beams of primordial light, even the most powerful being couldn't help but pause for a moment. In that brief pause, Bai Xiaochun used the force of the primordial light attack from behind to propel himself forward, directly soaring a considerable distance. At the same time, the small spirit fan also moved in unison, controlling the fan to rush towards Bai Xiaochun. With the combined speed of both sides, Bai Xiaochun finally stepped onto the fan. But just as Bai Xiaochun stepped onto the treasure fan, in the blink of an eye, the giant hand reaching out from the void was slightly hindered by 5 ancient beams of light, but it still grabbed. This time it was even more ferocious, finally lunging straight at the treasure fan. The little spirit screamed, trying to control the treasure fan to dodge, but it was too late. Under this imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. A look of madness appeared in his eyes, and he roared louder, controlling the treasure fan with all his might. Instead of retreating, he advanced, directly and fiercely colliding with the giant hand that had lunged at him. The thunderous sound shook the 8 directions of the starry sky. Under this collision, the giant hand was finally thrown back. But the treasure fan, due to this collision, suffered a backlash, and as it vibrated, it was swept away more than 1,000 feet. If that were all, Bai Xiaochun could still barely control the treasure fan to escape. But in this instant, from within the void, a second gigantic, Withered Hand suddenly emerged, grabbing towards the treasure fan. "I'll risk it!" Bai Xiaochun roared. At this moment, he no longer had time for panic or fear. His mind was filled with only one thought. He knew that if he didn't risk it this time, the danger would be immense, surpassing everything. Under Bai Xiaochun's frenzied attack, the light of the treasure fan shone brightly. The giant hand of the Lord was once again controlled by Bai Xiaochun and the little spirit, reaching out from within the fan's surface. The ancient servant also stepped forward, seemingly merging with the Lord's giant hand, and directly attacked the giant hand that was now ferociously grabbing towards the outside of the treasure fan. As the Lord's hand emerged, the starry sky trembled. The withered, bony hand that was reaching out suddenly stopped. Obviously, even it hadn't expected that there would be a Lord's hand inside this treasure fan. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late, and they directly collided. Amidst the resounding roar, the withered hand shattered for the first time. However, although the Lord's giant hand was unharmed, the ancient servant inside frantically spat out fresh blood, its entire body exhausted, and it retreated back into the fan. All of this sounds long-winded, but in reality, it only happened in a short time. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the treasure fan, wanting to escape. "Damn it, it's all your fault. I told you to retreat before, but you were too greedy." In a piercing scream, the little spirit also fought with all its might. But the danger was not over yet. Just as Bai Xiaochun and the little spirit controlling the treasure fan were fleeing, a furious roar suddenly erupted from within the well. Immediately afterward, to Bai Xiaochun's disbelief, the well began to grow larger, twisting and contorting, gradually transforming into an enormous lantern. The well was the top of this lantern. And the moment this lantern appeared, the starry sky surged with waves, and finally, a paper old woman, even larger than the lantern itself, emerged from the starry sky giant figure. This old woman wore a burial shroud. Both her body and clothing were made of paper. Upon her appearance, her eyes gleamed with ferocity, and she let out an unpleasant shriek. "You can't escape!" The screams were like countless people simultaneously opening their mouths, echoing through the starry sky. At the same time, the old woman's feet stepped out, directly chasing after Bai Xiaochun on the treasure fan. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to wet himself from fright. His eyes widened, his mind reeled, and he was on the verge of tears. "Oh my God, I only wanted to receive some souls. How did I provoke such a monster?" Amidst the piercing screams, Bai Xiaochun immediately controlled the treasure fan to retreat. The little spirit beside him shrieked even louder than Bai Xiaochun, also giving its all. This old monster, although not a lord, is not far behind. Bai Xiaochun's heart and liver trembled, his pupils shifting. He wondered if he should leave now and return to the eternal immortal realm. He had tried before in the paper figure world, but had failed. But now that he was back inside the treasure fan, Bai Xiaochun was confident he could leave. However, he thought that after he left, both Songqiu and the little spirit inside the treasure fan would likely be in danger. But staying here would also cut off his future prospects, and Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to do so. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely, making a firm decision. As long as it wasn't the very last moment, he absolutely couldn't give up. Fortunately, the fan's speed was extremely fast, and being a supreme treasure of the starry sky, it sped like an arrow, hurtling into the distance. Although the old woman's speed was also very fast, she was constantly chasing from behind, and ultimately couldn't directly catch up. The continuous howling continued day after day. Bai Xiaochun had to exert all his strength to cope. Any relaxation would cause the fan's speed to slow down, and what awaited him would be his death at the hands of that old woman. Bai Xiaochun's face was gloomy, like a funeral, and he was almost driven mad. He and the little spirit continuously controlled the fan to rush forward. Soon, half a month passed, but the old woman behind them, with her vengeful nature, was still relentlessly pursuing them. And so, one chasing the other, they unknowingly spent 3 years in a stalemate. During these 3 years, the little spirit, who had initially complained incessantly, gradually began to sigh. By the end, although Bai Xiaochun was still afraid, he had become much more accustomed to it. However, his body and mind were exhausted, and he almost couldn't persevere many times. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were dark-circled, and the blood vessels in his eyes were almost turning purple. Fortunately, after 3 years of pursuit, the old woman seemed to be running out of strength, and her speed gradually slowed down. Bai Xiaochun's spirit was boosted, and he frantically swallowed pills, seizing the opportunity to increase his speed again, finally widening the gap. After several more months of flying like an arrow, the old woman's figure was no longer visible. How petty, I only took a few souls, and they chased me for 3 years. Thinking of those 3 years of suffering, Bai Xiaochun felt extremely distressed. Even though he had finally gotten rid of the old woman, Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. He gritted his teeth fiercely and controlled the fan to fly forward for several more months. Only then did he feel completely at ease. Looking at the tired little spirit beside him, Bai Xiaochun rubbed his nose. Little Bai, you should rest a bit too. You've suffered for 3 years. The little spirit glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun. It wanted to say something, but was too exhausted. Its eyes closed, and its body disappeared. Seeing the little spirit fall into a deep sleep, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly in the wrong. He knew that if it weren't for his excessive greed, he probably wouldn't have been chased for 3 years. Just thinking about the harvest from 3 years ago, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. His eyes lit up. He lowered his head and glanced inside his storage bag. The number of souls was so vast that it was impossible to count them all. This time I've struck it rich. It's enough for me to refine multicolored flames. Thinking this and seeing that there was no danger, Bai Xiaochun let the fan fly away on its own, and he went to a secluded place to begin refining flames. He had perfected the method of refining 25 colored flames 3 years ago, but unfortunately, he lacked souls to test it. Now that he had plenty, Bai Xiaochun immediately began refining. 1 failure was no big deal. 2 failures were no big deal. Even 10 failures wouldn't matter. Bai Xiaochun, with his immense wealth and recklessness, didn't care at all. It was precisely because of these numerous attempts at refining that Bai Xiaochun encountered problems in refining the 25-colored flame in such a short time. After discovering the problem and correcting it repeatedly, he finally successfully refined the 25-colored flame. Looking at the 25-colored flame in his hand, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, especially since he no longer lacked souls in his storage bag. This further boosted Bai Xiaochun's spirits. He casually continued to refine the 26-colored flame while cultivating. Bai Xiaochun didn't linger. In this way, 3 years quickly passed. During these 3 years, Bai Xiaochun gradually created a method for refining the 26-colored flame. His cultivation also improved considerably during this process. As for the little spirit, it had naturally awakened. With it controlling the treasure fan, its speed increased slightly. But just as Bai Xiaochun was attempting to refine the 26-colored flames, the treasure fan, which had been steadily flying in the starry sky, suddenly shook violently. This tremor spread throughout the treasure fan. In an instant, as Bai Xiaochun and the little spirit were both startled, a familiar growl echoed in their ears. "You can't escape!" As soon as this voice appeared, Bai Xiaochun immediately began to scream shrilly. "Old hag!" Bai Xiaochun suddenly spread out his divine consciousness. Immediately, he saw the paper hag, who had disappeared for years, finally returning with a ghost lamp, chasing after them again. Bai Xiaochun was also going crazy. The little spirit also took a deep breath. Even it was shaken by the persistence of this old hag. Seeing the paper hag approaching, Bai Xiaochun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He and the little spirit, controlling the treasure fan, hurriedly flew away into the distance. As he flew away, Bai Xiaochun was still unwilling to give up. He casually threw the half-formed 26-colored flames in his hand. He wanted to see if he could burn this paper old woman. But he didn't expect that as soon as the flames flew out, the paper old woman would immediately suck them into her mouth and swallow them whole. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He didn't dare try again, controlling the treasure fan, and sped off into the distance like an arrow. Thus, a new round of pursuit unfolded in the starry sky. From afar, the treasure fan was in front, and behind it was a huge paper old woman carrying a lantern, relentlessly pursuing him. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with anguish as he sighed. He could only flee. He didn't want to run away like this, but he couldn't fight back. That old ghost was incredibly bizarre. Over the years, Bai Xiaochun had tried to counterattack, but each time he had been powerless. Once again, 3 years passed since they started hiding. and the speed of this paper-old woman gradually slowed down, until finally Bai Xiaojun widened the distance between them once more. Bai Xiaojun had also become accustomed to the occasional growling sounds coming from behind.